And I'm happy to call to order the meeting of April 14th, 2025 of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors and our first day of budget workshops for this fiscal year, 2025 and 2026, the upcoming fiscal year. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino. Here. Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
And Chair Capps.
Here. Now please join us in pledging allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next up is our CEO's report.
There's no report this morning, Chair.
Okay, sounds good. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to the agenda?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I just have one quick announcement this morning regarding public participation. Members of the public wishing to address the board will have the opportunity to provide comments at the conclusion of each functional group. If you are registering to speak via Zoom, please indicate the specific functional group you wish to comment on during your registration. A general public comment period for items not listed on today's agenda will be held at the end of the budget workshop schedule. And for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide public comment remotely via Zoom are encouraged to register in advance using the link available on page 2 of the agenda. For any questions or assistance, please contact the Clerk of the Board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240, and that concludes my announcements for today.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And now I'll turn it over to the CEO, Mona Miyasato, to kick us off with our budget workshops.
Great, thank you, Supervisor. Let's get the first screen, the first up there. There we go. So good morning. Today we begin our budget workshops, which provides a preview of our $1.67 billion preliminary budget, and for you to hear from departments about their work plans. But before I begin, I just want to recognize and thank all the departments and their staff who've worked diligently on the preliminary budget over the last several months. So if I might, I'd like to thank all the department directors, their executive staff, and their fiscal officers. And if you're a fiscal officer, could you stand up? Because people don't know who you are. So if you need anything, that's the money people, board members. I want to thank our Auditor-Controller's office, Betsy Schaefer, and Assistant Auditor-Controller Ed Price, and their staff, who sit behind me, Vivi Shiloh, Nick Knocker, and Terry Alberson. And the CEO team, Assistant CEOs Tanya Heitman and Wade Hortman, and our Deputy CEO Brittany Oderman, and our Business Manager Don Holden. And last but not least, our Budget and Research team. A lot of new faces for those who've been around, but we have Katrina Fernandez, go ahead, Stephen Yee, Stephen, Shanna Dawson, thanks Shanna, Chantel Ding, Daniel Williams, and Charlotte Mack. And led by our able budget director, Paul Clementi. And of course, none of this is possible without your leadership and the work of all our employees in the county who work every day to achieve our mission. Our theme this year, as you can see, is stability amid uncertainty, sustaining progress through prudent planning. You'll hear a lot about the uncertainty we face in the coming year. But also the good planning work that has been done and the careful and thoughtful work of your departments to ensure we sustain progress on your many priorities. But before we begin this week, I want to frame the discussion with a quote, which is my department's quote, which usually happens towards the end of the workshops. And that's, if you cannot change the course of the storm, be the lighthouse. So in this next year, we will control what we can. We'll continue to be efficient, outcome-driven, and customer-focused, and be true to our values. We'll prepare for trade-offs, because not all priorities can be funded in the short term, so strategic decisions will need to be made about what is essential. I want us to out-Doge Doge. We'll have new tools, Workday, Acela, AI, to economize, innovate, and preserve what matters most. And instead of focusing just on government efficiency, let DOGE stand for democracy, opportunity, good governance, and effectiveness. And let's use that as our framework for resilient and responsive public service. And lastly, let's be the light. Champion public service, local government, and the essential work of our employees and our public officials. So here's the agenda for this week. This is what you'll hear from us. This is just a reminder that this is a preliminary budget, so issues and numbers will change as we march towards preparing the budget book in May, but also the hearings in June. The overview will include a high-level look at revenues and expenditures and budget expansions and identified needs. Now, this year, given our fiscal picture, all but one department submitted budget requests, but just to let you know, if they could, they would all have submitted requests if we had the financial wherewithal. You'll hear one special issue today, and that's the Workday ERP. The schedule is shown on the slide, so Monday and Wednesday we have full schedules, and then we'll go into Thursday if necessary. You have more details in your binders. These are called the departmental D pages, and these are the pages that will actually go into the budget book. They're so-called D pages because they're in alphanumeric order in the budget book and A, B, C, D. So we've been calling them D pages since I got here. These are draft for now and subject to change as we firm up the budget book. So why do we do these workshops? We're presenting the preliminary numbers, as I said. The departments will provide a high-level overview of what's in their work plans. We'll present the special issue, as I discussed, but it's really to allow your board and the public to ask questions about what is our work plan for the next year. And if there are work efforts that you would like incorporated into a department's work plan, now is the time to raise it to see if it can be absorbed. And if not, a department may need to return with trade-offs or options or what they could delay in their work plan. It's also time to provide direction to me and my staff on any policy issues or specific items you'd like to see in the recommended budget. Again, there's no one-time or ongoing available general fund to be allocated this year, so if there is something you'd like us to incorporate, you can raise it, we can review it, and identify trade-offs if required. So our current context. Recession predictions have been rampant but varied among economists, financial analysts, and investment firms. So this prediction was made on April 4th after the announcement of widespread tariffs. But when tariffs were paused on April 9th, for example, Goldman Sachs retracted their earlier prediction and put the odds of recession at 45%. It seems markets are still in correction territory from the losses earlier this month and remain in a state of volatility. We used the Anderson forecast, and Anderson was a little more cautious in what they said, less dramatic. They said there were no signs of imminent recession back in March. They said the future actually looks bright due to promises of artificial intelligence, smart deregulation, as well as recent public and private investments in infrastructure and technology. But they said because the federal government's promise of extensive actions, they've issued a recession watch, and they noted that California's growth has now slowed compared to recent years. The Public Policy Institute of California also noted that California is showing signs of a slowdown, even though we are still an economic powerhouse nationally and globally. While our state still ranks 5th internationally as the largest economy behind US, China, Germany, and Japan, we have slowed in California in recent years. Slower job growth, higher share of unemployment, and obviously high cost of living and lack of housing is threatening our state's growth. I want to spend a few minutes on the federal budget impacts. As part of the Congress's budget resolution, there proposed cuts to safety net programs. And the Senate passed the budget resolution last week, and so both houses now begin the process of reconciliation. The proposed budget instructs the Department of Energy and Commerce to reduce $880 billion over the next decade. That department oversees Medicare, Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, research, environmental protection, and other programs. Also, the Agricultural Committee, which oversees SNAP, is ordered to cut $230 billion over 10 years. The budget text does not spell out specific reductions yet, but instructs congressional committees to reduce the programs. Republican leaders are aiming to enact the budget reconciliation package before the Memorial Day weekend break, but progress on the final resolution will be necessary to maintain that schedule. So details may not be known till the fall, but we've asked our departments what the possible impacts could mean. And there's a lot of assumptions that we've had to make, but generally speaking, it would likely mean a reduction of enrollees in our services and or less access to services. This would translate into more burdens on the safety net and other services and reduction in our revenue to our departments. For example, our public health clinics, it would mean a reduction in their revenue, as 75% of clinic revenue is from Medi-Cal. Again, we don't know specifically what actions would be taken, but we are on high alert for those types of issues to be known and for us to do an evaluation. State impacts. The proposed state budget release was released in January 2025, and the governor released a balanced budget thanks to current year uses of one-time funds. The Legislative Analyst's Office warns that balancing the budget will involve difficult trade-offs in the future as they see deficits ahead. Again, specific impacts to the county will not be known until the May revise. An area of concern that had been pegged by the governor's budget in January was a $2.8 billion cost overrun for Medi-Cal caused by high overall enrollment and higher than projected caseloads and pharmacy costs. However, just last week, the legislature took early action prior to the May revise to authorize additional appropriation to cover that, as well as wildfire recovery in LA. So we are not alone in facing these challenges. And you see, this is just from the last month, that different counties, different organizations are really facing very similar stresses on their budget. But we are different in that your board set aside funds and has been prudent in that we've planned ahead. So I always show this chart wherever I go because, as you know, in county government, over 80% of our general discretionary revenue comes from property taxes. This slide shows the year-over-year property values in the secured roll, but that trend reflects property tax trends. Each bar is a percentage increase of the prior year. The red indicates when we had reductions in property values and contracting of the economy, the largest occurring with the Great Recession in 07-08. As you can see, that the bars were very small with only maybe 1% increase in some years. As you can see in 22-23 with the pandemic on the far right, we had a net benefit of properties turning over and reassessments occurring. That is the growth we have set aside and saved so that we would have funds to cover future deficits. I say it's like if you got a raise in your salary but you didn't spend it because you knew that your rent was going to be increasing in the future. And as Mr. Clementi will discuss, we've been releasing those funds over the last year and next year to stabilize and prevent service level reductions, but we are running out of that set aside. So it's this ongoing growth in property taxes that I just showed, as well as other taxes, that have allowed the county to sustain, expand services, and pay down obligations while maintaining a fiscally sound budget. And in fact, remember, we got a AAA issuer rating from the bond market last year. We've done this successfully over the course of many years, and I want to show some slides to demonstrate that success. But there are three concepts I want you to keep in mind. One is that we've made disciplined progress. While the board sets priorities, whether out of need or vision, we deliver through long-term planning and fiscal discipline. Two, that it takes time. Transformational initiatives don't happen overnight, and they require sustained investment and careful sequencing. And three, when asked, where did all this revenue go? Much of the revenue growth has gone to meet prior commitments and obligations we made that were important for capital needs, public safety, health liabilities, and core services. So the Northern Branch Jail. We developed a plan, as you recall, to fund the operations. Prior to this, we had tried successfully for a sales tax measure to cover it, and then the voters rejected it. The state provided a grant of $80 million. We paid an additional $40 million for the construction, but the largest obligation was funding the ongoing operations. So we began a plan in 2011 to build enough general fund to pay for the eventual operations. The jail opened 11 years later, and in this upcoming budget, we will call the end of the plan, which is now $32 million in operations, and it will start growing at the normal rate of other operating expenses. The fire tax shift. After the Great Recession, there was a recognition for a need for enhanced funding for fire services, particularly given our history with fires and disasters. So we had a Chief Dyer, who was here at that time, who proposed a system they had in LA County, which was that the fire district received 17% of all property taxes collected. At that time, we'd only been about 14%. So the board made that a goal, to grow the fire district's share without increasing taxes to residents. That meant allocating what would have been property tax growth going to the general fund to the fire district. In 2020, we met the target, and that funding now just grows with a regular increase of property taxes. Deferred maintenance. We had a long-standing issue of underfunding deferred maintenance, and by 2014, it was clear we weren't investing enough in roads, parks, and public buildings. With a mounting backlog, our pavement and facility condition scores revealed over $300 million in deferred maintenance, and that was likely an undercount. Like many agencies, decades of underinvestment, especially post-Great Recession, led to infrastructure challenges. So the board adopted a policy dedicating 18% of available general fund after required obligations to deferred maintenance annually. Next year, $16.5 million will be allocated from this ongoing pool. And note, these departments who receive the funding, which is Public Works for roads, CSD for parks and general services, they do receive some other funding from other grants and other sources. The strategic reserve. Our strategic reserve is our rainy day fund, a financial safety net to protect core services in case of emergencies, disasters, or unexpected liabilities. The policy guiding its use says that it should only support the operating budget when general fund growth falls below 3% from the prior year. That's not me. The reserve was first established in 1997 with an initial goal of $25 million, which was reached in 2006, which was helped by those strong assessed value growth that I showed in the other chart. But the Great Recession hit the county hard. In 2010, after using the reserve to fund ongoing needs, the balance dropped to just $9.1 million. That year, the county had to close a $40 million shortfall with deep cuts, concessions, and furloughs. And the next year brought an even steeper $72 million projected deficit, requiring painful workforce and service reductions. In response, the board adopted a stronger reserve policy, setting the target at 8% of general fund operating expenses. We reached the target in 2016, and except for critical uses during the Thomas Fire and debris flow, we've met it every year since. Next year, it's scheduled to be fully funded at $47.5 million. Capital projects. On the right, you see the debt that we finally issued of $98 million to fund capital projects you see listed on the slide. When we issue debt, it has to be paid from an ongoing source of general fund. We began setting these funds aside almost a decade ago in 2016. The annual debt issuance now is $7.6 million. Lastly, this just shows that we also developed a plan to fund retiree health obligations. It's called OPEB, or Other Post-Employment Benefits. So back in 2012, we were only 1.4% funded in the plan, with only $2.4 million in assets. But we started to reduce that liability, beginning with closing the plan so that it serves a finite number of retirees and developing a stronger funding policy where we contribute 4% of payroll toward the plan. Today, we are 46% funded with assets of $51 million. If we stay at this level, we would likely be fully funded in 5 or 6 years. Our payment each year, all funds, is about $16.3 million, and we exceed what is called the tread water mark, which is just the level or pay-go level. So moving on from past commitments, I want to highlight what you'll hear from departments this week. Here are some of the major initiatives continuing into next year. Departments will highlight these and many others in their work program. In January, we asked your board to identify a singular area in which staff should focus next year. And the response is that we should prioritize work related to housing and permitting processes related to housing. You'll see in the work plans of planning and development and community services that we continue to implement programs of the housing element, expand ways to streamline the permit process, and continue to work on workforce housing, and you just heard that study last week, as well as review our inclusionary housing regulations. Other departments will also be called upon to ensure they support these efforts and are in alignment. Departments are also engaged in a multitude of programs, projects, and initiatives to accomplish your board's priorities, which they will describe this week. More information is in the packet. I want to reiterate that this preliminary budget does not yet reflect any changes that might occur with state or federal budget changes, but we will return to your board for discussion and possible changes when that is known. As Mr. Clementi will discuss, we are requesting that we start reserving and redirecting money for the Northern Branch Jail expansion. Construction is scheduled to start next summer, 2026, which means we only have 1 year to accumulate enough funding to help pay the $178 million project and reduce future debt service. The debt service is now estimated at $12.4 million of general fund annually. So after this budget is adopted, my office will begin working with departments on multi-year strategies to address our upcoming challenges, and we'll bring information to your board in January. So in short, thanks to your board, you've given us time and stability to plan for what's ahead. Prudence today is progress tomorrow, so there's minimal budget growth in next year's budget, and we are not recommending any ongoing expansions unless they are ongoing reductions or offsets. We are, however, recommending some one-time expenditures, but none are for new or expanded programs, but rather to fill budget gaps or replace aging equipment or software. Our baseline budget has increased due to operations of the Northern Branch Jail, employee costs, and things beyond our control like insurance. But stability is our launchpad for future-ready discussions and decisions as we face volatility and potential financial threats. In closing, I just want to reiterate that we are a resilient community. We've weathered challenges before and continue to make progress. Prudence today means progress tomorrow, as I said, so careful planning has allowed progress even in financial downturns. Our strength does come from our people, committed staff, engaged community members, and leaders like yourselves and department directors. Tough decisions are ahead, but together we can face them with unity, resolve, and shared purpose. And so in the coming year, let's live our motto of one county, one future, and endeavor to be the lighthouse, offering clarity, guidance, and hope amid the uncertainty we face. Thank you, and now I will turn it over to Mr. Clementi, our Budget Director.
Thank you, Mona. Good morning, Chair Capps, members of the board. I'm Paul Clementi, your Budget Director. I just want to start with a quick reminder of our budget cycle timeline. We're currently in April for workshops. We'll be releasing the recommended budget book by the end of May and holding adoption hearings on June 17th. The overall picture of the preliminary 25-26 budget is that with the exception of some significant funding reductions in social services, we have a largely status quo budget with balancing strategies from departments that included increased salary savings and deletion of some funded vacancies. After applying our general fund contribution growth formula, departments still needed about $19.7 million in additional GFC to balance their budgets, which we'll see in detail on a later slide. Most of this additional general fund contribution, $15.7 million of it, was in the Sheriff's Department. Year-over-year growth in discretionary revenue was not enough to cover all of the GFC allocated out to departments, which necessitated a release of $6.8 million from our ongoing revenue set-asides to balance this budget. And as Mona already mentioned, there is significant uncertainty around the state and federal budgets. Given these uncertainties, as well as the continued use of our ongoing reserves and our fiscal outlook, including substantial new costs on the horizon, no expansions are being recommended. When developing this budget, we focused on making continued progress on county priorities while maintaining fiscal stability and mitigating risks. Minimizing the use of one-time funds towards ongoing expenses remains a priority, although we are seeing more of this particularly in our Health and Human Services departments, which is an area to watch. Finally, we take into account the forecast and anticipated future year needs, which drives some of the discussion we'll be having about the use of one-time funds. On the next few slides, I'll cover some of the high-level revenue and expenditure numbers that make up the budget. Although most broad revenue categories are up, we see total operating revenues only up 0.5%. We'll talk about each of these categories on the coming slides. Countywide operating revenues are increasing by only $8 million, or 0.5%. This is lower growth than any of the prior years in the slide here, and is due to growth in areas like tax receipts being offset by flat or declining state and federal revenues. State revenues like realignment and Proposition 172 are based on sales tax, which has been fairly flat the past couple of years. Additionally, as we get further out from COVID, a lot of the one-time state and federal assistance grants, which were some of the drivers of the large growth percentages we see in previous years, are starting to diminish. In the general fund, total operating revenues are growing at about 4.3%, around $24 million, better than the current year adopted year's growth over prior adopted, but still lower than the preceding years, where we were seeing both high growth in tax revenue as well as growth in 2011 realignment and Prop 172 revenues. The preliminary 25-26 increase is mostly driven by growth in the taxes object level, which is growing about $23 million year over year, while other revenue sources are seeing slight increases or decreases. Our discretionary general revenues are projected to be $407 million next year, a growth of $25.9 million or 6.8% over the current year. This is driven by growth in property tax and transient occupancy taxes, which I'll show on the next slides. Property taxes make up almost 80% of the total discretionary revenue. It is mostly derived from the secured tax roll and taxes in lieu of vehicle license fees, but also supplemental taxes, delinquent payments, unsecured property taxes, and more. Overall, we're seeing revenue growth in this category go up 5.7%, which is a few percentage points higher than prior year budgeted growth, and driven in part by the current year actuals coming in higher than budgeted by about $5 or $6 million. That 24-25 estimated actual serves as the base that we apply our growth assumptions to for next year, which leads to the overall $17.4 million year-over-year growth that we see in these budgeted numbers. Here we see our local sales taxes in blue, almost completely flat since fiscal year 23-24, which is consistent with other state sales tax-derived revenues, such as Prop 172 and realignment. Our TOT revenue in orange had similarly been flat the past couple of years, but with the voter-approved increase from 12 to 14% last fall, we're seeing a substantial year-over-year increase of almost $5 million, around 27%. Here we see the sources of our discretionary general revenue that make up the $407 million in fiscal year 25-26, and the functional groups that money flows to as general fund contribution, or GFC. 52% of GFC goes to public safety at $215 million. Health and Human Services, which has some of the county's largest departments, receives the majority of their funding from state and federal sources, and so have a relatively small piece of the total general fund contribution, just over 7%. On this slide, we're trying to conceptualize that large $407 million number in a more digestible way. There's just over 150,000 households in the county. So if we break that total discretionary revenue down by household and then divide that further by 365 to get a daily amount, we find it equates to roughly $7.40 per day per household. This is very generalized and not meant to imply all households in unincorporated and incorporated areas are paying the same amounts into the county's general revenues. We're more about breaking down where that money is being allocated in a more bite-sized and understandable way here. So if we look at where that $7.40 gets spent, almost half of that, $3.91, goes to public safety. The remaining functional groups each receive less than $1 per household per day, with general county programs, which covers a lot of the board's funding policies and set-asides, at 97 cents, general government and support services, 98 cents, and the other three groups hovering around 50 cents each. We take a closer look at how the GFC is split amongst departments in the functional group presentations throughout the workshops during the functional group summaries. Total operating expenditures, which are comprised of salaries and benefits, services and supplies, and other charges such as utilities, liability insurance premiums, and IT rates, are increasing 4.7%, around $80 million, which is less than any of the prior 4 years. $30 million of this increase is in salaries and benefits, and $30 million is in services and supplies. Growth was kept lower than previous years for a variety of reasons, including efforts by departments to balance their budgets, either through unfunding of positions or increased salary savings, as well as the drop-off in some of those state and federal grants I mentioned earlier when talking about the operating revenues, which are met with a reduction in expenditures. The services and supplies increase is driven almost entirely by behavioral wellness and public works, with public works seeing increases in transportation project expenditures over the current year, and behavioral wellness is driven by increases to their community-based organization service contracts, which are related to the delivery of mental health and drug and alcohol and treatment and prevention programs. We see on this slide that total FTE in blue are going down about 34 FTE, from 4,768 in the current year to 4,732 in fiscal year 25-26, driven by reductions to vacant funded positions in the Social Services Department as they reduced to balance their funding gap. The per capita cost in orange is going up $7,000 to $177,000 per employee. Increasing salary costs, pension costs, and healthcare costs are all contributing to the overall increases in costs per FTE. And a variety of our bargaining groups negotiated 5% salary increases in the current year, which was higher than prior year increases, the impacts of which we see budgetarily in the fiscal year 25-26 budget, which is why the overall percentage growth of the cost per FTE is slightly higher next year than the 3 preceding years. Total salary and benefits countywide are projected to be $853 million next year, which is just about 50% of the county's total operating budget. Another expense we highlight are the increasing costs of general liability insurance in orange and IT rates in blue. Countywide, these two expenses totaled $55.5 million in the current year adopted budget and are increasing to $63.1 million next year, a 13.7% increase. While still high, this actually represents the lowest year-over-year increase in the 5-year period, as we had been trending around 20% increases a year for the past 4 years. I'm hopeful this is the start of a trend of slowing growth, but we know the insurance market remains severely impacted in California, and the cost of IT software and services that we all rely on to do our daily jobs continues to increase. So these are two expenses that we will continue to monitor closely and try to find efficiencies wherever we can. Many departments, particularly those in the general fund, did not see their other revenues grow enough to cover these increases in every case and required additional GFC to offset and avoid service level reductions. Here's a slide on our estimated cannabis tax revenues and the currently allocated uses in the preliminary 25-26 budget. Similar to the information on the fiscal year 24-25 that I provided during the March cannabis report, this shows that status quo ongoing use of the cannabis tax revenue results in a negative gap of about $1.2 million. On the second half of this chart, we see a beginning fund balance anticipated around $5 million next year, with prior approved one-time uses around $2.7 million, and the use of balance to cover the $1.2 million gap between the ongoing revenues and expenditures. We would have just about $1.2 million left in fund balance at the end of next fiscal year. One of the items we're asking for board direction on during these workshops is whether staff should return before the June budget hearings and with recommended cuts to the ongoing expenditures in order to bring them into balance with the anticipated ongoing revenues for 25-26, which would preserve more of that fund balance, or leave as is for one more year with a plan to reduce expenditures going into the 26-27 budget. Finally, the update on the 18% deferred maintenance funding is, after being held flat in the current fiscal year, increasing about $700,000 next year for a total of $16.5 million going towards deferred maintenance. This will bring the total amount of discretionary funding put into deferred maintenance since the inception of this policy to almost $100 million. This table is an update of the 5-year forecast table that I presented in January, with the 25-26 column now reflecting the preliminary budget as it stands today. The anticipated growth in discretionary revenues, if I can target right there, sorry, is about $26.5 million, which was not enough to cover all the growth and the demands we saw on that revenue. Particularly costly was the increase in the jail healthcare budget. Here, $8.8 million, and the truing up of the Northern Branch Jail existing funding plan at $5.7 million, as growth and costs continued to outpace the typical annual growth in the funding plan, and fund balance was running out. The total change in costs for the year was $33 million, which necessitated the release of about $6.8 million from the ongoing reserves, which we see back up here. This leaves about $8.7 million in the ongoing set-asides for use in future fiscal years, with anticipated depletion by the third year. The only other significant update in the forecast since January is the updated debt service cost of the Northern Branch Jail expansion, now anticipated at $12.4 million. You see it down this third to last row, 6.2, and then another 6.2 in the fourth and fifth year. And then the additional system net operating costs of $2.2 million. These costs are shown out in the fourth and fifth year of the forecast when the debt service payments are likely to begin and the new facility begins operations, but we need to begin planning and setting aside funding much sooner so we're ready when the debt service kicks in. The cumulative impact of all of these increased costs over the 5-year period, when compared to the estimated increases in revenue and release of the remaining fund balance set-asides, the ongoing reserves, is $20.6 million, $20.6 million deficit that will need to be addressed. Higher revenues than projected, new revenue sources, or lower costs could help balance, but on the flip side, slowdown in revenue growth, higher expenditures, or other unanticipated costs not reflected here would exacerbate the projected deficit. To prepare for this, as I mentioned, we need to start planning now. Over the first months after budget adoption, we plan to ask departments to prepare and submit multi-year strategies for cost reductions, which the CEO's office would then review and present during the next 5-year forecast in December or January. More refined strategies would be developed as part of the fiscal year 26-27 budget development and discussed at next year's workshops, with implementation beginning at the start of the new fiscal year in July 26. Countywide, the types of things we'll be looking at is leveraging technology such as AI and the new Workday system in order to be more efficient. Look for options to increase revenue, such as sales tax ballot measure and increased use of Medi-Cal through CalAIM implementation, as well as the more standard cost-saving measures like service level reductions, hiring freezes, and furloughs. I also wanted to briefly touch on the outlook beyond the 5-year period, specifically the potential pension savings in fiscal year 2031-32. As I think we're all aware of by now, the unfunded liability in the pension fund from the Great Recession is anticipated to be fully paid off at the beginning of the next decade. What we see on the slide here from SB SERS' actuary are the different contributors to the county's pension plan and their contribution rates, with the employer rate the largest in yellow. What the percent means is that for every dollar the county pays an employee in salary, we also pay SB SERS about 38 cents. If SB SERS achieves a 7% rate of return on their investments every year over the next 6 years and keeps their assumed rate of return at 7% for their actuarial calculations, we would expect to see that employer rate hover around 38% for the upcoming years before dropping almost 20 percentage points in fiscal year 31-32. Our rough estimates show that this could mean as much as $30 million in savings to the general fund alone in that year. What I've lined out on the right are just a handful of the many potential uses of that savings if it materializes, including restoration of service level reductions we may have to take in the years prior in order to fund the Northern Branch Jail expansion, large capital projects like the Kyriel Master Plan, other unfunded capital projects, deferred maintenance, mental health beds, affordable housing, and more. The takeaway here is just to emphasize that a lot needs to go right between today and 2031 to realize all of these savings. That because of the timing, it won't be a viable source of ongoing revenue for the Northern Branch Jail expansion that we'll have to deal with in the preceding years. And that whatever the saving winds up being, there will always be more ways to spend it than there is revenue available. So planning and policies before this rate decrease occurs would be a prudent course of action down the line. We do have a short list of recommended uses of one-time funds that we're seeking board approval on, mostly using one-time set-asides from prior years, as well as the $10 million surplus from fiscal year 23-24. At the top of the list is $3.4 million to close the remaining social services funding gap, drawn from a $4 million set-aside established in the current fiscal year for deficits or other priority needs. There's $2.1 million to fund regional fire communications center operations due to emergency medical services revenue not being enough to cover EMS-related operating costs at both the RFCC and the Sheriff's Dispatch Center, where they'll still be doing call taking for EMS and fire emergency calls. This support will likely be necessary for the next 4 years until the new EMS RFP can be issued that fully captures the cost of our new 2-dispatch system. The one-time source comes from the remaining ongoing revenue set-asides not being released in 25-26 and is thus available for one-time use. $925,000 is recommended to replace in-car computing equipment in sheriff patrol vehicles, including video equipment, computer-aided dispatch laptops, and modems. This comes with a balance established for this purpose in fiscal year 2019-20, which was the last time this equipment was replaced. $578,000 is recommended towards upgrading the sheriff's jail management system to better track and report compliance with DRC settlement terms. This will come from the $10 million set-aside established in current fiscal year 24-25 for DRC settlement-related expenses. There's $166,300 to bridge a half-year funding gap on the Sheriff's South County co-response team after the end of the Prop 47 grant in December 2025, and $142,000 to bridge the loss of Victims of Crime Act, or VOCA, federal funding for victim witness services in the District Attorney's Office until new state funding from Assembly Bill 2432 kicks in. Those recommended uses total $7.3 million. Additionally, your board conceptually approved $10 million in new CIP projects back in March, using the $10 million surplus that we ended fiscal year 23-24 with. Another item that we would like board direction on at these workshops is our office's recommendation that we defer some of these projects so we can redirect the funds towards the new Northern Branch Jail construction costs. As the size of that project, the timelines, and the annual cost of the debt service have become clearer, we believe it's imperative that we build up as much one-time funding as possible over the next year so we can pay cash towards at least some of the project and lower the amount of that ongoing debt service. This slide is just a reminder of the full list of projects that were conceptually approved in March. We are still working on a recommended deferral list, which we'll return with on Wednesday for discussion. I mentioned earlier that $19.7 million in GFC was allocated to close department gaps and avoid service level reductions. Here we see those amounts by department, which you'll also be seeing in each department's individual slides. The most common reasons were rate increases and salary and benefit increases that weren't fully covered by the GFC increase formula that we use when determining initial GFC allocations to departments. However, as I mentioned earlier, the most significant portion of this $19.7 million increase is in the Sheriff's Department, mostly to cover the increases in the jail medical contract and the existing Northern Branch Jail funding plan, which I discussed on a prior slide. Social Services received the second highest amount of additional GFC, almost $1.6 million, to cover increases to the local match portion of their IHSS maintenance of effort with the state. You'll be hearing on Wednesday from Social Services about the causes of their funding gap and the measures they took to balance it out. They reduced $10.8 million in expenses, including 46.5 vacant funded FTE, mostly in their eligibility programs, as well as a hold on IT planned purchases and facility improvement projects. They were still left with a $3.4 million gap, which I mentioned we are recommending be filled with one-time general fund dollars to avoid layoffs and give the department time over the coming fiscal year to work on further balancing strategies going into fiscal year 26-27. The only department to submit expansion requests this fiscal year is the sheriff, totaling 10 FTE, $2.7 million in ongoing funding, and $710,000 in one-time funding, which they'll be discussing in more detail during their department presentation. As we've mentioned, given our fiscal outlook, the CEO's office hasn't recommended approving expansions for any departments this year. So I think it's clear that we're entering a more pronounced period of uncertainty at what feels like every level of government in the nation right now. Here at the county, our rising costs are being exacerbated by substantial new expenses and slowing revenue growth, in particular from state sources. Coupled with the volatility at the federal level right now, we're not quite certain what each new day will bring. For now, with the exception of Social Services, we have managed to maintain mostly status quo operations, but we'll be looking closely watching closely for the governor's May revise next month, as well as developments with the federal budget in the coming months to see what impacts there may be and what adjustments we might have to make. We will have tougher choices ahead of us than in previous fiscal years, but are very thankful for your board's past restraint in setting ongoing funding aside that has given us the time to plan and prepare. We must continue to act with restraint in the years ahead by following our established fiscal policies and maintaining our prudent reserves to the extent possible. Over the next 2 days, you'll be hearing from departments about key takeaways within their specific budgets, their accomplishments this year and objectives for next year, fiscal issues of concern, and performance measure tracking. You'll also be receiving a special issue presentation later today on the Workday ERP progress. Specific direction we are seeking from your board by the close of the workshops is approval of the recommended one-time uses, including closing DSS's $3.4 million budget gap, approval to redirect one-time funds from the approved CIP list towards the Northern Branch Jail expansion project, and direction to either balance ongoing cannabis expenditures with anticipated revenue in 25-26, or remain status quo for one more year using fund balance to cover that $1.2 million gap. Coming up after workshops conclude, our office works to finalize recommendations and release the recommended budget by May 30th. We have final adoption hearings scheduled for June 17th and the 18th held as necessary. And these recommended action will be covering again at the end of the workshops. Thank you.
Thank you to you both for that excellent overview, and just want to ask my colleagues if they have any questions at this point.
I do.
No? Okay.
I do.
Oh, you do?
Yes,
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you. I think it's slide 28, 27 in my binder, but I think it's 28 on the additional general fund contributions to avoid service level reductions. Can I see that slide for a moment? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, 27. Are these ongoing general fund, or is this one-time general fund?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, this is ongoing general fund dollars.
Okay. And then page 24, can you go into a little bit more on that $2.1 million Regional Fire Communication Center funding gap? You mentioned that it's going to be 4 years before we're able to take a look at that again because that wasn't included in the contract that we signed with AMR, is that right?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So I believe the AMR revenue coming in or anticipated to come in over the coming years is around $2.3 million. The sheriff's costs of operating the call taker portion, which still needs to receive those initial calls before transferring them over, calculated for the EMS portion is about $1.8 million. And then the fire portion for the actual dispatching, I can't recall the number off the top of my head. I believe it's around 2.5 million. So the net of those costs, yeah, the AMR revenue that's coming in for the next few years isn't enough to cover all of those costs.
Is insufficient, but your hope is in 4 years with a new contract that would potentially cover those costs.
Supervisor to the chair, that's correct. We would put that in the RFP.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, let's move into the first group then, public safety.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I'm
Morning.
Katrina Fernandez, Principal Analyst for the CEO Budget and Research Team. This morning and throughout this week's budget workshops, I'll be giving a brief overview of each functional group to provide budgetary context for each department relative to the county as a whole. This morning, we'll start with public safety. The public safety functional group is comprised of the district attorney, probation, public defender, sheriff, fire, and court special services. This functional group makes up roughly a third of the countywide operating expenditures and total county FTE and receives 53% of the county's total general fund contribution. The 5-year trend of operating revenue in GFC highlights changes in revenue over time and how ongoing operations are supported with general fund dollars. Here we see that GFC makes up between 40% and 70% of operating revenue for public safety departments, with the exception of fire, which receives the bulk of its funding from property taxes, state contracts, and mutual aid agreements. In fiscal year 23-24, fire started receiving approximately $2 million in GFC as a result of the Office of Emergency Management shifting from the CEO department to the fire department. The most noticeable change on this chart is the jump in sheriff GFC for fiscal year 25-26. The darker blue bar in the chart represents the $32 million in GFC for Northern Branch Jail operations. In prior years, that funding went to the General County Programs Department before being transferred to the sheriff. But now that the Northern Branch Jail funding plan is complete, it is going directly to the sheriff's budget. Here we see the 5-year trend of operating expenditures mirroring the operating revenue and GFC trends from the previous slide. The growth we see in sheriff for fiscal year 25-26 is primarily due to increases in jail medical costs, salaries and benefits, and internal services. DA, probation, and public defender show modest year-over-year growth in operating expenditures, while in courts there is a noticeable decrease in fiscal year 23-24 associated with shifting the indigent conflict defense contract from courts to the CEO's office. The increase we see in fire in fiscal year 23-24 is related to establishing the Regional Fire Communication Center and increased state contract expenditures. Trends in FTE over the past 5 years show relative stability in DA, probation, sheriff, and sheriff. We see slight growth in public defender FTE over the past 4 years related to the expansion of holistic defense efforts and various other initiatives. FTE growth remains flat or decreases for all departments in this functional group for fiscal year 25-26. Here we highlight major challenges and initiatives facing the public safety departments. Major challenges include growing jail medical costs, declining grant revenue and other sources of one-time funding, and operational costs associated with the implementation of Proposition 36. Current initiatives for this group include expanded or enhanced mental health diversion efforts, continued implementation of the Cal-AIM Justice Involved Initiative, the coordinated delivery of dispatch services, and the implementation or update of digital case and evidence management systems. Next, we'll provide a high-level summary of each department budget using a sand key diagram. These diagrams show how various funding sources support specific programs and activities within each department. The majority of district attorney revenue comes from GFC at $20.5 million, followed by intergovernmental revenue at $11.1 million, which includes Proposition 172 funds, which are state sales tax dollars allocated to counties for public safety, and AB 109 revenue, which is 2011 state realignment funding that is allocated by the Community Corrections Partnership, or CCP. Slightly more than $34 million, or about 90% of the department's funding, supports criminal prosecution activities. Most of probation's revenue is intergovernmental at $47.8 million, which includes $33 million of AB 109 funding. As the CCP funding administrator, the department passes most of its AB 109 funding on to other departments to perform public safety activities. The department also receives $34.5 million of GFC. These funding sources primarily support the department's adult services and juvenile facilities. Here we see that most of the public defender's revenue comes from GFC at $14.1 million, followed by intergovernmental revenue of $6.2 million, which includes Prop 172 and AB 109 revenues. Funding mainly supports adult legal services at $22.7 million. With the shift in GFC directly to sheriff to support MBJ operations, the sheriff's GFC now represents a third of total county allocations at $136.3 million. Intergovernmental revenue is the second largest source at just over $43 million and includes Prop 172 and AB 109 funding. Sheriff funding primarily supports custody operations at $108.2 million, followed closely by countywide law enforcement at $88.4 million, which includes North and South County Patrol Divisions and the Criminal Investigation Division. In the fire department, the majority of funding is generated through dedicated property taxes at $80.8 million and charges for services related to state contracts and mutual aid at $43.6 million. Funding largely supports emergency operations. The department also receives a relatively small GFC allocation of $2 million that supports emergency management services. Lastly, we have court special services, which is primarily funded with $7.6 million of GFC and $1.6 million in charges for services, which include fees earned on collections. Funding primarily supports the Enhanced Collections Unit, and alternative dispute resolution services. That concludes the Public Safety Functional Group summary.
Thank you. Feel free to holler if we have questions, otherwise we'll just keep moving. So then we'll move over to the district attorney.
Let me know when you're poised and ready, Nicole. Chair Capps, members of the board, it is my honor to get up and do the budget presentation for the district attorney's office. District attorney's office is more so than a functional group, a group of dedicated professionals, a group of people who are dedicated to keeping Santa Barbara safe and providing supportive services. With me today are Assistant District Attorney Kelly Duncan, Chief Financial and Administrative Officer Michael Soderman, Nicole Myung, our Business Manager. Also present are Christina Perkins, the Chief of the DA's Bureau of Investigations, Megan Reinschild, the head of the DA's Victim Witness Assistance Program, and Amber Frost, my administrative assistant, and Caressa Stevenson, one of our indispensable cost analysts. Before I begin the presentation, I want to frame a little bit about our budget and what our budget covers and what we are seeing. The DA's office provides essential public safety services. And what that includes and what we are seeing is that there is a dramatic increase in the complexity and severity of felony cases, along with a high level of open felony cases. The open felony caseloads in the DA's office have increased by 29% since 2019, before the pandemic. Our open serious and violent case loads have increased by 28% since 2019. Murder, attempted murder, and sexual assault cases filed has increased by 28% since 2020. Serious and violent cases referred to the DA's office have increased by 22% since 2020. Our murder and attempted murder cases filed are up 74% since 2020. And the open murder and attempted murder cases are up by 42% since 2019. So as I give the budget presentation, given that the largest division of my office is criminal prosecution, I just want everybody to have that in their mind. The district attorney's office provides these essential services on a budget of $37.5 million. Our general contribution is $20.5 million, which is a 55% general fund contribution budget load. Our budget areas include our administrative and support, IT, our fiscal and budgetary support, and as I mentioned earlier, criminal prosecution. That is our largest group and the largest source of funding. We are the primary prosecutors of all state law misdemeanors and felonies, cases involving everything from DUIs, rapes, murders, child abuse. Those are all the responsibility of the prosecutors in the DA's office. We handle cases from their inception, from the time a police report is submitted until appeals. And sometimes we are involved in hearings, sometimes decades after the local court case has closed. We are the voice of victims in criminal cases with a dedicated victim witness services division, a role which often continues well after conviction. On those cases that come back decades later, our victim advocates are assisting people who still care. We are the hub for the receipt and distribution of literally terabytes of criminal discovery. All criminal discovery comes through the DA's office to be processed and distributed to the defense attorneys who need it to do their jobs. The DA's office does in-depth analysis and provides legal opinions on officer-involved shootings involving unarmed individuals, and also we provide analysis on in-custody deaths. The DA's office appears in juvenile court to engage in adjudications of the often very serious offenses committed by juvenile offenders. The DA's Bureau of Investigation is a police force within the office that completes and bolsters investigations. In certain circumstances, conducts primary investigations, analyzes digital evidence and digital devices, and provides victim, witness, and employee security. Our Consumer and Environmental Protection Unit protects consumers from illegal and deceptive business practices and protects the people of the county from environmental harm. All of this done without general fund contribution. The breadth and depth of these services are all efficiently and effectively provided while being stretched to serve the 4 locations with active courthouses throughout the county. The budget contains $600,000 in capital projects. This includes weatherization and mitigation of water intrusion at the Santa Barbara office and necessary updates to the security at the juvenile court facility. The budget also contains $1.1 million of general county program transfers. This includes the $142,000 mentioned by the budget director to support victims in our community as the loss of federal fundings would have otherwise been felt by our victims. We have a net staffing decrease of 1.7 FTEs. That represents 2 attorneys. They were funded by ARPA to deal with the COVID-related backlog. That funding has ended. There is also the loss of 1 investigator in our bureau due to a decrease in funding from the Department of Social Services. We did add 1 additional full-time equivalent in our Consumer Protection Division, but that is non-general fund. The majority of the 1% increase in our operating budget is based upon salaries and benefits. There are a lot of accomplishments. I'm certainly, one thing we heard is every department had a lot of accomplishments, but that's because this county does great work. Among the accomplishments I would like to mention are we launched our case management system in December, and I would say without a doubt of prosecutors' offices utilizing that particular program, it was the most seamless and effective across the state. We are a state leader in combating skimming and pinning and electronic benefit transfer fraud. We continue to protect public safety and support victims by appearing at parole hearings for people who have been sentenced to life in prison. In 2024, prosecutors handling serious and violent felony crimes prosecuted 88 murder and attempted murder cases, 66 adult sexual assault cases, 130 child sexual assault cases, and 181 felony DUIs. We continue to vigorously investigate and prosecute financial crimes, including financial elder abuse, money laundering, forgery, burglary, and welfare fraud, including 1 case involving allegations of real estate fraud, elder abuse, and murder, all in the same unfortunate case. We continue to pay close attention and work diligently on human trafficking issues. Since 2017, we have contacted 229 potential victims of human trafficking and offered them services. Our Consumer and Environmental Protection Unit continues to keep our county safe from deceptive business practices such as deceptive and problematic automatic renewals, improper pesticide application, and even air pollution. The District Attorney's Neighborhood Restorative Justice Program is no longer solely in the Goleta Valley. We are now countywide. In 2023, 111 individuals enrolled in our Neighborhood Restorative Justice Program. In 2024, 328 individuals were enrolled. We continue to work with Mothers Against Driving and other sources due to the fact that we are seeing a dramatic increase in felony DUIs. Among our objectives for 24-25, we will continue to collaborate with other county partners to look for effective and safe off-ramps for individuals who are accused of crime other than the traditional criminal justice system, particularly those individuals who are suffering from serious mental illness. We will continue to utilize technology to be more efficient, effective, and transparent, including updating and making more useful and user-friendly our interactive external-facing data dashboard. We will devote additional efforts to combating the problem of human trafficking with the goal of intersecting with more survivors. We will continue to protect consumers and county personnel from environmental violations, including the improper disposal of hazardous waste, which puts not only the community, but those who work at the county at risk. In terms of our KPMG priority recommendations, we are continuing the process of making sure that we have accurate, usable, and improved statistics to help us improve management decision-making and provide accurate statistical analysis for internal and external review. Neighborhood Restorative Justice Plan is now countywide, as was our goal, and our case management system, and we are now in the process of working towards implementation of a digital evidence management system. These will represent huge shifts in operational efficiency and effectiveness. But as mentioned, there are a number of issues to watch. Costs are rising across the board. Available revenue sources, especially those from the federal government, are being depleted or reduced. The advent of body-worn cameras and the tremendous volume of digital evidence that they produce continue to stress our IT systems and create significant additional work for our attorneys and our personnel responsible for processing and distributing discovery. On performance measures, I want to note the dramatic increase we have seen, particularly since 22-23 in the collection of restitution. We felt there was a gap there in the needs of victims, and the district attorney has focused additional efforts on collecting additional restitution for our victims, a right to which they are entitled. Entering into the budget process, we had a deficit. That deficit was largely caused by increase in salary benefits, with IT service charges, work comp insurance rates, and decreases in state and federal funding also being drivers. I would like to thank the CEO's office and the budget director for allowing us to come here with a balanced budget and a zero service level reduction. In summary, the DA's office will continue to protect public safety by prosecuting those who violate the law, and we will also continue to work with our justice partners to explore opportunities to safely reduce recidivism while exploring technology and systems that allow us to be more efficient, effective, responsive, and transparent. And the district attorney's quote comes from the Rough Rider, Theodore Roosevelt. Justice consists not in being neutral between right and wrong, but finding out the right and upholding it wherever found against the wrong. Thank you, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you to our district attorney. Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Thank you, DA Severnach, for your presentation. It's not in here, but I was just curious about long-term capital needs in your department. You had a few capital items in there, but looking forward, what are you guys, in future budgets, what are the needs of your department?
In terms of the long-term need, something we are trying to lay the groundwork for, knowing that it is a long process. I believe we have a desperate need for a new facility, both in terms of efficiency, in terms of how bad our current facilities are for both the DA's office and the public defender's office at the Santa Maria Court Complex. The services there, the facilities there are woefully inadequate in terms of technology, in terms of space, basically just in terms of cleanliness and safety. So what I would like to, on the long term, start laying the groundwork to actually build a new facility for the county attorneys that work at the Santa Maria Court Complex.
So you said you're trying to lay the groundwork. I mean, how long, is that in the CIP yet? Have you guys got any traction with general services?
We've had great collaboration with general services. I think there's enthusiasm for the process. We are working on, right now I believe we're on the feasibility study side, and it obviously is a multi-year project, and obviously the current uncertainty of the current budgets, but if we wait for everything to be good, we will miss the cycle. I think it is certainly my hope that we do this. I think it would be wonderful both for the attorneys, both the DA's office and the public defenders, to have a useful, efficient, effective workplace in terms of just workplace efficiency, recruitment, and retention, but also I think it's a well-needed capital project in North County.
When do you expect to have that feasibility study complete?
Do we have any estimates? Michael Soderman, Chief Financial and Administrative Officer.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we're currently working with an architect to put together a plan for a new building. As a first step, we're hoping to accomplish that by the end of this fiscal year.
So by the end of this next fiscal year, you'll have some level of data that might be able to provide and share with the board on feasibility of such a facility?
Yeah, as the DA had mentioned, it is a iterative process, and so this initial contract we have with an architect firm is to really develop how much of a budget it would take to create an entire plan for the new building, and that's the first step in our process in engaging in the iterative process.
Thank you for that. Then I'm going to take a little shift. You mentioned the cases are up. This county's invested a lot in programs and diversion and other efforts towards recidivism. What's driving, with all the investments that we've made, what continues to drive these cases higher in their severity and complexity and everything goes along with that?
Well, in terms of the diversion and some of the off-ramps, the safe off-ramps, I remain committed to those programs. But what the cases I was referring to, murder, attempted murder, adult sexual assault, child sexual assault, generally are not in that list of cases. We are just seeing an increase. Part of the open caseload could be due to there is a lot more involved in a modern criminal case than there used to be, both for the attorneys at the DA's office, the public defender, any criminal defense attorney. we might in what we used to consider a relatively simple felony have up to 20 hours of video footage, all of which may be relevant to some aspect of the case. So our cases are bigger. There is more information. It used to be reading a report, interviewing some witnesses, but now it is oftentimes terabytes of digital evidence and hours, tens of hours, in a larger case, potentially hundreds of hours. Without doing an in-depth study, oftentimes there are economic factors which motivate crime. But I will say the ones what I focused on here are serious and violent crimes. And those are the ones that are up, that are causing the drivers, that take the most time, that have the most serious consequences to victims, the community, and the individuals accused.
Is there any geographic area in particular that you've seen more crime in the county, north, south, mid, when you look at that caseload?
Generally, and I would have to do an in-depth analysis, this is just historically, we have had more of the serious violent offenses in the North County, but certainly more of our population in the county is in North County.
Okay, thank you. Those are really helpful answers.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, first of all, you're to be commended for a number of things, for your commitment to greater efficiency through IT and greater transparency, and for keeping your budget within what the CEO asked. We really appreciate how hard the department heads have worked. And I'm particularly interested in diversion, and you're kind of the key in that, and what you've done in terms of restorative justice. So now it's gone for adult misdemeanors countywide. So I didn't see plans for next steps.
Well, some of that will depend on budget, and some of that was driven by the CCP. And there's also the same economic factors that we are facing here are also faced at CCP. It has and continues to be a goal to utilize the restorative framework to move it into felony diversion. The issue with that is, I think Santa Barbara County has always felt, and I agree with this, that it should be diversion that is no cost to the participant. And then developing a system, arranging the services and arranging the funding becomes problematic. But that will not cease to be a goal of mine. But as of now, we are trying to keep the wheels on what we have available, but I'm always receptive to new ideas.
And what about misdemeanor youth?
Misdemeanor youth, juvenile offenders. Probation actually does an excellent job in that arena. Unlike the adult arena where an individual that is cited or arrested for crime, those reports come to the district attorney's office, and then we decide. In the juvenile justice arena, those cases are first filtered through probation in cases that might not have serious harm, in lower level cases, in cases where some type of intervention would seem to be appropriate or effective. The probation department does a good job of actually doing informal on that. So those cases, a lot of the cases involved in that actually don't ever come to my office.
I see. Well, thank you very much.
Supervisor Lee.
Okay, thank you, Chair Capps. Great report, John. Can you touch upon how you work with the Superior Court systems and how about diversion and the cases that you see?
Well, the one thing about diversion, and particularly court diversion, whether or not it's granted is not a decision of my office. When I talk about expanding the restorative program into felonies, That would actually be a DA's plan. That's one that I continue to have as a long-term goal to find funding for. But when it comes to diversion that occurs in court, we have a judicial officer ultimately makes the decision. Certainly, the attorneys at the DA's office are oftentimes arguing, and our focus will always be public safety. But ultimately, those decisions are made by the court. In terms of a relationship, we go to court, we participate, we are upfront, and it is a system designed to have a neutral arbitrator ultimately deciding, and that is the Superior Court judge.
Well, I'll jump in here. I appreciate my two colleagues already asked about diversion, so I don't need to go there. I just wanted to talk to you about data. One of the first hearings I had, you came and made a very persuasive pitch for more money towards data, DEMS, process. I hear you. I can hear how important it is. What's really murky to me still is how, as we've moved forward with less silos within our criminal justice teams, how the data is working with each other. We have a request for the sheriff's office for upgrade in management systems. When we had our very challenging conversation about expanding the jail, just having a sense of who's in our system and your system talk to the other systems. I just don't yet have an understanding of the data and how it works together, and why you would have one that's separate from probation or separate from the sheriff, et cetera. So if you can elaborate, that would be helpful to me.
Well, in terms of data systems, particularly within criminal justice agencies, there are actually legal requirements that require us to have a separate and protected data system. But as far as communicating with each other, I will tell you we have made significant efforts in that, the bulk of which was to make sure we had accurate data. In the past, when you didn't even have systems available, what we realized is we didn't have readable or usable data. We now have a data report which we will present. We're waiting to get through budgets. I think our interactive data dashboard will basically have all our criminal justice data, and we're actually very excited working with our vendor as to how usable it will be. But I think we have done a better job of coming together and answering the questions. But as far as there being an ability to have one data system for all the criminal justice, for all the members of this functional group, I'm not sure legally or functionally that's possible, but we remain committed to making sure through the county data committee that we are sharing and making available all the data that is relevant for anybody's decision-making or reports.
So your system is not necessarily, again, I just want to make sure we're being as efficient as possible, both with the expenditures of these systems, but also with the shared knowledge of really who's in our system, individuals that are in our system, and how what's happening with them, how long each step it takes, et cetera. So I don't know if that's another conversation for a future board hearing, but I really don't understand it yet. When we are asked to make sort of upgrades and expansions of the data, and yet then we sometimes hear, well, we don't have the data. It's hard to be in this position to sort of continually appropriate money, and I trust that it's money well spent, but I just want to have a better understanding of what are we gleaning from that? How are we sharing? Could it be that with legalities, as health industries have gotten around to make sure that data is protected, but also shared between your primary physician and your surgical center, et cetera? But I just feel like we're not close to there. And again, I'm still reeling from a very challenging decision where we didn't really have a sense of who's in our jail. And that is bleeding over to my questions for you, because again, I understand the DEMS system. Maybe you can just take my comment and answer a little bit more about what the DEMS system has gleaned so far for you, and that might help me understand a bit more.
Well, now, the digital evidence management system is not yet implemented, but what that system will be a giant leap forward in efficiency. Because what the digital evidence management system is, it will automate criminal discovery coming to the DA's office. So instead of an individual, an actual human doing keystrokes, having to input a police report, body cam, dispatch log, all of those things will automatically populate into a folder, which will then automatically be delivered to the DA's office. I then can efficiently, without additional downloads or transferring it to another system, submit it to defense. So what the DEMS will then also do is we'll make all that discovery more accessible and readable and easier to access for the attorneys handling the case. So the DEMS is a system designed to greatly increase efficiency, whereas the statistical piece is a little bit outside of DEMS, other than I will be getting information more completely and quicker from law enforcement. Because across the board, the processes that are now manual or semi-manual will now be automatic and significantly more efficient. But in terms of one of the problems with statistics is we are now answering the questions with statistics in mind. We are now assessing and analyzing what people want to know, how they want to know it. The more statistics that become available, the more we look to see what we could have. And in the past, we never had systems available to tag that information. So in terms of statistics, our case management system is actually the step forward, because as we implement it, we have implemented it with more data points that we can retrieve. And as either the board, the police agencies, the public, the defense, anybody analyzing comes up with more data points they feel would be relevant, then we can include those as well. So one of the problems with the development has been actually normalizing the data, getting it into a readable fashion, making sure it's accurate, and then finding out how do we identify the things that people want to know. This is a function of moving forward. A lot of the issues in the past were derived of the fact that we had not had the focus on data that we currently do.
So, and you said that it hasn't been implemented yet. When will it be implemented, the DEMS system?
The DEMS system is currently in the pre-implementation phase.
Yeah, that's correct. Currently, we are in the implementation phase. We just began it. We've kicked off meetings with the vendor. Implementation is planned for the September timeframe of this year.
Okay. So again, I don't expect you to answer this right now because you don't work for all of the other departments, but what I am just confused, and I'm just making it very simple. Somebody comes, does something wrong, gets taken to jail, their information is put in somewhere, then, from then on, where does that information go to the other departments? Is that something that your folks start all over again, and then there's potential inefficiencies with that as well?
It's not that we start over, but if nothing gets referred, say it's an individual that somehow gets released,
Sure.
then I don't actually begin tracking
Right.
the individual circumstance until somebody makes a request for filing or a warrant or requests criminal charges. So who comes into the jail isn't necessarily something I track. If a request for charges come in and the individual is in jail, that I need to know because it impacts the timelines that affect my office. But then who is in jail at what time, that's a function of the sheriff's department.
But
That is-
if it gets, if the person gets referred to your team, is that file then transferred somehow? Or it's a new file now that it's,
We would be essentially operating under the same data as, say it was a sheriff's department case. So the same investigative reports, the same body cam footage, the
Sure.
same dispatch logs, but it's just digitally transferred. That file forever stays at the sheriff's department. We just have our version of it.
okay. My last question, thank you for helping me get a better sense of the systems, is if you have interaction with our fairly newly formed IT department, so if you're purchasing, when you purchase DEMS, which was if I remember, it was like $500,000 or something around then, are you getting the expertise of the county's IT department?
Yes. In fact, in the digital evidence management, in that it was software impacting multiple county departments, that we actually are working with IT. And for every major software purchase, then we do work with, and in fact, our county system, kind of requires you to work with. But I wouldn't consider it a requirement, because I have really good working relationship, respect, and get really great
Sure.
input from county IT.
That's reassuring. So I'll just end with a compliment. I pay attention to how we communicate, and your department, I can tell, has really upped the communication with press releases, with social media about things that are I learned from it. So I just want to thank you for that
Thank you.
effort. Thank you. Okay, we will move on then to, let's see. Probation. Chief Benton, when you're ready.
Thank you. Chair Caps and Supervisors, I'm Holly Benton, Chief Probation Officer, and with me this morning is my executive team, Chief Financial and Administrative Officer Damon Fletcher, and Deputy Chiefs Spencer Cross and Maria Story. This morning, we're pleased to share our proposed budget with you. I would like to take a moment to thank our fiscal professionals, particularly Vanessa Escobar and Ben Meza, who helped us prepare the budget this year for the second time without a fiscal manager in place. I'm sure most presentations this year will include themes of change, and probation is no different. Changes to mandates through legislation, state funding choices, and voter initiatives continue to impact everything from the length of time an individual may be under probation supervision to the specifics of how we write reports and manage treatment options. We have operated at between a 12 to 15% vacancy rate for the last few years while taking on additional responsibilities, such as a year of countywide reentry work coordination. We've also strengthened our partnerships on collaborative efforts, such as our Familiar Faces outreach team, development of treatment-mandated felony diversion under Prop 36, and our partnership with the Sheriff's Office on alternative sentencing supervision. Our juvenile institutions staff have been working mandatory overtime at our Juvenile Justice Center, or JJC, for 3 years now, as well as picking up voluntary overtime. Our field probation officers have also been working mandatory shifts at our JJC for the past year. Officers are covering vacant caseloads while keeping up with steadily increasing numbers of court reports, pretrial monitoring, and supervision demands. We continue to be flexible and prudent with our resources. Changes at the JJC are at the forefront of our budget discussions now and for the future. As your board knows, SB 823 realigned responsibility for in-custody youth ages 18 to 25 from the state to the counties, and those youth now serve their commitments in county juvenile detention centers. Our local program is known as PEAK, Perseverance, Equity, Accountability, and Knowledge. These youth are charged with serious and violent offenses and may remain in custody up to age 25. Some of these youth may have seen their cases handled in adult court in past years and would have gone to prison as a result, but systemic changes now result in those youth remaining in local juvenile court. We currently have about 24 youth in PEAK serving multi-year commitments, or about 45% of the total population in custody. Statewide county juvenile facilities were built to house youth for a period of a few weeks to a few months, not for years. So we're challenged with managing this population in a facility not built for their needs, providing a safe and secure environment for them, while juvenile regulations at the state level have failed to keep up with these challenges. A further challenge is that about 39% of the youth now housed in the JJC are age 18 or over. So this JJC is not really a juvenile short-term facility any longer. The department's proposed operating budget of $76.5 million is balanced with no restoration or expansion requests. $2.2 million of ongoing operations are supported with one-time funds, primarily due to AB 109 growth funds. And Probation will be bringing a presentation to your board in May on the public safety realignment budget to cover items in that budget in much more detail. 67% of our 332 full-time positions are sworn peace officers. From the outside, it can be tough, I think, to see the scope of services probation provides, and so some examples may help to paint the picture for your board. In a typical week at probation, our office professionals at reception greet folks who have just been released from jail or prison, or who have just walked over from court, and they are not having a great day. Our staff do their best to provide support and assistance with a smile. Our fiscal professionals are collecting restitution. Last year, they distributed over $500,000 in these payments to victims to help make them whole. In that same week, our officers may be holding a graduation ceremony for clients at our probation report and resource centers, celebrating a milestone for individuals who have not experienced much success in their lives. This may be the motivation to keep them going toward permanent change. Our officer assigned to the Whole Person Care Initiative may be helping one of the 340 walk-ins she assisted last year, whether or not they have an open case with probation. One of our youth at the JJC may be graduating from Ellen Hancock with his AA degree, and in a few months will go on to a 4-year university. Another of our youth, who was commercially sexually exploited, has begun treatment at a therapeutic program and has re-engaged positively with her parents in therapy for the first time in many years. Our pretrial compliance officers, who monitored over 1,800 clients last year, will be conducting risk-based checks in the community. Our JJC officers will be working 24/7 with our youth in secure detention, while our supervision officers will manage specialized caseloads of domestic violence and sex offenders, as well as veterans and treatment courts. And our officers will be in those courts, advising judges and making complex sentencing calculations. These are real examples taken from success stories over the past year. Probation does all this and much more within our core mission to protect and to serve our community. The department has increased staffing by 3 in the current year and is requesting 1 additional staff in the proposed budget. All of these positions are funded with state revenue to address the impacts of the increased workload at the JJC and CalAIM initiatives. And I spoke about these changes on a previous slide, and we'll give salary savings detail in just a moment. Many of our accomplishments this year centered around improved outcomes for our clients, systemic improvements, and service delivery. We have continued to reduce disparities and barriers for clients. Our staff have had training to enhance cultural awareness of local Indigenous families. We've enhanced services for LGBTQ youth and have initiated the Valuing Voices survey of clients and stakeholders to assess how we can improve. CalAIM readiness continues to be a top priority as we move toward our April 1st, 2026 go-live date, and that includes a pilot at our JJC, as well as collaboration with the CEO's office, Sheriff's Office, and County Health on third-party billing solutions and electronic records. The reach of this program includes not just pre-release services for youth in our JJC, but more thorough discharge plans for incarcerated adults. We continue to turn the lens on the work we and our justice partners do to ensure we are doing it as well as we can. This year, that has included a countywide diversion study, analysis of probation violations, and a closer analysis of our peak commitments. We also work in partnership with the judicial officers to provide more effective treatment and to develop new processes for initiatives like Proposition 36, which impact court operations. As we built our objectives for next year, we put an intentional emphasis on our core mission and mandates, and embracing shared criminal justice initiatives which reflect your board's priorities. To highlight just a few, we'll be continuing our efforts to examine systemic disparities by updating our relative rate index next year. This analysis highlights disparities at various decision points and provides some clarity on how we can systemically address them. Probation is building a revocations dashboard to more clearly see our long-term trends. And our JJC remodel will provide safety changes to our 2 oldest units and dramatically change the space in a third to allow us greater flexibility in how we house and work with our youth. We will be exploring additional options, such as step-downs for our peak youth to ensure a successful transition back into the community when their custody time is done. And we also intend to explore some of the technology solutions that are available to free up our officers from paperwork and allow them to do the human-centered work, which is really the core of our mission. But these options have to be approached with caution and careful planning. Among the highlighted objectives from the operational review are our continued cross-training across functions and divisions, and the development of our departmental mentoring program, which is coming next year. We're continuing to delve deeper into our workload data and are putting significant focus on workload balance and supervision practices. And we're also fortunate that in our field, we have stakeholder groups to guide some of our work. One of those is the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, which creates a countywide plan for youth and updates it once yearly. It is the roadmap for community prevention, intervention, and resource allocation. And a similar process, as you know, takes place with public safety realignment. The department is monitoring a number of fiscal issues. The state previously eliminated most probation fees, resulting in the loss of about $2.2 million in annual revenue. The department has received $650,000 in backfill, which will sunset in 2026. To balance the operating budget for the next fiscal year, we have increased budgeted salary savings from 7% to 10%, which is much closer to our 5-year average, and will significantly impact the savings at year end. This will require us to hold approximately 33 positions open at any given time to ensure we achieve those savings. The cost of utilities, liability insurance, and internal service departments such as ITD has increased for us by $1.5 million over the last few years, and the department did not receive additional revenues to offset these increases. And I've already mentioned the issues we face at our JJC, and like other departments, we see an increasing trend of unfunded mandates. The department has over 35 performance measures. Notably, the average daily population at the JJC has increased from 26 to 45 over the last few years. And this is being driven, at least in part, by the changes I already mentioned. As noted before, there are no service level reductions in this budget. Helen Keller said that optimism is the faith that leads to achievement. Without this, nothing can be done. Nothing can be done without hope and confidence. Our department has at times experienced this past year as one of unrelenting change and resource-related challenge and struggle. But what we know at our core in our business is that when we acknowledge the necessity of change, we can pursue achievement in ways we had never considered before. I have asked a great deal of my officers and staff this year, and extraordinary service has been consistently delivered. We continue to provide dedicated service to the community, to the courts, and in partnership with our stakeholders, placing your boards and the court's priorities at the forefront. I'm very proud of what our staff have accomplished, and I'm confident that our efforts improve the criminal justice system, make our community safer, and enhance outcome for our clients. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief Benton. Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Thank you, Chief Benton, for your presentation and your entire team for their work. Cal AIM, so can you remind me of what the implementation schedule is on that? When do we expect to go live with that?
Supervisor, through the chair, we have a readiness assessment that's due to the state in October 1st. We're well on track to have our readiness assessment done in time, and then from there, it is a process of filling whatever gaps remain after the readiness assessment, and we will be live on April 1st of next year.
April 1st of next year. So you'll get a 1 quarter in this fiscal year under Cal AIM?
I believe that there is already some billing being done, and we are looking for a third-party billing solution for the entire county, which is a county-wide process, in conjunction with county health, sheriff's office, and the CEO's office to make sure that that is a single solution that we're pursuing.
Is any revenues from CalAIM anticipated as part of this year's fiscal year's budget for your department?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so those revenues that we receive in 25, 26, those will just be excess revenues potentially at the end of the year? I mean, I know it's all kind of uncertain here, but just trying to understand how that will.
It is a little bit uncertain. I think the projections that have been done are future projections, and they are not actual projected revenues for this year.
And those are revenues to offset things that you guys, services that you're already providing generally, right?
That's correct. It's services that are being provided by other departments as well, including behavioral wellness, county health. Those billable activities, I think, will be performed by multiple departments.
And of those activities within probation, are those being funded by general fund or by other fund sources for your department?
I'm not sure we're able to parse that out that way at this moment in time. Most of the services, I think, that are going to be eligible for billing are services that are being performed by behavioral wellness.
Okay, so there's not a lot of expenses that are actually coming from your department.
Correct. As I understand it, they're going to be the case managers, and they're going to carry the majority of the billable work.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
Chief Benton, can you give a briefing on the comprehensive multi-agency juvenile justice plan, which is CMJJP?
Sure. Supervisor, through the chair, the short version of that is we have a group, the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, which is a statutory group which involves stakeholders from throughout the community. And every year that group convenes 6 times a year to talk about what is available for youth in the county, not just those who are in the juvenile justice system, but what is there in the prevention and intervention space. County schools and school districts are a part of that discussion as well as many of our community-based organizations. And it really is about creating a picture of what's available for services to youth and family in the community. It also helps guide the work and helps guide how we spend our funding in this county for youth in general.
I just want to say thank you and great work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I just wanted to ask, on alternative sentencing, can you describe a little bit more of the strategies and specifically how you're working with the sheriff on advancing those strategies?
Sure, Supervisor Capps. This has been a multi-year process now. I think we've had the program for coming up on 3 years. And as part of that, we've looked at ways that we can enhance the services that are being provided. And we've worked with the sheriff to expand the criteria under which those folks may be referred into the program. Some of the barriers that we were experiencing, we had folks that didn't have a working cell phone. We had folks that didn't have a stable address. Those are things that we're able to correct by getting them a cell phone, checking their address, helping them to find stable housing. And also, we've been having a lot of discussion about the criteria itself. It is the sheriff's program, so they control that criteria and the enrollment. But they've been working to make sure that the program is more available to those who are in the jail, providing applications, making the application process easier, and to do a little bit more outreach so folks are aware of the program and the benefits of potentially enrolling. So there has been quite a bit of progress on that, and we anticipate more progress in the coming year.
And I noticed just the uptick on juvenile, and I just wondered if you, I know you have your eye on it, if you could just speak to how you're doing that.
Yeah, we are seeing some concerning trends in the community, one of which is we're seeing more serious crimes committed with a firearm in the community. We are also aware of the need in the community for more programs in the prevention and intervention space in particular. There are some promising grants that are coming in the next year, which are available to community-based organizations, which is really where that work needs to be done, because it is in the space where probation is not. It's in the space to try and catch some of those behaviors and some of those issues before they actually come before the juvenile justice system. We do quite a bit of diversion. We have a partnership with CADA in this county where we do direct diversion into services that are very family focused to try to address some of the issues that may be driving those behaviors. But sometimes more is needed, and more is needed in the community in particular.
Okay, definitely concerning, but thank you.
Got one more
Oh, yeah,
question.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I asked the DA about general crime throughout the county that he's seen, and he mentioned that he thought crime was higher in the North County. Are you guys seeing the same thing with juvenile?
We do see slightly higher rates in the North County, but as the district attorney pointed out, that is where the majority of the population is. So we do expect that there's going to be slightly higher rates in the North County.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I suggest we take a short break. It's almost 11 o'clock, and thank you to probation. So let's come back at 11:10, 15 minutes. Thanks. So we're back. Thanks, everybody. We're back with our fourth department, Public Defender.
Good morning, Chair Capps, members of the board, Madam CEO. At a recent board hearing, Supervisor Lavanino made a comment that stuck with me and shaped my presentation today. He reminded us of this board's commitment to public safety and also pointed out that 23% of our discretionary general fund goes to this group. He also underscored a hard truth. Spending this much and still seeing the same individuals cycle through our jail points to a deeper system failure. I took that comment as a challenge, a call to action, for all of us to do better, to be more accountable, more effective, not just more efficient, and to make sure every public dollar invested is spent wisely and in pursuit of tangible results, especially now. We have economic uncertainty, soaring need, and the grim distinction of being home to the second highest poverty rate in the state. Our office receives the smallest share of the public safety budget, but that doesn't lessen the responsibility I feel standing here today and the gratitude for your support and the guidance that we receive from the CEO's office throughout the year. But I'm here to champion who we represent, what we fight for, and why it matters. Because every dollar we spend is a deliberate investment in the stronger advocacy, fairer outcomes, and the dignity of our clients. This year's budget focuses on familiar priorities: workload and staffing, with a special emphasis on technology. But at the heart, it's about our clients, now and always. Every line item has a single purpose: to defend people more effectively, with a goal to achieve better outcomes, leading to a safer community. It means meeting national workload standards so every client gets the time and advocacy they deserve. It means embracing AI and technology, one that requires new tools, reimagined workflows, and the technical capacity to keep pace. Today, even low-level misdemeanors come buried in hours of digital evidence, slowing justice to a crawl. AI can help us break the logjam, accelerate review, and deliver faster and just outcomes. And it also means never losing sight of who we serve. Behind this year's budget are real lives. Our clients are predominantly the working poor, the plumber living in his car, the single mom juggling 2 jobs and 2 kids, the college student whose future hinges on a single misstep over a single weekend. Too often, the public safety narrative is shaped by the headlines, but the data is unequivocal. The majority of people in our overall system face low-level, nonviolent misdemeanors. Many people sitting in our jail remain there not because they're dangerous or a flight risk, but because they can't afford bail. They're not serving time, they're passing time, waiting for their day in court in a system under pressure and chronically congested. Delays in litigation, not just shortages of treatment slots, are a major driver of prolonged pretrial detention. And when diversion lacks treatment capacity in the community, it is an uphill battle to secure an alternative to jail. When people suffer from substance abuse or mental health conditions, are ordered into treatment but wait months, not days, for access to treatment, they remain stuck in custody. And when people wait months in or out of custody for trial, closure for both clients, victims, and the community comes at a high human and financial cost. When the publicly available data suggests that crime is down, but our jail remains full, it reflects a system that isn't working as it should. And when the system isn't working, it shows up in people's lives like Martha in the opening slide. With her permission, she's allowed us to share her story, not because her story is rare, but it reveals what's at stake and what's possible when we get it right. Martha's a veteran, fell into the criminal justice system while in the throes of a severe mental health crisis. She was arrested for low-level misdemeanors, often found wandering the streets alone and disoriented. She needed medication, she needed care. She needed someone to see her, hear her, and fight for her. Our team worked with the VA, built a path to housing and recovery, and fought hard to secure her diversion. It took time and more time than it should have, because our staff carried too many cases and treatment options are limited, even for veterans. Today, Martha is stable, housed, employed, and hiking regularly with her twin sister. Their smiles say it all. I do want to take a moment to say that diversion is not a free pass. It's not the opposite of punishment or accountability. Martha earned it. It's structured, it's demanding, often harder than jail. Clients must meet the obligations, conditions, show progress, and stay engaged. Martha did that work. Martha is just one of thousands who have benefited from your investment in this department. Your one-time county investments strengthened our capacity and helped make Martha's success possible. With Box, our platform for digital case records, and a dedicated discovery clerk, evidence is processed faster, reducing delays. A data analyst allows us to move beyond anecdotes, laying the groundwork to track trends in charging, detention, and outcomes, so we can advocate with data that reflects our clients' realities and provide the transparency the community demands. There are no staffing increases this year, just reallocation of positions. Through grant funding, we will be able to dedicate 2 attorneys to handle the most complex mental health cases. The increases you see in our budget are driven by salaries and benefits. But we've accomplished so much, and that's what I would like to focus on. Our holistic advocates and legal support teams are razor-focused on where it matters most, adding critical assistance in our courtrooms, advancing our diversion efforts, and expanding our reach in the jail to reduce incarceration. Now, diversion gets a lot of attention, even from some of the questions here today, and it should. It's smart, humane, and often the best outcome for our clients. But while diversion drives much of the conversation, litigation remains the backbone of our work. Litigation is often our most powerful tool, not only to secure pretrial release, but to contest overcharging, push back on unlawful detention, and prevent unnecessary incarceration. Our attorneys are in court every single day, filing motions, arguing for release, challenging evidence, litigating complex issues, and trying the lion's share of criminal cases. These efforts lead to dismissals, just resolutions, and acquittals. But our work goes beyond the courtroom. And it's our belief that justice doesn't happen in silos. It happens through connection, trust, and shared responsibility. So community engagement remains a priority, as well as continuing to build strong collaborative partnerships. For example, this year, with the support of Probation, a holistic defense advocate will be joining our juvenile division to support our youth for the first time ever. Improvements to our case management system will begin to allow us to track the litigation outcomes, and our AI pilot program for discovery review, Justice Tech, has demonstrated immediate impact on our ability to better serve clients. Our goals will continue to focus on strengthening the quality of representation by supporting our teams. We're developing a centralized training hub and shared resource library to ensure staff has access to knowledge and tools that drive strong advocacy. A priority for us is to establish a mental health unit. This unit will bring targeted, coordinated, strategic defense to people in crisis. To meet the moment, and outlined in slides 12 through 14, we're embracing smart technology. We're developing a 5-year strategic plan to build our capacity to serve the community more effectively and doubling down on data. To move closer to meeting national workload standards, we are implementing case weighting and workload assessments and leveraging every AI tool we can to assist in case preparation. As we plan for the years ahead, we will continue to focus on the pressures we experience as indigent defenders. Workloads remain unsustainable, and the anticipated California workload study will more than likely be another call to action to funders like yourself to level the playing field. The fate of AB 690, which could reform indigent defense statewide, remains uncertain but significant. And at the same time, the AI revolution is here. We are not resisting it, we are embracing it, and we're preparing for it. That means upskilling our team to use AI ethically and effectively. It means investing in tools that truly enhance legal work. We also remain quite intentional in how we define and measure success. Data is no longer an afterthought. As you see, caseloads have gone down, IT and discovery pressures have gone up, and most importantly, we continue to use every tool in our toolbox to serve more clients, which includes housing placements and securing treatment. Thanks to the support of this board and the CEO's office, we're able to avoid service level reductions. But at the heart of this budget is a commitment to serve our community, our clients with skill, strategy, and care. Martha's story is proof of what's possible when the commitment is matched with right resources. Her recovery and second chance weren't the result of luck. They were the result of a team empowered to do work well by you. As the justice system grows more complex, we're adapting, using technology not as a shortcut, but as a support beam, not to replace people, but strengthen them. Thousands of lives in our community depend on how well we carry out our mission. This budget reflects this responsibility. And as we close, I leave you with a quote from Tim Riley. The goal of technology is to make life easier for people. The goal of justice is to protect people. When used wisely, technology can help justice do its job. That's the balance we're working to strike every day. Thank you for your continued support, partnership in building a smarter, stronger, and more just public defense system. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
Well, that sounds like a closing argument.
I am a trial lawyer, Your Honor.
I'm really intrigued by your embrace of AI. I haven't heard that very much from anybody else, and I really believe that it is a tremendous research enhancer. And so I just wonder if you would expand a little bit about how you're doing it. I got the feeling that IT is leading this, and they're moving with great deliberation because there are a lot of security risks, there are a lot of ethical issues. So could you tell me kind of how you fit into the IT and how you're kind of on the cutting edge here?
Yes, as a good defense lawyer, we are abiding by all policies issued by the county. We're doing it in a lot of different ways. First of all, AI has already come to us. The Santa Maria Police Department is using AI to draft police reports every single day. AI is here. Built within our own tools that we already have, there are AI augments, such as case management, Westlaw, legal research tools. We've been piloting a program called Justice Tech. It's a defense-oriented program which uses AI to do very similar things that we need to review body cams. So for example, when I'm reviewing a case, if there's 8 hours of body cam, I can go actually and search for certain words that my client may have said, and they will show me where it is. They can do the facial recognition and move me directly to where my client may be standing or sitting. So the tools are there. As far as the ability to do legal research, it's already built into our systems, and our vision is to really use AI and technology to reduce the redundancies, reduce the administrative tasks, to free up to do what we do best, which is argue and talk in court.
Excuse me, what Santa Maria is doing, what the police department there is doing?
So they purchased a program. This is up and down the nation. This is not new, but it's built into their system, and I believe they use Axon. And what they're able to do, and I would prefer if Mr. Savernack or Sheriff Brown wanted to address it from a law enforcement perspective, but what they're able to do is generate police reports or drafts of their police reports as the information that they review. I don't know if that
So are
makes
they
sense.
typing it in when they're out there and just have to do it once? They don't have to go back to the office and do a report?
That I don't want to speak for law enforcement,
Okay.
But what I do know is there's legislation in the state of California right now that is going to mandate that law enforcement who uses AI, because of the inherent risk of bias, poor algorithms built in, to declare on the police report that this was generated by AI. But again, I think that's a great question for Mr. Savanak or Bill when he comes up.
Yeah, well, I think it's exciting what you're doing because our 5-year projection suggests that we're not going to have a lot more money in the years coming. And so we've got to become more adept with new tools. So congratulations.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Thank you for the presentation. I think I saw the numbers there. You know, it's a little bit different story than we might have heard from the district attorney, although I think it's not, it is the same story. It's the issue around misdemeanors. You guys will be able to tackle that is what I'm hearing is, but you know, what I heard from the DA and what I'm seeing out there is the more extreme and felonies and more violent crime might be going up. So it's kind of a tale of two different demographics that are in our legal system. But I did want you to speak a little bit to the facilities issue that you guys have in the North County, and also then just the general caseload geographically, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. First of all, I want to thank John Savanak for really championing this capital project for our North County divisions. I share the same concerns he does, that we don't have offices that I believe would represent the professionalism that this board wants of our two organizations. I think it's imperative that that project does get priority. I don't want to get dramatic and talk about all the issues that we have in our particular facility, but I think it's time. It's old, it's decrepit, it's not functional. So we are joining in partnership with him to accomplish that. As far as caseloads, North County has always experienced more extreme crime. The filings are more, I would say, heavily felon in that direction. That is just that's a fact. There's no difference in my experience of being here in the last 8 years. I think the problem is sort of what Chair Capps hinted at, is that we really have to get at the actual data. Because if you look at the number of cases that we present in our data point, the number of cases, new filings, it is different, and it's different for a couple of reasons. One, because we don't include violations of probation in that, and two, we have to get at, is Mr. Savanak talking about cases that have just been referred, that are sitting on his desk that he's referring, that he may not ever file on? Is it that we may have had 1 or 2 more assaults or sexual assaults, and that, as you know, when you talk about data, can increase the number pretty significantly? I feel like we can do so much better with data, so this board and the community know what's really going on.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Public Defender Makuga. I just wanted to ask you about since I serve on the BWAL Commission, I wanted to thank you for serving on the PUF Governing Board, and just talk about potential collaborations with BWAL and your clients and sort of your vision.
Well, first of all, we've always been very collaborative with the Behavioral Department. They are centerpiece to our success in dealing with the population that the community and this board has shown great concern for. I do believe, and I say this in a way that I think it respects what Tony Navarro's department does and what my department does. We are the experts in criminal justice. BWAL is the expert in mental health. And I think it's been a long road to marry those together because it hasn't been traditional. I work closely with Tony and her team. We together are working to get more accurate data for this board and for the community as to what the true treatment capacity is available for our clients. So I think that is one of the most important things. I joked many years ago when I came here that I felt, and this is before Tony's time, I felt like you needed to have a secret handshake to get a bed, and because you didn't really know how many beds there were, or if they were available, or who could go into them. I think Director Navarro is working like full steam ahead to finally challenge that problem. But I will say, and I said it in my presentation, you know, we can talk all day long about our jail population, reducing the population by diversion, but if you don't have capacity, if you don't have slots, then those people sit in our jail waiting for those slots. That is the tragedy of that problem.
So maybe you can help just walk me through that a little bit more. If you have one of your clients that you think is suitable for BWAL services, how does it work to find out if there's capacity?
Well, there's a couple jumps you have to do. First of all, we have to go through the access line, so our clients need to be screened.
Yep.
When our clients get screened, the behavioral wellness screener recommends a treatment plan for that client. And so the starting point is that referral. It can happen quickly. It could take up to a week. After you get that treatment plan, then you have to get on a list to be able to get into a plan. So you have to get a bed. But you can't even get on that list unless a court orders it. So there's all this delay that's built in to this cake. And once you get on that list, and there's not many beds, Be Well and our department looks to try to get them into the first available bed. But I will tell you, women in our community get into beds 2 to 3 weeks early. They'll get into the bed sooner. Men are taking 2 to 3 months, sometimes 4 months to get into treatment beds. That's unacceptable.
And in the meantime, they're generally where?
They're in jail.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So, okay, so, and I appreciate you're such a champion of these diversion efforts, and I've learned a lot about the READY program, and you can tell I'm very fixated on data and what's lacking and what we could be doing more efficiently. So if it's possible, off the top of your head, to give me an example of how better data helps your work.
Oh, I think it helps in a lot of different ways. First of all, knowing who's in our jail is, I think, critical for not only the community, but for you, all of you, to make decisions. As you said, it seemed like everybody had a really heavy heart in that last hearing. And I really meant what I said about Steve's comments that day, because they really struck me. And I actually felt slightly like a failure because of it, because I thought, oh, wow, we're not.
That was not the intention.
And
by
I
the
know,
way.
I
All
know
right.
it wasn't. I know, but
Yeah.
I really took it to heart. And
Sure.
data is powerful. I mean, you know, for me, the biggest holder of data, in my opinion, is the sheriff. The sheriff knows who's in his jail. The sheriff knows how they're charged. The sheriff knows what their bail is set at. The sheriff has an understanding of their mental health conditions. You know, part of the reason I believe, and I'm not going to speak for Bill, but I believe one of the reasons why that case management system is so important to him is it's going to really robustly be able to generate some of the data that we're asking for or the community's asking for. So it starts with Sheriff Brown. John knows who he's filing against. John knows who's in that jail and who he's filed against. And that data gives us a better opportunity to stand before you and advocate. As far as my clients, you know, knowing their race, their gender, their mental health conditions, all make a difference in how we serve them. And I will say, and I don't know, I stepped out for a second, but I will say, you know, Probation's been a champion of sharing data. Probation has a vision, and I join in that vision, of the more data that we share across our systems, the more robust we can serve the community we've been entrusted with those 23+% of the budget.
Thank you. That's very compelling. I think the Familiar Faces program lies with you, or is it
It's
Probation?
a joint program with Probation, myself,
Okay.
and
I meant to ask how that's going, but
I would
I'll
tell
save
you, I
that for
think it's
later.
going well, but I
Okay.
would really turn to Maria Story or Chief Benton to address it, because Maria Story has single-handedly brought this program to the forefront and has anchored it. So kudos go to her.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just, on the performance measures, it was talking about handled new felony, misdemeanor, juvenile matters. This is on slide 16. But the target was like almost 13,000, and the actual was closer to 9,500. I'm just curious, when we're talking about caseloads and all that, what was driving that? I mean, that's
Well, it's the filings are down for us. I mean,
Okay.
so, yeah, and also what we did do, and this is why I'm going to keep pushing data, is we're not all speaking the same language still. So if John is putting in his caseload all the VOPs, the violations of probations, and the new felonies, and Makuga is putting in just the felonies because we are weighting them differently, then there's a disconnect. And so I feel it's incumbent on this board to give us more direction, or at least ask us to collaborate so we can speak the same language so you understand that. And Deepak, do you want to add anything to that since you generated the data?
Supervisor Lavino to the chair. I think
first year in terms of our overall caseload, that we provided the brand-new cases only in that number.
These are unique individuals.
Correct.
Okay.
Unique
Thanks.
cases.
Yeah, that's probably the first step, is everybody using the same denominator and numerator, so we know what we're talking about altogether. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes. I believe we gave direction at the discussion about the jail for greater collaboration to occur in data sharing. What more can we do from where we sit to make that happen?
Well, I will say this, that I believe, and I don't want to speak for Bill, John, or Holly, but I believe we are all in line and we are all moving, sort of rowing in the same direction on this. I believe you're going to see more robust data over this next year. And I think where we're needing direction is exactly what Steve Lavanino just mentioned, which is that we need to sort of speak the same language. It's not just, the collaboration's there, the data's there, we can get at the data, but let's speak the same language and define things the same. So when I get up and say crime is down because I'm looking at publicly referred records, and then law enforcement saying, well, we're seeing something different, how do you analyze that in a way that you can make a healthy decision?
So if we have the collaboration, how do we get the numerator and denominator consistent?
Well, I'm pretty confident that with the leadership of Chief Benton, she will be able to get the partners together. Since the holders of the biggest data is, and defining it in a way that makes sense, I think does go with Chief Benton, Sheriff Brown, and John Shavernack, and then I'm happy to use the same definitions.
I think I speak for everyone on this board that this is a high priority and it's something we maybe in 6 months could get another report on.
Supervisor through the chair, yes, there's a data committee of the criminal justice departments, and Chief Heitman was voluntold to chair the committee, so I think they're continuing to work on it, but we can come back with a status report in 6 months. I'm looking at Chief Benton. She's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, we can come back in 6 months.
Yeah, I know it takes a long time to put the systems in place and to get things squared away, but this has been so ongoing, and now we've had a major decision we had to make. I don't think any of us felt very confident about the data that was presented to us, and so I hope we can make a big leap forward.
I think we can. The only thing I do want to add is I think one of the smart investments this board made is when you invested in John Shavernack's case management system. His system is the same system for the prosecutor that we have, which means the long-term connectivity and the ability to speak to each other really matters. So, and then with the DEMS, there's more connection. There's a lot of good things you've done that are leading us in the path that we're heading right now. And so thank you again from the public defender's perspective for doing so.
Well, that's reassuring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. And now we will move to the sheriff.
Well, good morning, Chair Capps and members of the board. Before I begin the presentation, I want to thank publicly, first of all, some of my staff who've been particularly involved in the preparation of the budget. First and foremost, our Chief Financial Officer, Hope Vasquez, Under Sheriff Craig Bonner, who will also be presenting along with Hope today, and many other staff members who have been involved in preparing today's presentation and in the development of our recommended budget, which is never an easy process. So as we begin our budget presentation, I would ask you to try to think of the Sheriff's Office not as a single monolithic department, but rather as a combination of what are really 7 different departments rolled up into one. Departments that include a law enforcement agency, a corrections agency, a coroner's agency, a court protection service, a civil process service, search and rescue organization, and a group of specialized law enforcement services that are provided not only to the county end of law enforcement, but also to all of our allied agencies in our county as well. Many of those on a collateral basis. All of this is done on a 24/7 by 365 day a year basis, and it results in the fact that really there is no other county organization that has the breadth or the depth of service as does the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office. As far as challenges in fiscal year 24 and 25, we have had some issues that we've continued to struggle with. First is the long-standing structural staffing deficit that we've had that has resulted in a continuous use of overtime to maintain our operations at minimum levels. Retention challenges that have been a nationwide phenomenon that we have not escaped, challenges that have continued to some degree despite significant gains in recruitment that included your board's help in providing hiring incentives, and I'm pleased to say that we have done a great job in terms of recruitment and are very optimistic about the coming year. We are struggling, as I've told you many times, with an ongoing opioid and other illicit drug problem in our county, an addiction crisis that has resulted in far too many deaths that have occurred amongst our population, amongst our constituents. But I'm pleased to say that we've had some significant positive achievements that we'll talk about a little bit later in this presentation, and that I hope to go into great detail with you and with the public in a board presentation coming up in the near future. We struggle still with an archaic and inefficient main jail and the related challenges that it presents to us with respect to the Murray settlement compliance. We have an increasing jail population and limited diversion alternatives, as you've just discussed with Tracy McCouga. I just wanted to update you just to give you an idea that we are still struggling with this. Friday, we had 814 inmates in our jail. Last night, we had 823 in our jail. This morning, that was whittled down to 812. But it's significant in that of those 812, only 49 of those are for misdemeanor charges or sentences. We're struggling, like everybody else is, with increasing costs, be they personnel costs or the cost of supplies and services. And also, we are facing federal and state funding uncertainties that we'll talk a little bit more about as well. As far as key takeaways from our current budget, in the CEO's presentation, you heard about the increases in inmate medical contract and pharmaceuticals at $8.8 million, and the increased salary and benefit costs, $5.1 million. And those are ongoing challenges that we are going to have to deal with. And at this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to our Chief Financial Officer, Hope Vasquez, and I'll return to you at the end of the presentation to wrap it up.
Good morning. This is a budget summary, which the figures do not reflect the one-time increases that I will make note of later in a later slide. But it does notate that the general fund has increased significantly, which is also offset by a decrease in our general county program fund transfers due to the North Branch jail change. And it shows a reduction of 6.5 FTEs from 766 last year, and that number has also changed and will be reflected in a later slide. The Sheriff's Department is broken into 4 different budget areas, the largest being custody, followed by countywide law enforcement, which includes parole and investigative along with others. Court security and administration, which also includes our human resources, dispatch, finance, and training bureau. Capital projects for this year include grant purchases as well as year 3 of our Laser 10 deployment and miscellaneous equipment purchases for operational uses. On this slide, these are the 3 items that are highlighted with a star that were added prior, at the last minute, kind of. They are for the general county program transfer, which includes 3 recommended one-time funding. One is for the in-car video replacement, which will be funded by general county programs fund balance that the budget director said was set aside in prior years. The JMS upgrade, which is funded by the set aside for the DRC compliance, and the co-response deputy, which is being funded by an emerging issues set aside. The staffing summary reflects the 759.5. That number will be 760 to include the 0.5 for the one-time funding for the co-response deputy. The major changes reflect changes due to the opening of the Regional Fire Dispatch Center, which the loss of 9 dispatchers and the addition of 5 call takers. Our operating budget has increased by $17.2 million due to last year. The primary drivers have been noted many times, which is the inmate medical and pharmaceutical contract, as well as increased salary and benefits due to contract increases and DSA side letters. At this point, I will transfer this over to Under Sheriff Craig Bonner.
Good morning. Within the next couple slides, we're going to share a number of projects and initiatives that we believe have allowed the Sheriff's Office to better serve and protect our communities, as well as to better provide for the safety and security of individuals incarcerated. You want me to start over? Better provide for the safety and security of individuals incarcerated within our jail facilities. A number of these projects are consistent with the broader county goals and the goals of your board. The first is that with the assistance of your board and collaboration with other county partners in the use of opioid settlement funds and in partnership with WellPath, our jail healthcare provider, we have greatly expanded, more than tripled, the availability of medication-assisted treatment, MAT, within our jail facilities, effectively ending the long-standing wait list for MAT. At present, there are more than 200 of our inmates who are receiving medication-assisted treatment, which is not only making their stay within our custody facility more humane, but is hopefully preparing them for successful reentry into our communities. Our Sheriff's Office team worked closely with the Department of Homeland Security to secure over $500,000 in funding for the purchase of a modern patrol boat that will serve our county for many years to come. Through careful planning and budgeting with our county fire partners and the CEO's office, we were able to complete a major overhaul of Copter 3, which will allow this aircraft to continue serving our county for another 6 to 8 years, with mostly routine maintenance. In partnership with other county departments, community-based organizations, and the Project Opioid Collaborative, the Sheriff's Office has worked to lessen the impact of fentanyl and other illicit drugs within our local communities. This has taken the form of balanced efforts to educate the community, expand harm reduction, including the availability of Narcan at our stations, while simultaneously enhancing efforts to investigate and mitigate the availability of dangerous drugs within our community. To that end, we temporarily reassigned personnel from other Sheriff's Office units to stand up a smaller but second narcotics team, allowing a greater focus on countywide investigation and enforcement efforts. Collectively, our teams removed more than 1.2 million potentially lethal doses of fentanyl from our Santa Barbara County neighborhoods. Finally, for this slide, the collaborative, multi-pronged, and balanced efforts, we have made a significant difference in the number of overdose deaths that occurred in 2024, cutting the number down to 145 from its all-time high of 175 in 2023. Next slide. Some additional accomplishments with respect to the county's efforts toward coordinated community service delivery. Our Civil Bureau and Systems and Technology Bureau implemented the Telesoft online civil process portal, which allows customers to directly seek services from our Civil Bureau. With respects to the improvements to the criminal justice system, through the expansion of medication-assisted treatment program and the expansion of our behavioral health units within our custody facilities. In addition, our custody team is working to roll out the Guardian RFID program, which will better enable us to track and document compliance with the Murray Structured Settlement. With respect to financial and organizational excellence, we have developed a Sheriff's Office-specific mentorship program in conjunction with participating in the county's overarching interdepartmental mentorship program. Specific to facilities infrastructure improvements, we have updated the county's primary PSAP at the Sheriff's Dispatch Center, as well as our main jail security system. We have also, in conjunction with the County General Services, conducted an update of the Santa Maria Sheriff's Station to help it move forward into the future. All right, within this slide, we have identified a few of our key goals and objectives for this next fiscal year, which again, are generally associated with broader county goals. As for coordinated community service delivery, we are working with our county partners to identify and pursue ongoing funding to maintain the incredibly valuable co-response teams that pair a Be Well clinician with specially trained deputies to better serve and respond to calls for service involving individuals experiencing crisis. And when possible, to support and prevent individuals from experiencing crisis in the first place. With respect to improvements to the criminal justice system, with close coordination with General Services partners, we expect completion of the remodel of the Inmate Reception Center, again, toward structured settlement compliance. Our Systems and Technology and Records Bureau teams are on the verge of completing the update and rollout of our records management system to enhance the efficiency and compliance with state and federal crime reporting requirements. And through close coordination with the CEO's office, your board, and General Services, we are very hopeful that we will finally be able to relocate our Special Investigation Bureau to a more appropriate and safe facility. This slide and the next slide outlines our completion of key KPMG recommendations. We continue to monitor these areas and are always looking to refine our internal reporting and analysis to provide our management team with the information that it needs to evaluate our performance and adjust our policies, procedures, and operations. With respect to demand-based scheduling, for patrol services, we utilize a critical minimum staffing model that carefully balances the complexities of calls for service, geography, crime rates, and public and officer safety. Through reports that are automatically generated and distributed by our data unit, we ensure critical minimum staffing protocols are aligned with our expected calls for service, and again, in conjunction with all of those other nuances that our agency has to work through. For our custody facilities, we continue to implement the rolling housing reduction plan, which has allowed us to temporarily keep certain units within the jail facility unoccupied when they are not needed to properly and safely house our jail population, while carefully balancing the complexities of maintaining that safe and secure jail facilities. Our custody team does increase and lower our staffing levels based upon anticipated activity levels in the facility. With respect to call diversion, our dispatch center handles over 2,500 law enforcement calls for service per week, totaling over 125,000 in 2024. Our dispatchers were able to resolve approximately 35% of those calls without assigning a patrol deputy to handle the call. With respect to jail utilization, we continue to work with our county partners as part of the Criminal Justice Planning Group, the Criminal Justice Data Sharing Committee, and the Community Corrections Partnership, all of which are working to better understand who is in our jail, why they are in our jail, and whether there are more appropriate alternatives available to simultaneously ensure both the safety and security of our communities and which connect otherwise incarcerated persons with housing and services that can enhance their ability to successfully reenter the community. With respect to data management and overtime monitoring, our data unit has developed a wide range of automated reports that are generated and pushed to our management team, allowing us to constantly monitor a variety of metrics, including crime rates, calls for service, jail population statistics, HR trends, and overtime rates, all of which enable us to recognize and investigate any unexpected surges in overtime usage. On this slide, we have a few areas of concern relating to our future fiscal state. The first is the need for ongoing dedicated project management resources to ensure that we meet our future CalAIM responsibilities, as well as the potential for disruption of CalAIM funding due to federal and state budgetary actions. The second is the significant costs associated with building and operating the restructured countywide jail system, with the movement of beds from the main jail facility to an enhanced Northern Branch Jail facility. The third is the need to locate and secure ongoing sustainable funding for our incredibly valuable co-response teams, as mentioned earlier. Next is the potential loss of federal grant funding related to various federal initiatives that are occurring right now and are ever evolving. The fifth is annual increases to our services and supplies and intra-departmental costs that do not keep pace with anticipated future budgets. And finally, our population increases within our communities that are not kept in parallel with funding to enhance sheriff services within those growing communities. Within this chart, we have our performance measures. All of these are aspirational. We truly want to achieve these goals and are working to make incremental progress toward these goals, but likely will not realistically be able to fully achieve them without additional resources. Fortunately, with the CEO's assistance, we are not projecting any service level reductions because the CEO is recommending additional GFC to cover those growing expenses as outlined within this slide and previously mentioned by the CEO's office and by CFO Vasquez. So we recognize that this year's budget is, for all intents and purposes, a status quo budget with little or no room for ongoing expansions. Our intent in including the next couple slides of expansion requests is being done to keep these organizational and community needs on your board's long-term radar. I'll quickly run through each one, and we also have members of our custody, law enforcement, and support branches here and available to answer any questions your board may have. The first is for a properly funded fentanyl-focused narcotics enforcement team. Again, this past year, we reassigned personnel from other sheriff's office units to stand up a narcotics team, allowing for that greater focus. And again, the 1.2 million potentially lethal doses of fentanyl that were taken off the street, along with significant quantities of methamphetamine. Ultimately, we are seeking to properly sustain this important initiative without the impacts that our temporary program has to the other sheriff's office units and services to our communities. The second is to sustain our participation in the Flock automated license plate reader system. For the past year and a half, we've been able to participate as a result of our participation within a one-year study conducted by the Police Foundation and the use of one-time funding from asset forfeiture. So what we're looking for here is to continue this program sustainably. It's a incredibly valuable investigative tool that is used by our investigators on a daily basis. It enhances our ability to successfully resolve criminal investigations and to locate missing persons. In the short time that we have had the system, it has been used to help resolve at least 15 significant cases, including an at-risk missing individual, a burglary perpetrated by a South American theft group, and a homicide investigation. With respect to the data center hardware, the uninterrupted power supply, batteries, and the body-worn cameras, we are seeking funding to transform these items from being an as-needed emergency funding request to the CEO's office and/or your board, and to turn them into properly budgeted and sustainably funded programs of critical infrastructure. With respect to the patrol relief factor, we are seeking to make progress and begin rebuilding the funded patrol staffing levels to properly and sustainably staff this critical public safety function without the need for the use of unsustainable overtime that is currently used to overcome the structural staffing deficit. Similarly, with respect to the custody relief factor, we are seeking to make progress in building our funded custody staffing levels to properly staff this critical function without the need for unsustainable overtime. As has been documented within repeat staffing studies, our current budget staffing does not provide for the necessary relief factor, which requires the use of overtime. And as was recently presented to your board, the proposed jail system population reallocation plan does include the implementation of an appropriate relief factor. However, we hope that progress can be made between now and then toward ensuring a sustainable relief factor is implemented in the current state of our jail facilities. The Andy Rapid DNA tool has been an incredible asset to our county, allowing for the quick identification of deceased individuals and allows notification to and release of decedents to their families in a timely fashion, utilizing DNA results that are available in hours as opposed to weeks or months. The most notable use of this tool was during the Conception boat dive disaster, but is also used on a more day-to-day basis within our coroner's investigation, where rapid identification allows us to better serve the families of our deceased. To date, this valuable tool was paid for through the state DNA funding, but that ongoing funding is no longer able to sustain this and other existing DNA-related programs. We have been searching for a sustainable source of funding, but have not been able to locate any. The LEFTA and meter software has greatly assisted our training bureau and our field and custody training officers in our effort to properly document the initial training of our 60-plus deputies per year that we are trying to get through the training program. To date, this software has been paid for with one-time funding, but now needs a sustainable funding source to prevent its loss and the resulting training inefficiencies. Again, our team is here to answer any questions you may have about these requests or any other portion of our presentation. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Sheriff Brown.
Thank you, Under Sheriff Bonner. Before we wrap up, just two things that have come to the forefront since this budget presentation was prepared, and I just wanted to put on your radar. The first are new federal requirements for grant funding that were released last week. And I'm sorry to say that these requirements require more interaction and communication with Customs and Border Protection and with ICE than is presently permitted by state law in California. And therefore, we are going to be unable to meet those requirements. And As a result of that, a number of federal programs that we currently get are in jeopardy right now. One of those is SCAP, another is Burn JAG, another is the Shishka Iwasi, the Homeland Security grants, and our Stone Garden grants as well, all of which vary in terms of how much we get per year. Last year, operationally, I believe we had about $500,000 from those grants. We also, as mentioned, the year before that, we were approved for the purchase of the patrol boat, which in and of itself was a $500,000 purchase. The second item that I want to just put on your radar is continuing strain on our inmate welfare program, which has come about as a result of some changes in federal law that have limited the amount of commission funding that we can get from our inmate telephone call system. Historically, I'll remind you and the public that these funds are used to provide for the welfare of our inmates, in particular with our programming, our educational programs and our drug addiction programs and what have you. The changes by the FCC to the commission rates have had an impact, some of which has been mitigated, fortunately, by an increase in use of inmate tablets, which will offset that to some degree. But we've also seen this fund going down steadily in the last few years and will likely continue to do that. And again, a reminder that these funds pay for our education, our STP counselors, all the folks who are working so hard with our inmate population to better prepare them for their return to the community. So with that, again, I want to thank my staff for the great work that they did on putting this presentation together. And I want to draw your attention to our closing quote, which is from William Shakespeare this time, from his play Measure for Measure, which says, "Virtue is bold and goodness never fearful," meaning that acting with virtue, with goodness, and with bravery is not something to be afraid of, but rather a bold and courageous choice. And it stands for doing what is right, even when it is difficult. It is a testament to one's character, and I think to the character of all the men and women of the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office and what they do every day. It is a call to act with integrity and with justice, something that I am so proud that those men and women do so every single day as they carry on the tradition of keeping the peace since 1850. And so with that, that'll conclude our budget presentation, and as said, I am available along with my staff for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Sheriff. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Sheriff, you started off with, I think, statistic. I just wanted to make sure I heard it correctly. You said 49 of the inmates are for misdemeanors? Is that what?
49 misdemeanors out of, what was it, 812.
812, okay. I just want to make sure I understood that correctly. The rest of those would be on felony charges?
Felonies, correct. Well, there might be one or two that are unclassified as yet, but for the most part, all felonies.
Okay, I just thought that was a big number. Couple questions from just the presentation. I see we're down 6.5 FTEs. A lot of that has to do with dispatch. I saw the one reduction in the community resource deputy in Carpinteria. Was that something that was previously funded through Carpinteria that's no longer, that they've chosen no longer to have that?
Yes, City of Carpinteria had contracted for that position and had changed their mind early in the fiscal year.
So there's been a reduction in revenues, or?
A reduction in revenue and a reduction
that?
offset by the expense.
Okay, all right. And then moving to slide 6, there is a list of the general county program transfers. Some of those are starred with recommendation of one-time funds. Those that are not starred, can I assume that those are ongoing transfers?
The cannabis, the workers' comp, and the disability rights are ongoing. The ones that were previously funded by ARPA, that's a new one for this year, as well as the digital evidence discovery.
So I saw that, especially with the co-response that was formerly funded by ARPA. There's no star there. So is that not one-time funding that's going to be covering that? What's covering that?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is one-time funding. That was part of the swap that was done previously. So it was ARPA funding that kind of reimbursed the general fund for other eligible expenses. And the ARPA funding that was going towards co-response was reduced down and then swapped for what is now this one-time general fund dollars. But this is just over the next fiscal year. There is no, as of yet, permanent funding for the 3 co-response teams that are funded through various grants and one-time funds. So,
Okay, the slide's a little confusing, not differentiating. When I see one-time funding on some of these and I'm not seeing on the others, there's confusion on whether there's going to have to be future funding to cover those programs or not.
yeah, let me clarify that real quick. The 3 that are starred because we wanted to call out that they are not loaded into their preliminary budget yet because of a kind of late recommendation coming from us as we got into the workshop finalization materials. We had locked budget numbers already, but those are the 3 one-time recommended that we have added this year. These other ones are coming from various sources in 990 as well, and for the most part are also one-time funding sources.
Okay, I think that's the clarification I was hoping to understand a little bit, just because you identified some as one-time, but they're generally all.
Yeah, basically anything coming from general county program transfers can be treated as one time. The cannabis one is a little different because that's, we've discussed cannabis, but it's an ongoing revenue source. It goes to 990 and then transfers out to the department. So it shows up here, but it's a little different.
Right. My next question, I guess, is on slide 9 about the patrol boat. Sheriff, you talked about 7 departments. I guess you added an 8th. You got your own Coast Guard now. How's that going to be managed and staffed? Because we do have these staffing issues throughout the department. It's great to have an asset, but I'd much rather have a deputy rolling around Orchid instead of patrolling the coast of Santa Barbara County. So,
Well, this was supposed to have been funded ongoing through the Stone Garden federal grant,
Okay.
Which would pay for overtime for us to allow deputies to operate that patrol boat. And so that, if indeed things shake out to where there are no more Stone Garden funds, that's going to be a problem for us in doing anything with it.
okay, and help me with that. We pick up these grants for these one-time funding for overtime, but meanwhile we have this issue with staffing and overtime, right? So, that we need additional relief factor, but we're creating overtime by picking up some of these additional programs. Can you help me understand that strategy?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, you're right that we do pick up additional overtime. However, we do get compensated for that. If your question is, does that have an ongoing impact in terms of our staffing? To a degree that does happen, but this was a fairly limited program with fairly limited operational hours. Just to be proactive, and it would be reactive in the case of, if we had intel or we knew that there were smuggling operations that were offshore to assist in terms of trying to intercept people and or drugs that were being smuggled into the county. That's what we would use it for. But it's really a fairly limited program. It's not anywhere near a full-time or even a half-time program. It's a limited program.
Okay. And I meant it more in general. I wasn't trying to pick on this program specifically, but
Right.
just add it as we have more of these types of programs that.
But you're right, it does. Without having a proper relief factor in our staffing, it does present those challenges ongoing.
As far as our narcotics enforcement teams, have we had any luck on trying to pull any other jurisdictions into kind of enhancing our teams with other cities? A lot of these issues are in the urban areas. A lot of our cities are doing this. Have we done anything? I know in the past, we kind of had those funds to do something countywide, but now it seems like we're a lot more siloed. And I would imagine that we'd get a lot further if we had something that was more multi-jurisdictional, so that we could take the dollars that we're spending on narcotics and, they all end up going through the DA's department. So it seems to me that we could get more bang for our buck working with our partners. Any luck there?
Short answer to that is no. We have had and continue to have ongoing discussions with the other agencies. They have been struggling, in some cases, struggling much more, with a much bigger problem than we have had proportionate to their staffing numbers, with their ability to provide what historically, at least, was a full-time release person to go into a multi-agency drug team that we used to have, SaberNet, as you were familiar with. But I would like to say that the right size, if you will, our belief is that we need to have, we should have alone, the sheriff's office, 2 teams for North and South County. Our county is, we have jurisdiction countywide. The drugs are countywide. They do weave in and out of those other jurisdictions, but typically they're in our area as well. And so to really right size, we need to have the 2 teams, and then perhaps have a discussion about a multi-agency team that could be focused more on majors rather than street sales, as SaberNet was. The idea behind SaberNet was to try to intercept the drugs many times outside of our county but knowing that they were inbound coming into our county. And we haven't been able to do that without that team. That would be something in the future that would be of interest. I think there's 1 or 2 of the other agencies that may be in a better position now or soon to be able to do something like that, but it's also a challenge because we're looking at cuts likely coming in the federal budget as well with their resources, and one of the key allies in this fight against these drugs is the Drug Enforcement Administration, who we've worked quite closely with. But they are understaffed also, and the limited amount of people that they have might preclude, again, having somebody that could be assigned to work on a team like that.
Okay, thank you. I think my next question might be just for budget staff. It's the slide 16, just acknowledging that the $5.7 million of ongoing general fund represents 80% of what we're doing countywide this year is in the Sheriff's Department. So I appreciate budget staff for making that significant investment in the Sheriff's Department. But the number on there, the $5.6 million North Branch Jail funding plan true-up, I mean, what are we getting for that? I mean, I know it's truing up, what we promised that we would eventually have to the North Branch Jail. What does that extra $5.6 million give? And maybe the sheriff can help me with this. What does that give you as far as, are you guys able to hire more? I mean, that's $5.6 million more in your budget than was in the past. Or was it one-time funds that are being placed with, help me.
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So the way the funding plan's been working has been the slow incremental buildup of that ongoing general fund dollars that until this upcoming year has been going into general county programs and then transferred out to the Sheriff's Department. Because that funding was built up over so many years, it built quite a fund balance, and it was always anticipated that by the time the Northern Branch Jail went live, the ongoing amount we had set aside wasn't yet going to be what their ongoing costs were to run that. And so it was going to use that built-up fund balance to help bridge that gap over the years until the funding plan caught up. Costs have been increasing. The costs were projected back in 2010, 11, 12 when the funding plan was set up, how much it would cost to operate. The actual cost to operate were quite a bit higher and have been going up higher, and that's driven by pensions and salaries, driven by jail medical costs as well. And so we're at the point where we were still, going into next fiscal year, about $5.6 million less in the ongoing revenue we had set aside so far and what their ongoing operational costs were, and the fund balance was almost gone. And so there was just no more flex left to continue floating that anymore. And as we look towards the future jail funding plan as well and starting something up for that, we said this is the time now to close this out. So it doesn't get you anything new. It gets the ongoing funding up to what they need with who they're operating the jail with right now.
So functionally, we were using reserves previously.
Yes, that was
to
funding
top it
that
up,
gap.
And now it's going to be used with ongoing general fund.
Yes.
Okay, that actually helps. I wasn't quite sure where that was going. And I understand, and that also, the jail medical is on top of that, and that's the $8.8 million. Okay, so I think those are my questions for now. Actually, my only just one other statement is, I know flock is something that has, been really impactful, especially up in the North County in rural crime, and I see it's only $75,000. I hope that, in a $224 million budget, you guys can find the funds to make that ongoing and that we don't drop that program completely. I know it's led to a lot of successful recoveries of North County property, especially in one of our agricultural operations. And I know some of our farmers have actually invested in flock cameras as well that are part of the network. So again, I hope you can find it somewhere in there to continue that program for next year.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to focus on the narcotics teams as well, too. So what is a team? How many is a team?
So right now, what we did, previously we had one team left. If you remember, I've talked about this before, back when I first became sheriff, we had 2 teams of 5 persons each that were in the North and the South County. During the Great Recession, we lost one of those teams and we retained 5 people. So I've tried to get, over the years, that second team restored, which it was proven it was not able to be done. And so what we did was, because of the increasing threat with fentanyl and the deaths and the challenges that we faced as a result of it, we brainstormed it and we said, how about if we took 3 other positions and TDY'd them, put them on temporary duty with the narcotics team to make a total of 8, and we split that into 2 4-person teams. So we now have a 4-person team in the North, 4-person team in the South. And that's what we're continuing to do.
And they're 24/7, I mean, not 24/7, but their full duty is just narcotics.
Correct. Their work week is all in narcotic enforcement.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out on the fentanyl team that's asked for, which I think is, should be the #1 expansion request. I'm just trying to get to what's the difference between that cost, the cost associated with that, and the cost associated with the cannabis enforcement team, because it's significantly cheaper. So what are we paying for differently? The cannabis team, I think, is like 1.97 or something like that. And this is 1.25 plus, I don't know what that other 225 is. So it's like a total of 1.5.
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, those are startup costs, I believe.
Okay.
That would include purchasing their gear as well as cars and such.
So I don't know when to have this conversation. I don't know if it's here or later during deliberation or whatever, but I mean, I'll just let you guys know what I'm thinking and where I'm kind of going is, it seems to me we've got, a 5-person cannabis enforcement team, 5 deputies. I don't know if that's what they do full-time. I'm guessing, okay. And I mean, there's a lot of good work that they're doing, but there's also, we're not really uncovering massive amounts of illegal cannabis, except for that last one we heard about that I'm not 100% sure about yet. But I guess what my question is why aren't we, or do you think it's a wise choice to use limited resources in going after fentanyl, as opposed to we're watching cameras and looking at cannabis growers? I'm just trying to figure out, on limited resources, what's the best use of your folks?
Well, if you're asking me, what would your priority be if you had a choice between one or the
Right.
other, the choice would be a general narcotics enforcement team rather than the specific cannabis compliance team. The problem that we've had with cannabis compliance is that it is a dedicated funding source that, much like money from a contract city or what have you, we're bound to respond to and address issues that are related directly to the legal as well as illegal cultivation and sale of cannabis.
Because the cannabis grower is actually the one paying for the cannabis enforcement team.
Correct.
Right, okay.
So, I don't know that it would be prudent to eliminate all oversight and perhaps maybe there's some ability to transfer some of the responsibilities to a civilian organization or bureau or outside our agency that would do licensing and some of those things. But they'll never be able to do the investigative and the enforcement activities that we do with respect to that. And what I would be concerned about is without that team, a huge increase in illicit cannabis sales and cultivation.
No, I hear
Which
you.
would
that
even
we
further
should be doing
negatively
both,
impact the
right?
market.
I'm just trying to free up some folks to say, hey, cannabis, let's not lose sight of that there is an issue there. I don't know, this is the first time I've talked about it, but I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to do it. I don't know, but it just seems like that's a glaring issue that's killing people as opposed to, we're doing, a lot of what we're doing is compliance work. And maybe we do have somebody that's not a sworn deputy that's doing the compliance, but they could contact a deputy if they see something that needs to be investigated or whatever. But I'm just throwing that out there, and I don't know, through the CEO's office, is this a good time to talk about it, or is it better time to talk about it during deliberations? It's budget related only in the fact that I want to see us do something different, but I don't know what it looks like yet.
Supervisors, Supervisor Lavanina through the chair. So that is one of the questions we're asking of you is how much do we reduce the cannabis expenditure program if we want it to balance or if you want to kick it another year? So we can have that conversation at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
We can bring up all the cannabis expenditures. We have a general summary on slide 17 of Mr. Clementi's presentation, but we can get more information to have more detailed information for you to make that to make that choice.
But either way, right now, we've got 4 and 4 north and south, and general narcotics enforcement. Okay.
Right.
Thank you very much.
And in all fairness, it should be 5 and 5.
Right, I got you.
But we're making it work with 4 and 4.
Understood. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes. So we have 3 co-response teams and 1 co-response deputy? Is that,
No.
okay, could you?
We have a deputy on each of the co-response teams, and
I see.
It may get a little
That was a little confusing the
Countywide,
way it
there's
was-
5 teams, but one of them is staffed law enforcement-wise by the Santa Barbara Police Department, and another one in Santa Maria. So there are 3 that are staffed and operational with the county sheriff's office.
And all that money was one-time money or ARPA money, so none of those
Kind
has
of a blend.
ongoing?
There's some other grants, that are there, and we've actually continued to try to get additional grant funding for it, but haven't been able to do that yet.
So Paul, would you, if we want that program to continue, we've got to find ongoing money over the long run when we've got really severe projections for deficits or.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, that is correct. It is one of the items we listed on the 5-year forecast. So it does have costs associated with it. It's a driver of, the cumulative deficits we're seeing. So it's not that there's funding for it, but we've identified it as if we were to continue it, ongoing would cost X amount. I believe behavioral wellness also kind of runs out of funding sources they're able to use, so they would have the general fund would need to be funding their side of the teams as well if they were to continue. Those are also contemplated in the costs we've put in our forecast. Off the top of my head, I think it's around 1.4 million ongoing for the 3 teams on both sides, Sheriff and Be Well.
Thank you. I didn't fully appreciate that, so we've accounted for it. It's part of the deficit going forward, but we do recognize how important it is to keep it going one way or another.
Yes, and just to be clear, all the teams are funded in the 25-26 budget, the various one-time sources. The CCP also, I believe, funds a team that is an ongoing source until and unless the CCP changes that. But it'll really be the next year's fiscal year 26-27 budget where at least those 3 teams we'll need to have a conversation about.
Well, good, because I think that is a high priority. I think it's been successful. Sheriff Brown, could you talk a little bit about technology and how you're pioneering that in the sheriff's office? And we heard a little bit about what Santa Maria is doing, and I know you're working with other departments, but I think we're really looking to find greater efficiencies through technology. So you talked about being bold in your final comment, quote, so.
Sure. One of the examples I'll give you is it was actually funded through the one-time monies, but the upgrade to our jail management system. Our existing jail management system is about 7 years old, and that doesn't sound like much maybe to some, but in technology terms, that's a lifetime in some respects. The system has the capability of being upgraded either, it's currently a server-based system, it has the ability to be upgraded to a cloud-based system or a server-based system or a hybrid system, which is probably what we're going to end up doing, is going with a hybrid to better facilitate data sharing with other criminal justice agencies. And my staff and I have had some significant discussions recently about sharing more information with the public about who is in our jail with respect to, not necessarily who, like their names, but who in terms of anonymized information about how many are in custody, what are they in there for in terms of felony and misdemeanor, specifically what type of crimes are they charged with, and so forth. And that is all part and product of the jail management system. As an example of the upgrades, not just going to help the sheriff's office, it'll help with others as well. You've heard about the digital evidence system that the district attorney's office is spearheading, but that's going to also involve our agency significantly in terms of getting all of our traditional evidence, written reports, photographs, body-worn camera footage, sound recordings, whatever it is that we have as evidence of a crime, to be able to be uploaded in such a way that it can be uploaded and delivered to the district attorney, and the district attorney can decide to channel it to the public defender as well. And without the traditional inefficient way that we would actually get all that stuff in the past and to some degree presently, where you have to go and make copies of reports, and you have to make copies of photographs, and you have to make copies of video, and then give that physical evidence to the DA's office. Technology is really, it's completely interwoven in pretty much everything we do now. One thing that was mentioned was the rapid DNA system that is, again, it's a relatively inexpensive system, not insignificant, but it's in the scheme of things relatively insignificant. But it is such a game changer when we have a tragedy with multiple people killed, or we have this ability to identify someone who may be burned beyond recognition or otherwise present problems for us in terms of identifying that person. And historically, we had to rely on sending information to a crime lab, and it would take weeks, if not months, to get that information back. With our rapid DNA system, we can get it in just a matter of hours and make that identification and oftentimes release the remains to a family much, much faster than we can without it. So that's another one that is, we have another system that we are using that does the same type of thing with body fluids to analyze them for the presence of alcohol and drugs, and tells us with a high degree of accuracy in a matter of minutes if that sample has drug evidence in it. And we can determine, for example, if there's a deceased person has died of an overdose, if there's fentanyl present, if there's other drugs are present, and so forth, when again, that would take us historically, a month or longer perhaps to get that toxicology information back to us. And that system is proven to be very, very, very good. And those are just some of the ones off the top of my head, but there's a lot of others that involve our computer systems. I have a hard time sometimes asking my S&T, system and technology people, for new thoughts on technology, because they have so many projects that they are in a constant state of upgrading equipment, replacing equipment, software systems, sometimes our whole major systems like the records management system, for example, is another one that we're working on to upgrade as well.
So when the deputies are out in the field, are they dictating into a digital system right there, or is that as efficient as it can be, or how does it compare to what we heard Santa Maria is doing?
They have several options on how to do that. They can dictate, they can type, they can actually write a report in the field, that capability.
But they only do it once, right?
Well, they do it once, and then, yes, it goes into the system, and then ideally, that electronic file can then be shared under this new.
And how is that different from what Santa Maria is doing?
Santa Maria is using artificial intelligence to generate actual reports based off of the body camera that's working. And it's kind of it's a fairly new technology, and as mentioned, there has been heretofore, and I wasn't familiar with the law that Tracy mentioned, but there's been always a caveat that you should always indicate that this report was generated through artificial intelligence. And it's not, you don't do it and then not review the report. The idea is that it will do the bulk of the report for you, and then you can go in there and you can edit the report, make corrections if there are any, or put things in different sequence or whatever that they have to be. So it's just a tool, and it's like any other, AI, I've said before, is just like, it's kind of like fire. It can be a great thing that can heat your house and dry your wet clothes out and cook your food, but it can also destroy your house. It can also do a lot of damage. There's a lot of negatives that go along with AI in terms of the cyber environment being used to commit crimes, and AI generating, false information and doing things that are on the other side of the equation as well. But there's a lot of promise that AI holds.
So we'll be looking at Santa Maria as kind of a pilot and assess?
Yeah, I think we're going to take a strong look and see how that goes. And they're a pioneer, if you will, in that endeavor right now.
And then in terms of asset forfeiture, you can't use it for things that we're supposed to be funding. How do you make that call?
It's difficult sometimes, because sometimes we have ongoing needs that we can't otherwise get that we need to use asset forfeiture to. But the idea is that we don't typically want to try to say, okay, every year we're taking money for that program out of asset forfeiture. In fact, we're prohibited from doing that in some respects.
So one-time expenditure.
So usually they're one-time funding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
Thanks, Chair Capps. Sheriff Brown, how does your department use funds from the 1805?
Yes, Supervisor Lee. So 1805 is a great asset that is not only for the Sheriff's Office, but for all of the law enforcement and fire agencies throughout the county. The funds that they raise typically are, there's a board, which is myself and all of the chiefs of those agencies, that determines how those funds will be spent. They determine how they are apportioned to the different agencies, and what it is that they are used for. In our experience, the initial 1805 event that generated a couple of $1 million and resulted in an award to our organization funded our mobile command post, a large trailer that basically is set up for us to use as a command post during times of disaster and whatnot, as well as a pickup truck that pulls that as a fifth wheel vehicle. They have funded in the past other specific requested items that we couldn't otherwise afford in our budget. One, for example, it comes to the top of my head, is our dive team has some very high-tech helmets now that allow them to communicate underwater and allow them to do a much better job in terms of staying underwater and in a much safer environment with these new helmets. Prospectively, we're looking in discussions right now with them, but we're looking to probably use those funds to maintain our employee wellness program, mental health and wellness program for our staff, that we currently have funded through a grant that is coming to a close. And so we'll probably look at that. Fire is already using the 1805 monies for that purpose as well.
Good. So some of those money could use for the grants that some of the monies that you're asking for us, could the 1805 funds pay for that?
Well, they typically don't pay for ongoing. They're kind of like the asset forfeiture. They're typically a one-time purchase to augment rather than supplant the county's ongoing budget.
Got it. And another question, have you thought about using drones in your department?
We have. We've had a lot of discussion about it. We haven't actually developed a drone program right now for a couple of reasons. One was alluded to by Supervisor Nelson in terms of the additional training, the additional overtime, the additional, use that would go along with that. The reason that we haven't done it is because we have, it turns out to be the Santa Maria Police Department, an allied agency, which has a really good drone program that we've used a number of times, and they make available to us, just as we make available specialty organizations, components within our organization that we have and make it available to them. So heretofore, we have been using their drone program operationally and in a preventative case. For example, we had drones up at the Deltopia event, which gave us great visuals on who was where and just did a marvelous job. They're great tools, but again, they don't operate on their own. They have to be flown by a drone pilot, and they have to be supported, with training and associated costs that go with that.
Thank you. And if you could briefly just touch on your CIT training for your deputies.
So CIT training is another one of those issues that is challenging with respect to, and I assume you're talking about the 40-hour CIT training versus the standard that we do provide for everyone, the 8-hour training. The CIT 40-hour training is something I'd love to see us get everybody in our agency trained in, but it comes with significant costs in terms of the taking that many people away from their duties and putting them in training for a full week requires a backfill, requires overtime, and it's an expensive proposition. And it's been just a challenge for us to try to figure out. This last year, we were down, I think, to, I'm not even sure that we had a 40-hour. I think we had one, maybe, 40-hour training. This year, we hope to maybe do one, maybe two. But for us to do more than that, it's very difficult in our existing budget.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Nelson.
I don't want to jump ahead yet. I just
It's
have some
okay.
follow-up questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll wrap it up.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Capps. I apologize for that. Yeah, I had heard the CIT training that there was like a facility issue. You guys were having a problem getting a location at some point to do the training. Is that not accurate? So I knew that there was some impediments.
I'm not familiar with that being a primary. There may have been some problem getting a facility, but it's primarily going to be the personnel impact.
You guys have a training bureau, though, right?
We do.
And so this can't be a part of the normal training regimen, or is that just?
It often is. I mean, we utilize the training facilities at times. I'm trying to think, but I believe we have used it for CIT training in the past. I'm not 100% positive on that, but.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. Previously, the CIT program was funded through grants, which paid for specific facilities where they could go off-site. It can absolutely be conducted at our training bureau. The big challenge is not the facility. The challenge is getting people offline, out of their patrol services, out of their custody assignment, and spending that 40 hours conducting the training. Again, as the sheriff pointed out, that requires backfill on top of all the backfill we're already having to do for everything else. And then just maintaining our standard STC and post-training, we're barely making that. This would be above and beyond that and absolutely would require backfill overtime to accomplish it.
I just feel like you guys made such a big investment in that already. To not utilize it is troubling to hear, especially since it is something that's often preventative. We're able to prevent people from, crime getting escalated because of that, and the costs and the lawsuits and all that. So it just seems like it's something that should be prioritized more. And but we'll trust you guys to figure that out for your own department. The drone, I was kind of confused. I had recently heard that you guys don't have a drone program. I remember you guys being donated a couple of drones back when I was trying to do some riverbed work in the Lompoc. So that never, I hate to use the pun, that never took off?
We did have some individual deputies that had a keen interest and had their own drones, and we actually had a sort of a pilot where they were used. And we've used a smaller one operationally in some of our special enforcement team. operations and so forth, but we've never really had a full-fledged
Okay.
drone program, if you
Right,
will.
well, thank you. And then last, I just want to clarify on the co-response teams. I heard that there might be 5. I think there's 7 countywide, right? Santa Barbara's got 2, City of Santa Maria has 1, and then we really have 4 in the county, right? I just wanted to
Yeah,
clarify.
I misspoke when I said.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that for the public to know that we're not reducing teams, and it's something I support, and I do know that we are going to need to find some backfills. We can't do one-time funds forever there. And again, I see that, like the CIT training, as preventative efforts that we're doing, that we're investing in, things not escalating further, and, hopefully people aren't in jail, and that we're able to not have to, take a heavy-handed situation to something that really has a different approach to go a lot further. So looking forward to supporting in future budgets, making that a little bit more permanent.
Appreciate that.
Okay, just to pick up on Supervisor Nelson on the crisis intervention training. I think previously I learned that the goal was 40% of your team to get those extra hours, and now with more staffing, I'm glad that you're more fully staffed. Is that still the goal? Is that something that, I understand there's challenges to it, but it does seem...
Ultimately, the goal would be 100%. I'd
Sure.
love to see us all get there. And our neighbors to the south have been able to do that. They've had a commitment from not only the sheriff's office, but all the police agencies in Ventura have committed to 40 hours for every officer and every deputy. And to the extent that could be done, would require, as I say, some significant incremental increases in overtime use to backfill those people based on the training staff that we have right now, and as mentioned, the quarterly requirements from both the post for our law enforcement and STC for our custody staff. It would be a huge challenge to get all of our people. We're the largest agency in the county. It's much more difficult to get all of our people trained than it is for a smaller police department, for example.
Sure. Okay, well, I wish you continued success on that. And I do want to, there's a lot in your presentation, but just commend you for the significant improvements with the MAT program, medically assisted treatment program. When we did the jail health workshop, many folks were there about a year and a half ago. Supervisor Hartman and I, that was really a takeaway that I think at the time there was a 50-person waiting list, and now it's like 215 people are participating in that program, and so that's really good news. Along those lines, the overdose rates having gone down 39.6%, that's incredible, and we hope it's a good trajectory. And to that point, I just want to acknowledge, you mentioned Deltopia. Thank you for all of the work. I see it up close, and I just want to say publicly that we have such a good working relationship with your deputies in Isla Vista, who communicate so well with the students by and large, and just are really team players. So thank you for that. I wanted to acknowledge that NAMI sent in a letter that has about the CIT training as well as co-response. My colleagues have covered those questions, but I appreciate that perspective. So now just to talk about data, because there's some requests, for this management system upgrade, and I'm not sure who can explain that really well, but to me it seems quite significant to have a $600,000 upgrade to a program. I understand that programs need upgrading, and this one I believe was purchased in 2019, but it just seems quite hefty, and I know that we've made a lot of investments into data for the jail, for your department, and I just was hoping that that number could be put in some context and how that'll improve, like what outcomes
You talk about the jail management system.
Yeah, exactly, relate to the DRC lawsuit. What outcomes are we hoping to get that currently aren't provided with the system in place, that the upgrades would then yield? Thank you.
Chair Capps. The current system actually was spec'd out quite a long time before it actually was rolled out. That's one of the problems with dealing with these kinds of entities, especially a large company like ATIMS. They have many clients. A lot of times it takes sometimes a year and a half or 2 years to schedule one of these rollouts. So the technology that we put in place in 2019 was almost out of date when we put it in. It's really a 10-year-old product. So now we're really behind an 8 ball because this system that we do have now has very limited support from ATIMs. So we have to upgrade to a whole new platform. This is a totally new platform. It completely changes all the data, and it includes all of that conversion. So the actual, putting the stuff into place isn't necessarily all of the expense. It's the conversion of data, it's all the technical assistance that's needed from them that we have to pay for them to put these things in. And on top of that, we are getting a better product and more robust product that has more modules in it, that has the things that we need to be able to track and report out on the things that are required through the Murray agreement. So it's a multi-phase thing here that we're trying to tackle all with one.
I understand that, and I know this could be just an issue with the vendor, but the fact that it was almost outdated by the time it was implemented is troubling. And I just want to make sure our IT department, similar to the question I asked the district attorney, that they have their eyes on it to make sure that a vendor doesn't see big dollar signs when they work with the government. Because again, a $600,000 upgrade is just hard. It's hard to swallow if it just. I don't need to go into the case, but like what specific compliance would it yield versus the existing status quo?
What in addition will it have?
Yeah, it says that we're out of compliance with the DRC settlement without it, but I don't have a handle on.
It will actually enhance the ADA tracking specifically, whereas we currently have to really do it almost by hand to try and show what we've done and how we've interacted with folks with ADA that, in order to comply with the agreement. It also has, tracking mechanisms for our grievances and enhanced tracking for some of the medical flags. And also, it makes it easier for the systems, the other systems, to actually, talk to each other because it doesn't have to be converted, from what they're talking to what we're talking. Okay, if that makes sense?
Yeah, and if the board agrees with the CEO's recommendation for this upgrade, how long will it take to get implemented? Hopefully it won't be as long as the first round went.
How long will it take for them to come in and start doing this?
Yeah, yes.
Hopefully we can get it within the year.
Okay.
And then how long it takes, generally takes 4, 5, 6 months, depending. We have an awful lot of data that has to get converted too. So it's an awful, big process.
And do you work with the county's IT department?
We do.
I mean, I would feel more assured on this this expenditure if it had the blessing of our IT director. I don't know if that's happened.
I believe it
certainly
has.
feel much better about that.
Chair Capps, if you can allow me, I'd like Nimi Holman to come up. She's our Systems and Technology Manager, and I think she can give you some good insight into this.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have gone through the county processes in approval for this project. We went through the EITC committee, and it was reviewed there and deemed necessary as well. We work closely with our county ITD. They support all of our networking. So everything that we do, we work directly with them to implement these things and make sure that they're secure and safe.
Okay.
Just to kind of go back to your question a little bit regarding the reason why we need to upgrade. So if you think about your home computer and the computer that you had 7 or 8 years ago, and look at your home computer now, the development that works inside of that technology is constantly changing and migrating. So with a system as specific and niche as like a jail management system, those technologies tend to move a little slower. So as we grow and as the requirements on jail data is changing, and our requirements for state mandates and meeting laws, that technology also changes. And so that's one of the reasons why we need to upgrade that, is because what we bought 7 years ago isn't quite fitting the bill to what we need it to do today. I hope that helps. And there's a lot of development, there's a lot of research inside of those technologies to bring them up to what custodial facilities are requiring today.
I appreciate that. Do you have a sense of how long if the upgrade is approved, how long it would then be operational?
I would hope that it would be within a year.
No, I mean, I'm sorry, after it's upgraded, is it a
for
shelf
the
life of 6 years?
I would say the shelf life for that type of a system is 5 to 6 years. Sometimes depending on the company and depending on the vendor that we work with, those enhancements can be made throughout the lifetime of the product. So it's not like a scrap it and then put in a new one. A lot of that depends on the vendors that we partner with.
Yeah, I think you hear my point. I'm asking that our budget team for just, I would like to see a number of how much money has gone into systems technology within the jail and within the sheriff's department, just because I marry that with, and the clear need that you've articulated well, with also sort of a repeated saying, oh, we don't have quite the data that we need to make these decisions. So I'm trying to bridge those two things of big ticket prices, and I get that vendors make money when there's needs for upgrades, but yet we also hear on the other hand that we don't quite have the data that we need. And from sitting up here, I'm just trying to understand how both of those things can be true at the same time. So I would like a little more context before we actually vote on this expenditure. But thank you for providing the information. Lastly, along those lines, I just wanted to ask about these, the in-car system, also $1 million to upgrade that system as well. Can you just elaborate on that? It was a little bit of a sticker shock for me that it would be that much money to upgrade the in-car video. Is it video camera?
Yes, ma'am. The in-car video systems are, there's several components that go into those systems in the vehicles. And the cost is partially the communication from the computer in the car to the computer-aided dispatch system, so that our deputies, responding vehicles, and first responders get the data that they need on the move to specific calls. So that is also a component of that project. The in-car video itself, the hardware is steep. I had sticker shock as well. But the current system went to bid on 2019. It was implemented in 2020, and so those devices, if you can imagine the life cycle of a device inside of a patrol car, it's about 5 years. They can't handle the heat and the movement and just the use inside of a patrol car for much longer. So those are due for replacement. They've just reached the end of their life cycle.
Wow, I thought that the iPhone upgrades were fast and furious, but these ones are. I mean, I guess I just, I'm asking these questions because we are tightening our budgets, we're tightening our belts, and that means looking under and questioning. And I don't mean that to you personally, but just saying, wow, this is $1 million for in-car video systems. And I just will end by asking, what safety protocols are you not getting from the system currently without it being rehauled?
Well, it's not. This isn't a rehaul. This is a replacement. So this will not. Yeah, this will not change the current status of what's in our patrol vehicle. This will only replace the current existing equipment with newer supportable equipment. It's just run its course as computer hardware does. Generally, 5 to 6 years for a piece of technology is a long time. So this isn't an upgrade, well, it's an upgrade, but it's not a full replacement or a big enhancement. This is to replace the current systems that we are using today.
And those are in your budgets? I mean, if it sounds like this is pretty standard that every 5-6 years, all of this equipment needs to be replaced. Is that then forecasted in the budget for each department? And why is this an exception? I guess that's my question.
So, Chair Capps, departments try to plan for these. A lot of departments are able to plan for these and keep ongoing money put aside for these types of upgrades and replacements. Sometimes that's through IT and the charges that they have, and IT's holding on to those equipment replacements. Sometimes it's a department-specific equipment or hardware has their regular replacements. The Sheriff's Office has a lot of these, and they haven't, in a lot of cases, had that ongoing funding going towards these type of systems. This one in particular, back in, it was 2000, they'd been talking about it for a couple of years, because I think 2012 was the last time they'd been replaced before that. And so they were looking at the time, it was a little over $1 million to replace this in-car video equipment. And in 2019, we happened to have the cannabis revenues had been coming in higher than budgeted. That was during the years where that revenue was really taking off. And the sheriff had the request, I think, for a couple years, but that equipment was, again, failing and reaching the end of life and needed replacement. And so the board allocated about $1.1 million in that cannabis one-time revenue that didn't have any other use to be able to replace that system. It was fortuitous. It wasn't planned money that we had set aside, but we knew this would be coming back again 5 to 7 years later. So at that time, our office recommended an ongoing set aside. It doesn't go into the sheriff's budget. It goes into general county programs. It's $185,000 a year to build that fund up. So the next time they need a replacement of this equipment, we weren't scrambling to find another $1 million at that time, that we had the money set aside in a fund balance in general county programs. So that is the source we are recommending be used for this replacement, and it will continue to build again the next time the replacement comes in. So we're hoping for this type of thing, it's not an issue going forward. Radios, handheld radios were a similar issue around the same time. Those are quite expensive. That's another funding source off the top of my head that wasn't being ongoing set aside in the sheriff's budget. We worked with the, at the time, General Services, now in IT, the communications fund. They have built those into the sheriff's rate charges now. They build up funding for the replacement of those handheld radios, and they were provided additional general fund contribution at that time to go into their rates. So that's another one I know of that we are now funding in an ongoing manner for this sort of cycle of replacement.
Okay, I just have to trust that this is the right vendor, and again, I have some skepticism about some vendors when they deal with the government. It's easy to sort of make products that only last five years. That's my cynical take for the day.
Perhaps
Yes.
if I can just sort of add a couple of things. First of all, your initial reaction was my initial reaction about the price of upgrading an existing system. But I'm here to tell you, we looked at a lot of other alternatives, including a potential replacement system, and this is much less expensive than going that route. So just so you're aware, that has been fully explored.
Okay.
The other thing is, with respect to the in-car video, it's really important to remember that these systems are complex, as mentioned. It's two-way transfers of information. It's video recording and then automatically downloading that video onto a server once those vehicles come into the station. So there's a lot of moving parts to the system. And the cars are used around the clock. So you're looking at patrol cars. It's not uncommon for a patrol car to be used on a 12-hour shift and then picked up immediately by another deputy and used on another 12-hour shift.
Sure.
So it's an around-the-clock system that is in use. And it is a specialized system, and typically they do tend to cost a lot more than, just comparing it to an off-the-shelf laptop or something like that. So.
Okay, thanks for elaborating. Supervisor Lee.
Just a couple follow-up questions for the upgraded cameras. what's the cost of data storage expected to be annually? So the annual cost of these upgrades, the data,
Annual cost of the upgrade for the
information
data.
data, yeah,
Data.
data.
do you want to address that?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair. Actually, the cloud cost went down when we got our new quote. So it's about $500 a unit is the cloud cost for, we're talking about in-car, right? Okay, yeah, for the in-car video.
So it's 500 per unit. What's the cost?
It
currently?
was actually $1,300 a unit. So they actually went down in cost.
Got it. And what percentage of the cameras do not work? Do you know that?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair. Currently, all of our in-car video systems are actively working.
Yeah, okay.
We do have support and maintenance, which is included in our upgrade or our expansion costs, where if a piece of hardware starts to fail, we send it back to the vendor, they repair it or they replace it. So we keep a few on hand to swap out if we begin to have a hardware failure. And so we're diligent in keeping those working.
And what do you do with the system once you replace it? Do you throw it in trash, sell it, or what?
I believe last time we actually donated them to another agency who was in need of parts. We'll do the county's transfer where we can send it out for auction. This is generally how we remove all of our equipment through that process.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for entertaining those questions. I think we're good for now. And we have one last, thank you, Sheriff, and to your team. We have one last department in this functional group if we'll get through this, and then we'll take another break. So we'll hear from the fire department. Chief Hartwig. You want to? Yeah. Okay, then we should. I should. Yeah. We have 5 members of the public that are waiting to speak. So you'll be able to speak for public comment on this departmental group, this functional group, after the fire presentation. Sure. Well, we'll get to you as soon as is protocol and as has been in. That's how these go. Okay. Okay, Chief Hartwig.
Chair Capps, distinguished members of the board, CEO Miyasato, good morning. My name is Mark Hartwig. I'm the fire chief and fire warden for the county fire department. I'm pleased to be joined by some key members of our department today, OEM Director Kelly Hubbard, and our new, as I introduced to you, Deputy Director for Fire and CFAO Jenny Brunick. Also with us today is Kendall Johnson, and making significant contributions, but not here today, are my deputy chiefs, Anthony Stornetta and Garrett Huff. Our budget is what has been referred to by many others, a no growth budget, and we're going to give you a couple key takeaways from the budget. It's a total operating budget is going to be $128 million. It's an increase of $3.2 million from last year. That is supported by higher tax revenues of about $4.8 million and an increase in charges for service of about $3.4 million. And again, a status quo budget. Our salaries and benefits remain the most significant investment, increasing by $3 million. This increase reflects ongoing salary negotiations and strengthens emergency response capabilities and essential administrative functions that support the community safety programs. Fiscal year 25-26 budget decreases the use by $3.3 million from reserves and maintains service levels. The essential services remain fully funded without overburdening reserves and reinforcing financial stability.
Good afternoon. Jenny Brunick, County Fire. Oh, I'm sorry, can you hear me? Sorry. I'll start with the high-level summary of the budget for fiscal year 25-26. Briefly touch on each line item, and additional details of each line item will be provided throughout the presentation. Operating budget status quo, $128,516,000. The use of one-time for ongoing operations is $2.9 million. Capital budget, $966,800. General fund contribution, $2,043,000. That is for Office of Emergency Management. General county program transfers, $2.417,300. Full-time equivalent, 321. Service level reduction, 0. Restoration and expansion requests are 0. With that, I will turn it over to Chief Harwood.
Thank you, Jenny. We provide service to over 2,000 square miles through 4 major areas. We provide service to 3 cities within the county as well as part of the district. Emergency operations, administration and support, fire prevention and emergency management. Our admin and support is 66 FTEs, and 26 of those make up the dispatch staffing. Emergency operations also includes our wildland and heavy equipment or construction sections, and our fire prevention section includes our fuels crew as well. Our capital projects, as stated by Jenny, our Deputy Director Brunick, includes a marine, a fire rescue and oil spill and response boat, primarily funded by a grant from the state, and the small investments in a new dozer tender for our wildland program and a air support, what is called a Bambi bucket or a water dropping bucket for our air support unit. Our general program transfers specifically, and as mentioned earlier, $2.1 million temporary general fund support for the Regional Fire Communications Center as we transition from the fire and EMS responsibilities from the sheriff to the RFCC.
And the remaining funds in this category largely reflect ARPA projects that were moved over to GFC and other projects that are supporting alert and warning, public-facing mapping, and bilingual coordination enhancements moving forward.
Staffing summary, status quo, no mid-year adjustments for 24-25, and so FTE changes are none for fiscal year 25-26. So operating budget, again, status quo budget, 4.8 increase in overall growth is related to tax revenue. The 2.3 decrease in intergovernmental revenue and the 3.4 increase in charges for services is just an offset of the decrease is due to reclassifying revenue from RFCC to charges and services, and the delta of 1.1 is related to state funding for fire protection and prevention services for the state responsibility areas, and the $3 million increase in salaries and benefits.
Our anticipated accomplishments, focusing, of course, on operationalizing the RFCC, the Regional Fire Communication Centers. That cutover week is May 12th. In fact, just last week, we finalized our individual jurisdiction cutover days of that week, and that'll be, of course, all hands right now, but that week will be focused on cutting over each and every agency to the RFCC.
Additionally, with the RFCC expansion of the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, that included an expanded Joint Information Center, expanded call center that we've already been able to activate twice for storms this calendar year. And in discussion with, and then the next one in regards to Genesis, I know it feels like this is a long time coming, but it has been a ton of work working with 15 state, federal, and local public safety agencies to work on those zones. We're moving into the training phase, and we expect to give you this board an update in June.
Our department goals and objectives this year, we're going to finish. Essentially, we're working right now with a consultant to choose a consultant for strategic planning assistance. We'll finish that. That'll be a companion document to our City Gate staffing plan, and also a capital needs assessment that is just now being finalized. A succession plan with a lot of retirements that we see coming up in upper staff this year. We're going to have a job shadowing program so that we can maintain the institutional knowledge. We're developing a mental health support program, again, primarily funded by 1805 and very generous donors within the community to help as a companion to our peer support program and really focus more instead of on crisis management for our personnel or the men and women of the organization, but to look at more of a prevention approach on that. We're going to, for our performance review priority recommendations, we are leveraging the RFCC to enhance automatic aid coordination. We're also using Tablet Command, which is a tablet-based incident management tool for our field and management personnel. We're also using a program called Operative IQ, which will help us digitize our procurement and our inventory management process.
In regards to continuing to enhance our community communication framework, this is something that was recommended through KPMG, but really is a concept that we continue to look at through lessons learned for each incident that we have within our county, but also as we look at other incidents such as Los Angeles County. When we look at this, we look at who are we reaching, but more importantly, who are we not reaching? And that reflects some of the programs that you see listed here as some of the ways we've addressed those considerations. We continue to make that effort moving forward with additional concepts like our new countywide public education committee.
So here's some key fiscal issues for fire to watch. The one that sticks out the most is for us is, not that they're all not important, but the one we want to focus on is preparing for legislative and regulatory changes. Those are with state fires and with any federal changes, just wanting to be sure that we have there's enough to cover any changes that require additional funding or I think that's, let's see, that impacts our funding streams. And the last one is staying up to date with technology is another one. I feel like once you fall behind, it's hard to catch up. So those are a couple of key issues that we're watching.
Our performance measures, again, at the forefront of our mind and the community's mind is defensible space inspections. We hit 98% last year. Our goal, again, is 95% and looking to get closer to 98%, but allocating the resources needed for that.
And with bilingual notifications to the community, we continue to enhance our pre-scripted messaging, which we find has really enhanced our ability, not just for Office of Emergency Management, but for the Sheriff's Dispatch to continue to meet that 100% goal of all communications being bilingual.
No service level reductions, again, due to the $2.1 million of general fund support as we transition from the sheriffs to the dispatch to the RFCC. And our quote, very well known from Winston Churchill, "Success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts."
Thank you so much. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I had a couple of comments, questions. The Genesis program, I guess we'll hear about that in June, but it'll be going live in July in time for fire season. So that's terrific, and I can't wait till we hear more in June. In terms of department goals and objectives, there's one that used to be here that isn't, and that's exploring co-response with Be Well. And what happened and why?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that is something that we continue to work with Be Well on. And we formed a working group from last year, my team and Director Navarro's team, and we created a program that we felt like we could push out. We even conducted training in our department and her department, and we just didn't feel like we had the funding to move forward on it. I say that was literally within the last 2 months, and then just even this morning, we were talking, and there might be, it sounds like, some options with the mobile benefit program through Be Well. And again, I think I'll let Director Navarro address those specifically. But we were looking at some grant funding that was going to be available for 26-27. So the grant period was just announced, and then we could fund the program for next budget year. And again, because of all the work that we've done, we think, and again, a thank you and appreciation to Be Well, that maybe there's some money this year that we could use our practitioners together with her team.
And let's see, I guess just a couple of things. Smaller items, but roadside mowing, that goes between Public Works and Fire. And we, how much is needed depends on how much rain there is. But we really don't have a systematized program. And I would strongly encourage the kind of, I've tried, I've held several cross-department meetings, but I do think we need to be in the mode of prevention, and that's, most of our fires start on the road. So that, for me, is a really high priority going forward. And then I noticed that you have as a performance measure improving prevention and public education by determining the cause of wildland fires. And I got a mailer that was a really beautiful mailer, but I guess maybe it goes out once a year from fire, but it didn't have anything about causes of fires, prevention of fires. And I think that's really, really important, and I keep harping on that. I still don't know that the cause of the Zaka fire, for example, has ever been made public. People who are pulling trailers and dragging chains when they don't load it, I mean, we see those fires all the time. I think law enforcement ought to be on the lookout for those in CHP as well, because those are really a danger. Anyway, I just would like to see more in that, and I think I've spoken about it before, so I'm speaking about it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Who would like to go next? Anyone? Okay, I have just a couple questions. I really appreciate the performance metrics and the real progress, especially with bilingual notification. That's excellent. Along those lines, this might not seem like a big deal, but it could be a tremendous cost saver and lifesaver. The fact that our participation rates in Ready SBC are just 14%, maybe up to 15%. Have we ever made a big push? Can we be doing more? I just would imagine after the Palisades fire and Eaton fire that more people would kind of clue in that this is such an important lifeline, and just curious as to your thoughts on that, if we've done a big PR campaign around that.
Absolutely, Chair Caps. We actually have some funding right now that we're working on a campaign. So that is being developed right now, bilingual campaign on getting registration alerts up, but also preparedness for our most vulnerable community. And so that is being worked on probably over the next 2-ish months, and then hopefully that campaign would be coming out, or components of it. Additionally, in May, we will be doing a full county-wide Ready SBC test, and that's where anyone who's registered will receive an alert on a specific date. I didn't want to say the date just to make sure we're still sticking with the same date, but what that does, we used to do these when I was in Orange County. It gives the community an opportunity. They think they're registered, and we say, hey, we make this big announcement, we let everyone know we're doing this test, and then they don't get alerts, and they go, wait, I was registered, and they call us and they try to figure out their registrations, and most counties see increases in their registration rates. So that's one of the activities we're gonna start doing. It's something we haven't done in this county. I think because we've had so many incidents in the last couple of years, it's not something we've wanted to do. But this year we're gonna do that in May, and hopefully that will also increase as we start to roll out our campaigns, for some of our public service announcements and such that we're having developed through the current contract we have.
That's good. I mean, I certainly say it wherever I go, but recognizing that the folks who are showing up at town halls and reading newsletters by their elected officials are probably the 14% that are enrolled. So it really takes some creative learning. I just offer partnering with schools. Parent Square goes out to tens of thousands of people. That could be, I'm sure that you've thought of a lot of alternative avenues to really reach folks that aren't sort of plugged in already.
Yeah, Chair Caps, let me provide one more concept that if the board has any other ideas on this. We're able to get some tablets that we're working with nonprofit partners that they can check those out and take them to various community events. So they've been taken to, for instance, some meetings with the some of our farm workers, or some of our Fire Safe Council has taken them out, and so they're taking those tablets out to community events and helping people register right there on those tablets. And so if you know of community groups who are having local events or outreach events, we can issue those for checkout kind of concept, and then actually help people directly register, because I think some of the fear is just getting on there and knowing how it works, especially for those of our community who maybe are not English as a first language. It might be a daunting thing. How do we use the data? When you register for Ready SBC alerts, we cannot use that information for anything else except for emergency alerts. And so that data is really protected and used for very specific circumstances, and we help talk the community through that when we do these in-person events.
Well, we certainly have the events. We can let you know about them. That's great. And I'll just end by commending you, Chief, for your department. You're so incredibly accessible and available when we need a presence or information from your fire marshal. Just on Friday with a group of residents in Isla Vista, I could give so many examples of times that we turn to you to be present and to assure people and provide information. So thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, I just wanted to encourage you, the Farm Worker Resource Center would be a really good one to gather that information. And I just wanted to say there has been a lot of demand for information from the fire department since the fires in LA. And the chief and all your staff have been absolutely fabulous in those forums. And now with the change in the hazard maps, there's a lot of other questions. And so really appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much to the fire department. And we will now turn it over to public comment for this functional group. Thanks to the public's patience. I think we have 5 speakers. Is that correct?
Chair Caps and members of the board, that is correct. We have 5 requests to speak.
Great.
We will begin with Andy Caldwell via Zoom, to be followed by Maureen Earls. Andy?
Chair, members of the board, I have a couple of comments. First, on the fire department communication center. Back in November.
Andy, forgive the interruption. Do you mind speaking a little closer to your microphone?
Okay. Is this better?
That is better. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. I First off, with regard to the Regional Fire Communications Center, back in 11/16/21, in no uncertain terms, this is an exact quote, this project has been required to have a neutral impact on the county's general fund from inception. All costs are supposed to be paid by the member agencies. AMR, of course, is billed as well. But as you know, this is an independent district. And so I really think that maybe, I don't care if they borrow money from your general fund, but they need to pay it back because this project was supposed to have no general fund impacts from inception. And it also begs the question, why and how does a new EMS provider contract deal with the temporary general fund support? Because the RFP for the ambulance contract came up the following year from, in 2022, after the board had already said no general fund. So there's something fishy here. And of course, the other thing that I've not heard an explanation, maybe I missed this project is 1 year late. It was supposed to start and be operating last year. Never heard an explanation for that. The other issue we have is we would ask your board to create a line item on Halloween and Deltopia. All cost outline plus prosecution results. As you well know, 300 officers were involved. That is nearly, now we know as other agencies, that's nearly it's a little bit more than the equivalent of the entire Sheriff's Patrol Division was in Isla Vista for a party. There's an outrage there. Plus, Supervisor Capps handed out Narcan, may have saved lives. Not arguing that. But the question is there is no other function, entity, festival, or celebration in this county where the county general fund pays for the cost of enforcement, plus 50 people being transferred to the hospital for alcohol poisoning or ODing. I remember even as a kid, we used to rent out the Lompoc Vets Memorial Building in Lompoc. We had to pay for cops for a party. When Colab had an event at Flagazup Farms, we had to pay for the California Highway Patrol to regulate traffic on 246. Festivals are charged for the cost of the county. Why does Isla Vista get a break twice a year, year in and year out? Maybe the Community Service District, UCSB, and Santa Barbara City College should be asked to contribute rather than people in Orchid and San Ynez. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Maureen Earls to be followed by Leonard Marcus. Maureen?
Good afternoon. I'm speaking today as an independent member of CLUE, League of Women Voters Criminal Justice Work Group. The vote on April 1st for building 1.5 new jails was not supported by the vast majority of community groups making public comment. CLUE, League of Women Voters, NAMI, Families Act, Behavior Wellness Commission, NAACP, SURGE, Fund for Santa Barbara, Future Leaders of America, and others. These were not just loud voices, as the sheriff labeled us, but your community with lived experience speaking out against the evidence-based failed outcomes of investing in more jail building instead of community alternatives. Our community knows more effective, less expensive solutions. Today, we urge you to require transparency and accountability in every department, including providing the information on the people in the jail that you and the community requested before a final decision on how many new jails are needed. We all agree the April 1st decision on whether to build 1.5 new jails is potentially one of the most significant decisions impacting the county for years to come. During that meeting, it became clear you were asking for critical and missing information on the people in our jail, including how many qualify and are waiting for mental health and substance use disorder treatment and community alternatives. The urgency of voting at this meeting with incomplete information resulted in a decision to build 1.5 jails. Our CLUE League of Women Voters Criminal Justice Work Group seeks full support for the current efforts of Probation, Behavior Wellness, Public Defender, and others to gather this data before June. There could easily be 128 or 200 or more people qualified for safe release from jail to community for mental health or substance use disorder treatment. That data would support eliminating the expensive millions for the 0.5 jail with 128 behavioral health unit beds and choosing instead to invest in far better quality housing and treatment in less expensive community alternatives. This would allow you to revise your decision and build only one new jail. Thank you.
We will now go to Leonard Marcus to be followed by George Kaufman. Leonard?
Hello, my name is Leonard Marcus. I've lived in Santa Barbara my whole life. I love Santa Barbara. I love the job you guys are doing. I want to thank the sheriff for the great job he's done, honestly. And I'm just here because I really feel it's important that you hear our input. So I'm here about CIT. I think everybody here realizes how important a program it is, how much money it actually saves the county. And I was really at a meeting not that long ago. We thought that the funding wasn't going to be available for the program and that CIT training hasn't taken place. I think it's really important that we prioritize that and that the sheriff figures out some way to find the overtime for the people to get the training. I can tell you from my own experiences with my son, who was extremely ill. At puberty, things really went south. He started using drugs. He started drinking. And I really didn't know how to deal with it. His mother and I were living in our house and sleeping behind locked doors. And we were scared to call the police department. We'd called the police a number of times and had very bad experiences. My son was, he's not really violent, but he was vile the way he talked. And it was disturbing. And so we stopped, there were a number of times the police showed up. We stopped calling him. We were afraid that he was going to end up being a statistic, one of those kids that gets shot doing something stupid. And so we're basically prisoners in our own home. It wasn't until I did a NAMI family-to-family class and learned about this co-response team and the fact that there is stuff available. I didn't even know that Be Well existed. We need to do a better job outreaching with the community and let people know what our resources are. So we learned about it. We learned about co-response. We used it. It made a huge difference in the way my son reacted to the police showing up. And let me put it this way. My son never ended up in jail, which is no place for a mentally ill person. And it really made my life a lot easier. So thank you. I hope we can find a way to fund co-response and get more training. Honestly, I think everyone who's in county in government should have the training. And really, it'd be wonderful if we all had it. We all understood, because it's so hard to understand why someone who's incredibly ill cannot understand they're ill as part of their disease and refuse treatment, which is where we're at. So thank you.
We will now go to George Kaufman to be followed by Gail Osherenko. George?
Good afternoon. I'm here, as you know, representing NAMI, and I'm going to just throw away my prepared comments because I think the conversations that you've had up to this point have addressed a lot of what we wanted to do. We wanted to raise the flag and be sure that this issue is on the radar, both the co-response teams and, of course, the training, CIT training that drives it all, that we just have our eye on the ball and we know we can be assured that these programs are going to continue to live. So just very quickly, we talk about how do you evaluate programs like this? We talk about different kinds of efficiency and stuff. That's all great. But in our world that we live in, families, it's outcomes that count. And this program, the co-response team, the outcomes in terms of de-escalation of the crisis and in terms of reducing incarceration and in terms of connecting people to services have moved everything in the right direction significantly. And you can tell by experiences like you just heard about how important that is. But you know what the most important outcome of all is? It's that now, today, in our county, our families feel comfortable. We've gone from a public perception of distrust in crisis response to one of trust. We can't afford to go back from that. We've got to spend whatever money we need to keep these programs in place. The other thing that I just want to touch on briefly, because it's something that is part of the same issue, is that we now have this mandated mobile mental health crisis benefit from the state. And we want to assure you that, we at NAMI recognize that there's an important place for that. But the place for that is in crises that do not involve a danger to somebody, whether it be the person themselves that's in the crisis or their families or somebody else. And so what we see is a continuum of crisis services that are tailored to what the needs are of the person and the situation that that person is in at the time that they're in crisis. And that means a law enforcement and clinician response to these more serious situations where someone is in danger. And then perhaps in less serious cases, the mobile mental health crisis benefit, which, as you know, cannot involve, by definition, a law enforcement person being present. So, we just look forward to working with all the stakeholders and with you over the coming year so that we don't have to come back and do this again next year. So thank you very much.
We will now go to our final speaker, Gail Osherenko. Gail?
Thank you, Chair Capps, members of the board. I'm speaking to you today as a taxpayer, and I want to say I fully support the comments that you heard from Maureen Earls. They do represent what the League of Women Voters and CLU and our partners would like to see. I'd like to talk about the big issues and the big money. You could save $59 million in construction costs if you do not build that extra half a housing unit at the North Branch Jail. You could save $4.1 million in debt service annually over 30 years. Some of you are just starting your terms here, and I think you'll appreciate as the years go by that these budget hearings will go easier if we don't overcommit today or during this budget period. If jails were helping to house the mentally ill over the long run, so they weren't returning over and over again, or whenever they just need a break from being on the streets and the frightening experiences they have there. And they were served in the community. If there were spaces and appropriate levels of care throughout the whole continuum of care, we wouldn't need to be spending this money. So I hope you're really focusing on this on Wednesday when you talk to Director Navarro. You may not get the data, we may not get the data that we all need by June, by the end of this budget hearing, to know how many beds we really need up north. But I think it's incumbent on you to ask the Murray case attorneys for a short delay, whatever it takes, to find out who we are housing in the jail and how many shouldn't be there but should be getting services elsewhere in the community so that we can get the budget right for now and for the next 30 years. I'm convinced that you can keep this community safe with fewer beds, but really serving. These are people who have schizophrenia, many of whom do not know and cannot recognize their illness. And Los Angeles has created a justice program that can divert those people and give them a 2-year chance to rebuild themselves in a subacute care facility and then a step-down facility and really help them to turn their lives around. You've got 200 people on the MAT program. We are so grateful that the sheriff was able to add that and be well. But what are we going to do as with their discharge plans? How are we going to ensure that those 200 people get a hot handoff to the community so that they stay in a MAT program, so that they really can kick their habits and get their lives straightened out? So I know you're all hungry for lunch, I am, and thank you for sticking with it. A lot of what you talked about here today was important.
And that concludes public comment on this functional group.
Okay, thank you to the members of the public. We will take a quick break. Let's see, what's the pleasure of the board? 2:30? Does that sound good? Is that good for staff? 2:30? Is that okay? Okay, we'll resume at 2:30. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody. We're going to get started again with our second functional group, General Government and Support Services.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. The next functional group presenting today is General Government and Support Services. This functional group is comprised of the Auditor-Controller's Office, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator, Debt Service, Clerk-recorder-assessor, Human Resources, Information Technology, and General Services. This functional group makes up 9% of the county's total operating budget, 9% of total county FTEs, and receives 13% of the county's total general fund contribution. Looking at the 5-year revenue trend, we see that GFC makes up the majority share of operating revenue for auditor, clerk recorder, and human resources, and about half of the operating revenue for the treasurer tax collector. The decrease we see in operating revenue for general services in fiscal year 23-24 is due to the formation of the standalone IT department in that year. You'll notice that both general services and the IT department are less reliant on general fund contribution for operations, as both generate revenue via charges to county departments for internal services such as motor pool, utilities, information technology, and communications. Finally, you will note that the county maintains a separate debt service department managed by the treasurer, which receives revenue from other departments to make annual long-term debt payments. This increase in operating revenue for the debt service department in fiscal year 25-26 is primarily interest income earned on certificate of participation proceeds. Here we see the 5-year trend of operating expenditures mirroring the operating revenue and GFC trends in the previous slide. Debt service expenditures saw a significant increase in fiscal year 24-25 due to the issuance of certificates of participation totaling $98 million last spring. This most recent round of debt is scheduled for repayment over the next 20 years. The other departments in this group show modest increases over the 5-year period, with the exception of general services and IT, which show faster growth in expenditures, mostly related to maintenance and IT service costs. Turning to FTE, the 5-year trend shows relative stability in all departments, with the exception of general services due to the creation of the IT department. A few changes of note include an increase in IT staffing by 13 FTE in fiscal year 24-25, mainly related to establishing the Workday support organization, an increase in TTC staffing by 3 FTE in fiscal year 25-26 to support the implementation of SB 43, and a decrease in HR staffing in fiscal year 25-26 related to the elimination of 3 ERP backfill positions until phase 2 of the project resumes. Here we highlight the major challenges and initiatives of this functional group. Major challenges include the implementation and ongoing support of Workday, rise in capital project costs due to various factors including recent tariffs, and recruitment and retention of qualified staff. Current initiatives include implementation of the CARE Act, or SB 43, enhancing professional development opportunities, completion of significant capital projects, and implementation of the countywide IT strategic plan. Next, we'll provide a high-level summary of each department's budgeted sources and uses of funds. The majority of auditor funding comes from GFC at $9.4 million and primarily supports accounting services. The majority of treasurer tax collector funding also comes from GFC at $5.8 million and funds public support, tax and collections, and admin services. The department also generates $3.4 million in revenue through charges for services, which mainly consist of administrative revenue from the Treasury and goes towards supporting Treasury operations. Most of the debt service revenue comes from the release of certificate of participation proceeds that are held in restricted fund balance and operating transfers from other departments for debt service payments marked here as miscellaneous revenue. The majority of Clerk-recorder-assessor's funding comes from GFC at $12.8 million and mainly supports assessor, elections, and admin services. Charges for services are also a significant source at $5.8 million and consist of various property tax administration and recording fees that fund assessor and clerk recorder activities. Most of human resources funding comes from GFC at nearly $8 million, which is used to fund all departmental services with the exception of the county dental insurance fund. The dental fund is supported by insurance premium contributions, which are classed as miscellaneous revenue here. IT's funding primarily comes from charges for services at $35.9 million. Service charges are collected from various county departments to go towards recovering the cost of providing IT shared services and communication services. Like IT, general services revenue also consists largely of charges for services at $30 million, primarily made up of fees charged to departments for fleet and utility services. Other major sources of funding include GFC at $17.2 million, which primarily supports facility maintenance, real property management, and purchasing services, and miscellaneous revenue at $18.1 million, which primarily includes transfers from other departments for capital projects and vehicle purchases. That concludes the General Government and Support Services Functional Group Summary.
Okay, thank you very much for the overview. Mr. Hagan.
Good afternoon. I am Harry Hagan. I'm your elected treasurer, tax collector, public administrator, and I am joined by Kim Tesoro on my right. She's the assistant treasurer, tax collector, and Rebecca Falfall, our chief deputy tax collector, something like that. And Arlene Diaz on my far left. She is the public administrator, public guardian, veteran services manager, and a host of other people behind me also. So you can go to the next slide. Yep, thanks. So the key takeaways of the department, I have SB 43 and Clerk-recorder on there, but you're going to see that on a lot of slides. And the reality, you took care of that last year. We had mid-year budget adjustments where I was added 3 positions, but I just want to make sure I recognize you in the CEO's office for providing those resources. And so we are going forward with those. We have some metrics I will provide later on. The veteran services is also an area that we have been attempting to find space in Santa Barbara. Our space currently is insufficient, but I will just say that the CEO's office has been motivated both personally and professionally to get that done. We just haven't been able to find the space yet. So, and quite honestly, in this county, when it comes to space, it's like a turf war between departments sometimes. It's not easily done. The TOT is another area that you've done some really good work in. You added a position. That's the only position we actually have funded in that. But Paul and Mona gave some metrics earlier today as far as the growth of TOT and the growth in the number of short-term rentals we have in this county. And it's been nothing short of remarkable what we've done in that area. So this is the budget summary for the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. Our operating budget has increased about $900,000 this year. In part, 3 positions that were funded through the SB 43 funding from last year. And then we had an increase of about $100,000 related to IT, insurance, and utilities, things we just can't affect really. Our general fund contribution of $5.7 million is not our largest revenue source. It's not more than 50%. It's 47% of our budget. The general county program transfers for cannabis, and we'll get into that a little bit later too. That's about $600,000 annually. And the full-time equivalents has increased 2 positions, the 3 that were afforded to us, and you'll see that there was a reduction on another area we had to to make our budget work. Let's go to slide 6. And so this is our staffing summary. You can see it increased two positions from last year to this year. Again, those are the 3 positions that we were given for SB 43. And then we had to reduce 1 position in our treasury tax to make our budget work. And so I'll just say, as a fiduciary of the county, I don't like to ask for additional revenue if I don't need it. And so on page 27 of the slides that were shown this morning, departments that needed to get additional general fund contribution to make their budget work, we were not on that list. And yeah. Slide 8. So these are some of the anticipated accomplishments. Arlene's group has hired 3 people in the Public Guardian. I think we had 89 investigations last year. We were anticipating 108 anticipation of investigations this year. It's probably tracking closer to 120 now. And we're anticipating 160 investigations next year. And those are directly related to the care court. And so I usually like to kind of sit back and just kind of let's wait and see if we need additional funding. Arlene was very proactive and convinced me to go forward, and you were right. Yeah. One of the things that we also do in the department is we administer the debt. And as you know, in 2024, we issued COPs for multiple improvement projects. And so that takes up a lot of Leanne's time. But that's something that it's very intellectually stimulating doing municipal finance. We just never get to see the end product. We never get to see what actually we build sometimes, but that'd be kind of nice sometimes, I guess. And the TOT I was mentioning, we are over 600 short-term rentals now. And we do have 1 person, 1 FTE that we do the collecting and doing the audits. I'm not asking for anything right now, but there may be a day some year in the future where we may need to do something. But I just want to kind of give you a long-range heads up that it is very time-consuming and it's very useful, but it does take man-hours. And slide 9, thanks. So one of the things that we do in our office, and you probably don't hear about this because we don't ask for any additional revenue for this, is we do some of the software development. And so 20 years ago, our Chief Investment Officer, Dan Chandler, was in our IT division, and he wrote a program for online property tax collections and research for title companies and CPAs, and it's about 20 years old. So we embarked on a new project about a year ago, and so we almost rolled it out this collection period, but we should be rolling it out next collection period. We're still testing a few things, and so we'll still have the classic out there, but we'll have a new and improved, simpler version that we just did in-house. And yeah, so we are excited to be able to provide that. We did something similar with our cashier system a couple of years back with Rebecca and Dan taking the lead on that. And, if we can do it in-house, we'd rather do it that way than actually ask for additional resources. And based upon our five-year forecast, it's probably wise that we're not asking for additional monies. So let's go to the fiscal issues to watch, slide 10. Okay. So we've talked about the first 2. I'm not going to reiterate that. Actually, we asked all 3 of those, to be honest with you. But there is something that's occurred since then that I think it's going to be an issue that we're going to discuss probably before the budget adoption hearings. But that's the resources given to the different departments for cannabis administration, enforcement, collection, that kind of thing. And so at one of the previous meetings, there was a lot of dialogue about the cost to administer the cannabis program. So we took it upon ourselves to contact the CEO and send them proposed cuts in our department for that. So we gave 3 different layers. Each one, the first one's 150,000, what we would lose, but what we could do. The next one's another 150,000, what we could do, what it would lose. And then the final cut would be ceasing operations in that area. So Mona has that, and so however you want to use it, that's fine. We're prepared to, go forward with it. But I won't get into the details. I mean, that's not probably too appropriate right now. So let's end on a good note. Let's go on the last, slide 11. Nope, one up. But you lose it. So all those are good metrics. But, when Mona and Paul were presenting the overview of the budget, there were several slides that, I wanted to, the tax collections, the increase in property taxation, the cannabis increases, things like that, there's a lot of work that goes in. It's not just our department. It's Joe's department, the assessor. It's Betsy's department, the Auditor-controller's office. County council's involved in a lot of it. So there's a lot of things that go in there, but I do take a special pride at that. And if you looked at the secured tax collection, 98.8%, that's what we're expecting, is our target. But that's only at June 30th when the roll, whatever's left on the roll, goes to redemption. We will collect all that money. There's no question in my mind. It's only once in my career where we had to take something off the roll, and it was uncollectible. And that was a Superfund site in the North County. And so, other than that, that will all be collected at some point in time. And like I said, we take a special pride in that. The TOT, good metrics there. The veterans, those are unsung heroes. They, Rhonda and her group, they do some really good work. And, very proud of all that. And proud of all my staff, to be honest with you. Really good people, work hard, do a great job. And I think I'm going to stop there. And I'm here to answer any questions. Hopefully I picked up a little extra time for you too.
There you go. Thank you so much. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Lavigno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I should know this because I'm on the DAC, but I probably wasn't paying attention when this happened. But I'm just curious about our long-term debt situation. I know we just took on a lot of debt recently, and we're talking about adding significantly more here, no matter what we do when we make our next decision. So just kind of curious how we kind of look compared to other entities, and what would you kind of give your, professional opinion on where we sit?
Supervisor Lavigno through the chair. As you know, hopefully we all remember, we have a top debt rating, that we were upgraded recently. And so that was a big achievement for the county. But to answer your question, really we need to look at what assets have we not demised. So, because we do a lot of lease financing, right, lease-back COPs. And so we need to have assets to demise. And so that'll be coming to the DAC probably very recently or very soon. And we'll have a chance to look at that. But I think professionally, we're in a very good place. We've managed the debt very responsibly. And that's not always the case. When I first came to the county, the grand jury was, on our tails about that. But I think we've done a good job of managing that, to be honest with you.
Thank you. I think that might be it from the board. Well done. Okay, I can welcome up our clerk-recorder-assessor.
Hello, this is Joe Holland. I'm on Zoom.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Joe Holland, County Clerk-recorder-assessor. And in the room there, we have Michael Daly, the Chief Deputy Assessor, Melinda Green, the Chief Deputy Clerk Recorder, Martin Kobos, Chief Deputy Elections. He was going to be here
but the date got changed and he had a conflict today. And then we have Vanessa Grave, who is our business manager. She's also there in the room if you have any questions. And I want to apologize for not being there in person. I'm still recuperating from back surgery and doing a lot of physical therapy, and I'm looking forward to getting back into the office very soon. So let's see. There we go. So the key takeaways, like many departments, we're having staffing challenges, retention and succession planning, et cetera. And then if you pay attention to the bullet point at the bottom, clerk-recorder is having issues with the recording volume being down, and the clerk-recorder is in our department is completely driven by fees. In other words, no general fund contribution. So we're looking forward to doing a fee study so that we can better fund that going forward. And there's also some pending legislation that would help us generate more revenue there. If we go to the next slide, please. And so here you can see our budget is almost 23 million. 12.8 of that is general fund. And so consistent with the presentation for this functional group, we're a little over 50% general fund, so 56% total. Next slide, please. So I think what I'd like to point out here is you can see that we really have three separate divisions. And really those are three separate departments. As a matter of fact, in almost all the counties throughout the state, they don't have these three departments bunched together. I was actually trying to remember, and I think there's only three counties in the state that actually have all three of these put together. If you think of Ventura or San Luis Obispo, they're separate. They make at least two departments out of it. And then an interesting thing also is in March, Kern County and Sonoma County, they split off elections. And then a few years ago, Kings County, they split off elections as well. So it's kind of a trend that you're seeing. And like I said, I think there's only 3 or 4 other counties in the state that actually have all three of these put together. And one of the interesting things is that, I've been doing this for a while. I was first elected in 2022 or 2002. And I've been with this department for 40 years. And the one thing that I can say for certain is elections have gotten exceedingly complex during that 20 years. Okay, if we go to the next slide, and we can probably skip this slide. And then here's our staffing summary, and you can see it's been fairly stable since 2021. Next slide, please. Here's our operating budget, and again, it has been fairly stable as well. One of the exciting projects that we're working on, as you can see on the second bullet there, we have increased expenses for the assessor digitization project. So we have 130,000 files, property files, paper files in the department, and we're currently on a project to digitize all those. And it's pretty exciting. And during the pandemic, it pretty much illustrated how much of a benefit that'd be to go all digital. Next slide, please. So here's the accomplishments that we anticipated for last fiscal year, or the fiscal year that we're in. And of course, the successful completion of the November 5th, 2024 presidential election. With the newer equipment that we have, we're actually able to certify. We're given about 30 days to certify an election. We're actually able to complete all the counting of the ballots now at around 20 days or so. So that's pretty exciting to see how all the new equipment is really helping with elections. And then you can see on the last bullet there, again, we're going to be doing this fee study that hopefully will help a lot with our budget. We haven't increased fees. I think we increased them a year or two after I took office. Next slide, please. So here's the goals and objectives. You can see that first bullet. There's that digitization project, which is, we're doing it right now. And so we expect to get 35% of those 130,000 property files scanned and digitized this fiscal year. And then the whole project might take 2 or 3 years. And then if you see that third bullet there, again, there's the fee study that we're working on. Next slide, please. And just to be a little redundant, there's the fee study again. And of course, we consistently look for ways to enhance staff productivity. And I've been doing that my whole career. So that's just kind of a thing that we continually do. Next slide. So these are the fiscal issues that we're keeping an eye on. And again, I think the fee study, and if we can get the that legislation passed to allow us to increase the what we charge to record documents, that would help a lot. Next slide. One of the things that's good to see is the very first line item there, the campaign finance filings completed electronically. It's been very successful, and we're looking forward to getting up to 100%. And it's kind of nice because if you've been to our website, you can look up a candidate, you can see who's contributed to their campaign, etc. You can see what documents they've filed, and it's pretty cool to see that in place. And then the last line item there is again the digitization of the assessor files. And then our next slide, please. Next slide. And then there's our quote: "Someone struggled for your right to vote, so use it, and hopefully we won't lose it." That's Susan B. Anthony. And that's all I have, unless you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holland. Do we have questions from the board? Supervisor Lee.
Just a question. How many weddings do you do a year? I see it every day outside the window, and I hear clapping and screaming, so I was just curious.
Well, it's
you know, Melinda Green's in the audience. I'll let her answer that.
I think it's really, in fact, we did 29 on Friday.
There you
go. No. Okay. Supervisor Lee, through the chair. We are really seeing an increase to our weddings lately. As you know, it's down in recording, but we still have staff. So we've really tried to pivot, and we've increased marriage services up by 80%. And we did 29 weddings just on Friday. So our numbers that we typically do, we're just blowing through. We are taking up every spot we can to perform a wedding. We're doing them at the counter as express weddings. We do as much as we can through bookings. The phone is ringing off the hook. Lately, I have to be on the switchboard as well. It's a very popular service, and it's a wonderful service that really showcases our courthouse, showcases our community, and these pictures go all over the world. So we're so proud of this service. We didn't used to perform wedding services, actually. We only did marriage licenses. And when Joe came into office, we asked him, do you have a problem? I think the previous clerk-recorder-assessor saved those services for the judges and the local officiants. But we saw a real need for us to perform, particularly for military shipping out or people with real urgent needs. And so we asked if we could do it, and no regrets. It was so fun. And when that couple comes in, all dressed up, beaming, everybody is happy. I mean, if you're waiting in line for a fictitious business name or you're getting a birth certificate and you see this pure joy, it's just a wonderful thing to be around. So we're going to keep at it, and keep that lawn filled with happy couples.
I just want to say great job. I see it every day, rain or shine, people out there getting married.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, we had rain and people were out there in the lawn, so thank you.
Supervisor Lee, you can now perform weddings as a county supervisor.
Can we?
Yeah, so that's one of your powers
Really?
as supervisors. So just so you know, if they need some help down there,
Okay, let's do it.
you're doing it.
We'll bring you on by. We'll set you up with a robe and everything.
Thank you.
Perfect. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, this is for Mr. Holland. Several years ago, I was asking about the impact of Prop 19 on our property tax revenues, and it was too early really to know. You said it would take a couple of years to figure it out. So can you tell us how much it's costing us?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. I think Michael Daly's there. He's our Chief Deputy Assessor. Michael, do you have any information for the supervisor?
Certainly. Ms. Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. The Prop 19 net revenue gain loss, it's also a question that could go to the auditor as well. We're kind of in tandem responsible for tracking that and reporting it. But I will say that Prop 19 established two funds, right? There was a California Fire Protection Fund and then the County Reimbursement Fund. A lot of the revenues that would come back to the county funds, they're based on the state level revenues, not necessarily each county's gain or loss. So long story short is we don't anticipate seeing any reimbursement funds from the state now or potentially ever for a long time. We're just not seeing that. And on top of that, we are actually in a net gain when you look at both the base year value transfers and intergenerational transfers. Surprisingly, I was kind of surprised myself that we're in a net gain position. Hopefully that answers your question, but I'm happy for a follow-up.
Yeah, can you explain that? I mean, I thought that people would be moving into Santa Barbara County with a lower basis, and that would reduce our property tax revenues, and you're saying it's not the case.
Yes, so collectively, we're in the gain. If you were to bifurcate the two, base year value transfers and intergenerational, you're correct. We would probably be in a loss spot for just the base year value transfers coming from out of county. But the way Prop 19 is structured on intergenerational, I think is driving a lot of actual growth because you're seeing a lot more reassessments of properties that would have historically been excluded under former Prop 58 parameters. So all collectively, the two, I think we're seeing reassessments happening at market value, and that's driving up the revenue.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much to the team. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now I can call up the Human Resources team. Go ahead. Welcome. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. I'm Christy Schmidt, Director of Human Resources, and I'm joined today by Yvonne Torres, my Assistant HR Director, by several of our division chiefs, including Aaron Jeffrey, who's over Fiscal and Workforce Planning, Natalie Alvarado, who's over Talent Acquisition and and Development, and Katie Torres, who is over Employee Benefits and Wellness. I'm also Carlos Silvas, who is our Division Chief over Employee Relations, is not joining us today. He's on a well-deserved vacation, but I understand that he is listening. So, and then I've got Luis Hernandez here, who is our budget guru here for HR. So he is here to help me with today's presentation. As we present our budget this year, next slide, please. We want to start with some key takeaways. The first is that we'll be presenting a status quo budget, similar to many of the other operational departments that you'll hear from, in recognition of fiscal uncertainty and the need for prudent management at this time. Second, you'll see a reduction in our overall staffing related to the pause in the human resources and payroll phases of the Workday ERP project and the elimination of backfill staffing for that project. We will need to re-examine that need when we resume that phase in the project. Third, we are really focusing in on the value that we add to the organization. And we understand that people really rely on our professional expertise in complex HR and employee relations matters. And so we've shifted some of our existing funding to staff development to ensure that we are highly qualified to provide that level of expertise. Finally, we've allocated 1 FTE of staffing away from our department administration and toward classification and compensation. This is a really important function that we serve for the organization. It's a key role for us, affecting major expenses at all of our departments countywide and on our ability to attract and retain quality talent. So we feel that investment in this role is really important. Next slide, please. So overall, our operating budget in human resources is just over $10.45 million, which includes a general fund contribution of just over $7.8 million and program transfers of just over $160,000. We have 33 full-time equivalent employees. Our operations in human resources are split among 4 major program areas: administration and fiscal, which is at about $2.7 million and 7.1 FTE. They provide various administrative operations and administrative and fiscal oversight. And it also includes our business partner role, which we've continued to invest in following our KPMG study in 2020. Then we have employee relations at $1.13 million and 5.1 FTE. It oversees negotiations and labor with our labor organizations, advises our departments on compliance with laws, regulations, policies, and programs, and staffs the county civil service system and commission. We also have benefits and wellness at $1.15 million and 6 FTE, and they provide employee health and wellness and leaves of absence administration and support countywide. Next slide, please. We have talent acquisition and workforce planning, which is really 2 distinct areas. We have recruitment, that's the talent acquisition side, at about $1.3 million and 6.8 FTE. And they work with departments to find and hire qualified talent consistent with our merit system. And workforce planning is about $502,000 and 3 FTE, and they maintain our classification and compensation system. Finally, we have talent development at $1.17 million and 5 FTE, which offers a variety of technical, professional, and leadership development training program to the organization. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we have about $160,000 in general county program transfers, and those are to support our leadership development programs. In the last few years, we were allocated transfer funds for staffing to assist with the Workday ERP. However, with the pause of that project, we've absorbed that staffing and eliminated those backfill positions. Next slide, please. Next year, we'll have 33 FTEs in our department, which is a reduction of those 3 remaining Workday ERP backfill positions. Our operating expenses will see a slight reduction related to those position eliminations, but overall, we won't have any other significant budget changes. So some of our anticipated accomplishments, and of course there are a lot more there in our D pages of the budget, but we wanted to highlight a few. These include launching our 3 levels of leadership development training for supervisor, manager, and leadership academies, and this was in partnership with the City of Santa Barbara, the City of Goleta, and the City of Carpinteria. And so we've been offering those in South County as a pilot program, and we're hoping to expand with a supervisor academy in North County next year. We've also implemented a pilot project for a new software tool called Workforce that will help our supervisors and managers track and manage employee leaves of absence. That's been a real interest from our departments, and so that's a notable improvement that we're launching this year and into next year. We finalized the management classification and compensation structure countywide, and then that last year that included doing a salary survey, a market salary survey, to ensure that the new classifications that we'd established were tested against the labor market for those classifications. And we finalized 5 new 3-year labor contracts, including with 2 of our biggest labor organizations, and so that was quite an accomplishment for employee relations. We attended 15 local college and community job fairs together with managers from our operational departments to try and source new talent. And we have been investing in our HR business partner model, which was an imperative that came out of our KPMG study several years ago, by allocating additional focus and staffing to that role, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. In the upcoming year, we'll be looking to successfully launch the Workday Learning Management System, the LMS or training system in Workday. This was originally not scheduled to be launched until phase 2 of the project, but we've been able to move it forward, and we're excited to get that done early, particularly because it will play a key role in our phase 1 training that we're working with our Auditor-controller on this year. We will be securing successor contracts with 3 of the county's 10 labor organizations, including the Deputy Sheriff's Association, the Probation Peace Officers Association, and the Sheriff Managers Association. We'll be implementing an IT classification and compensation project, which will better align IT for the future. We'll be developing and delivering leave of absence training. This is a real area where our departments feel they could use more support from us, and so we'll have a new policy in place, and we'll be launching some good training for that for our managers and supervisors. And we're going to continue to develop the HR business partner model to support our departments. This role focuses on communication and partnerships with our department leadership to help them achieve their operational goals, and also with our department HR representatives to support them and ensure their success. And we'll be working with the Auditor-controller and IT to advance a new project timeline for the personnel and payroll functions for Workday. The next 2 slides focus on 4 priority recommendations that came out of our KPMG report. As one of the first departments that engaged with KPMG in a departmental and operational and performance review in 2020, we've had some time with those recommendations, but we continue to invest toward those identified goals. As part of our goal to effectively define delivery and ownership of HR services. In previous years, we've focused on updating policies and procedures and communicating them out to the organization. This year, we created and disseminated a shared ownership matrix This will help everyone better understand our hybrid model and what sort of responsibilities fall to county HR, which responsibilities fall to HR at the department level, and where there are overlaps. And so we think that'll help with the understanding. We also took another step toward improving our role as a business partner to our departments. Again, this role focuses on partnerships with our department leadership to help them achieve their operational goals, and also with our department HR representatives to support them and ensure their success. In prior years, we'd established monthly and quarterly meetings with HR professionals across the county and implemented joint training opportunities for HR staff countywide, among other things. This year, we allocated one of our key management staff members, who is Carolyn Marceda. You can see her up there, and she's right back here with us. Very seasoned HR professional. So she's been working with our departments who are charged with HR functions to connect them with the resources that they need and ensure their success. She does onboarding and then ongoing meetings out at departments, so she's been doing a really good job with that. She's also developing tools to help department leadership with succession planning, among other things. So these are areas that we can really help our departments with, and we're moving more and more into that space. Next slide, please. We took the next step in our goal to develop strategy and service delivery model for our talent development function. In prior years, we adopted a federated service model and replaced the county's cost allocation process to a no chargeback training solution in furtherance of this goal. And this year, we continue to enhance understanding by producing a federated model graphic and reviewing it with our stakeholders. In the upcoming years, we'll seek opportunities to use the new learning management system to enhance training throughout all of our modalities, which include contracted training, department level training, and centralized training through county HR. Finally, our employee relations staff continues to track its interventions in employment matters and work with legal counsel and departments to identify and address trends, needs, and risks. We've established an active issues tracking system. We've established a library of template letters for performance management issues for our departments, and we've provided training for leadership on special topics in employee and labor relations, all in furtherance of that goal. Next slide, please. So our department feels good about our current fiscal picture. We don't have major areas of concern other than the ones that are facing our operations generally. We have two things worth flagging. We do earn health benefit commissions, but our expenses related to the plan administration that we pay from these funds have been outpacing these revenues. So we may need to make some slight adjustments to this in the future. We're also looking forward to reinitiation of the implementation of the personnel and payroll functions of the Workday ERP project. And we recognize that this will require some level of backfill staffing. The good news is that we've learned a lot about Workday over the last several years, and we're in a really good position to evaluate and make targeted recommendations for those backfill needs. We are on track with our performance measures. With no major changes for next year. We, you can see, track several measures, including retention of new employees, how we're doing on retaining our new employees, timeliness of recruitments, timeliness of workplace investigations, that's really important, leadership training, and increasing engagement in case management support for our employees with diabetes. And so we have several other measures in our budget too, but those are some highlights. Next slide. Okay, so we will not have any service level reductions because the CEO is recommending an additional $59,700 in GFC to cover the growing expenses, primarily related to salary and benefit increases. HR doesn't have another source of funding for those. Next slide. So, thank you for your attention and support for our department. I'd like to close with a quote that our staff selected for this year. Perseverance is not a long race. It is many short races, one after the other. And we will keep that in mind this year as we adjust and refocus to address changes, whatever those may be, in support of our employees and in support of the goals of the county organization as a whole. Thank you.
I like that quote. Thank you, Director Schmidt. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. The Health Benefit Commission funds piqued my interest. What kind of revenue are we receiving for those commissions on our health benefits?
Certainly. I'm going to ask Katie Torres, who is our benefits division chief, to come up and address that.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Yes, so we receive a small percentage from several of our vendors, particularly around their performance. So if they're not meeting our expectations, we get a small increase that goes to our commission funds.
So I'm looking for an amount.
Oh, sorry. We get roughly about $125,000 a year.
Across all commissions?
Correct.
Okay. I think I want to understand that a little bit better in the future. I don't need to find out here. It just seems like an odd relationship that HR would be receiving commissions on that. Yeah, it just seems a little different, especially as we want to make sure that we're in a not in a relationship, a partnership with our vendors, but trying to get the best price possible for our end users. And that does seem like a small amount, so it doesn't seem like that would necessarily drive decision making necessarily. But again, I think I need to understand a little bit better in the future. But I was looking at our general funds. So there's about 25% of HR's funding is from other sources, not general fund. There's $100,000 there. Where's the other $2.5 million coming from? I think it says in the budget, it's other operating income, and I just don't know what if that's not general fund, where is that coming from?
That is the income from premiums from our dental fund. So we are self-funded for dental, and we take premiums in, and then we pay expenses out. And so that's the dental fund premiums primarily
so it's like a
coming
reserve account there that we're having, and that's represented in HR for about $2.5 million there.
Supervisor Nelson, in an account or what?
Well, I'm just trying to,
It's a separate fund. It's a
Okay.
completely separate fund. So HR actually has, they're in the general fund. That's where all their operations are. They do manage a separate special revenue fund that is the dental benefit, that is the money flowing in and
which is
then
that
flowing.
additional about $2.5 million.
Yes, when you look at the department as a whole, that is their other source of revenue, and it goes straight into the dental self-insurance fund.
And if that doesn't get used every year, what happens to those funds?
It holds in that fund balance in there, and they will often use it to defray increases in future years. So they make decisions on how much to hold, and if they're building up too much of a balance, they'll try to use it to offset dental insurance increases to the payees in the future.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And then I guess one of my other questions about this department in general, just being a general fund department, it seems that you're providing services for all departments, and even non-general fund departments, and so typically we charge those non-general fund departments for those services. So is that something we've ever considered that actually? Okay, help me with that.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, they are one of our central service departments that recoup their costs through the cost allocation plan. That comes back to 991 general revenues. It is $25 million of our total $407 million in that GFC that we give out. So they don't see the direct, county council doesn't see the direct, our department yours, but those costs are billed out in the cost allocation plan to the special revenue funds.
Okay, thank you. And perfect, that's what I wanted to hear, make sure I understood that correctly. The leave of absence tracking software, I was hoping that Workday would actually have some kind of plug-in for that in the future. Does it not in the HR side, or do we have to go buy another product?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, yes, actually, Workday did have a functionality like that, but when we looked at it, we really saw that Workforce, which has a partnership with Workday, offered better management tools for us. And so we decided to go with that product. And then knowing that we had a separate product from Workday, we were able to implement it earlier. It won't have full functionality. It does integrate with Workday. It won't have the full functionality it's capable of until we go live with the HR and payroll side of Workday, but it still provides some really good tracking capability for our departments, even without that integration. And that's why we were able to implement it early and take advantage of those more limited functions.
Okay, and last but not least, the pilot project for leadership development, just for other departments, it's okay to start a pilot project up in the North County first, just for the record. You guys don't always have to start in the South, but just wanted to make sure I got that out there for your department and others. Thank you.
Supervisors, just to let you know, we did check with the city managers, and we are not getting as much participation yet from the city managers in the North County, but we're continuing to try.
Okay. Thank you so much. I just want to thank you. Your team has been really easy to work with and doing a lot of really important work. Thank you. Moving on. I'll call up the Auditor-controller, please.
Hello. Do I get 3 minutes? I see that.
You have as much time as you need.
Good afternoon. I'm Betsy Schaefer. I'm the County Auditor-Controller, and I always like to start my once-a-year budget presentation with just saying thank you. Thank you to the board. Thank you to the CEO, Miyasato. Thank you to our budget director, Paul Clementi. Thank you to our analyst, Stephen Yee. Thank you to our business manager, our new business manager, Courtney Kramer, who admittedly knows more about our budget details than I do, so I'm glad she's here. Thank you, Ed Price, who's our assistant auditor controller. Thank you to Shauna Jorgensen, our new chief deputy controller, a year in. And thank you to my brave souls sitting in the front there who work with Paul's team on the budget. That's Vivi Shiloh, our purple lady, and then Nick Knocker, our supervisor over financial reporting. And I also just thank you to the department CFOs. Thank you, Mona, for having them stand up earlier. That is really important. They do such a great job throughout the county. They really are sort of unsung heroes here. And also just thank you to my team back, today's Monday, so most of them are teleworking from home, but thank you, AC team. All right, so my first presentation, our first slide here, our key takeaways. Just so you know, right off the top, we have primarily a status quo budget. Our budget is small, so all these kinds of things really sort of impact us. We did have a decrease in not SB 90, property tax admin fee revenue of $30,000. This is a service charge that we can get recouped for doing property tax administration, and we're down $30,000 for that. We have a 15% increase in other charges, which is primarily comprised of IT services and liability insurance. That's about $120,000 increase. And then the class and comp study, which is great, and provided some CPA allowance to our managers. That increased by about $90,000. Overall, our operating budget, $12.5 million. And our general fund contribution is, most of that, as you can see, at $9.5 million. We did get $1.5 million of general county program transfers, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So our major operations, I guess, we have 4 distinct areas. We have administration and support. With 5 FTE. They support our entire office by keeping us staffed, within budget, organized, and engaged. That's a little all-staff meeting contest we had there in that picture. They also coordinate our multi-department administrative tasks, such as board letters, public records requests, credit cards, and warrant controls. Our next area here, audit services, the wise owl picture there. We have 5 FTE there. They support opportunities for enhanced security, internal control through audit projects and compliance analysis. They also provide for confidential reporting of, of fraud, waste, and abuse for by administering the whistleblower hotline. Our accounting services, which is really the big, the big operation in our office. We have almost 40 FTE in that division. And it's more than a division, it's several divisions. That's our property tax administration division, our financial accounting and support division, which pays the bills, our payroll division, which pays our employees, and I think that's mostly it. And then, yeah, so that's our accounting services. Financial reporting, we have 6 FTE there. We have 2 of them here, and they prepare our annual financial statements. They help with the budget, make sure it's reconciled and accounted for correctly in the financial system. And they also just help with the cost plan. Well, they develop the cost plan and the indirect cost rates. So. All right, our next slide shows the general county program transfer, $1.5 million. And that's really to support our Workday support division. The 7 FTEs there, it helps provide funding for that. Our staffing summary over the years, we've increased, it looks like 7 FTEs, and we can really pretty much directly correlate that to our Workday support division, which has 7 FTEs. Our operating budget at $12.5 million, and we already talked about sort of these 3 areas of impact on our budget. Our anticipated accomplishments. So what we hope to achieve by this current year, of course, we want to maintain our operations, and sometimes it's really hard to imagine or put our hands around how much in property taxes get allocated out, but it's $1.2 billion with a B, and it's a lot. It's a lot of money, and we have a really, small team, but experienced team that work on doing that. And hopefully we're providing the financial information that people are requesting and asking for. Our second area there is really we want to support these projects that impact the entire county. We've talked about the ERP. I know you're going to hear about that more later, but we're very involved in that since that first phase is the financial system phase. And of course, we want to strengthen internal audit. We've been talking about this for several years now. I feel like we're staffed there. However, we do have a couple of them that we've sort of loaned out to the ERP project still. But recently, we just hired an outside local firm to help us do some sort of concerted projects. The first one we've asked them to help us with, or that we've engaged them with, is with CSD, Community Services Department, and they're actually looking at compliance related to our housing and homeless programs. So what do we hope to achieve next year? Hopefully, we'll continue operations. With the new ERP system, we want to continue to pay bills and continue to allocate our taxes. We will start on the next phase of the ERP system, which is the people, we call it people and payroll phase. And we're excited about that getting started. And we want to continue our partnership with internal audit, just making sure that, we stay on top of things there. Our next slide talks about the KPMG operational review. We really focused on one item here, and that is the risk assessment. So every year we're supposed to do a risk assessment that just looks countywide and says where are the areas of risk and how can we mitigate those risks, what things can we do to do a better job at trying to identify those risks. One of the things that KPMG recommended was computer-aided auditing techniques, which is sort of like AI, just trying to use technology to look at big areas of data and anomalies and see if we can then structure our audit plans to support those. Our fiscal issues to watch is the ERP. That's really taking up as much as, as it can take in our office. We have 4 GASBs coming up, which is Governmental Accounting Standards Rules. I know those are very exciting, especially for our team over here. But we have 4 of them coming up, one related to compensated absences, one related to risk disclosures. Those have to be implemented by June 30 of this year. And then upcoming 2 years, or next year, is our financial reporting model, and then disclosure of certain capital assets. It just means there's different ways to report things that we have to start doing now. So. Our performance measures, the first 2 are really about automating payments and making those through ACH, and I think we're doing a pretty good job at that at 90% above. We want to continue to produce timely financial reports, and yeah, we want to retain employees to the best we can. We do not have any service level reductions. I guess we're on Harry's list there, that we did receive $158,000 to help support those budget gaps that we've mentioned earlier. Thank you for that. Just to summarize, the final quote is, sometimes we need a bridge and sometimes we are the bridge. Last year at this time, I don't know if you remember this, but I kind of said, oh, thank you, Stephen Yee, because you developed our budget. And thank you, Don Holden in the CEO's office, because you hired Courtney. And so last year, our office really needed a bridge. And so coming up with August 1 as our ERP go-live date, we hope that the AC can be the bridge to the rest of the county. So I will take any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Thank you, Betsy, for your presentation. I know in the past I've asked about franchise agreements the county gets, and have you guys got a chance to think about potentially auditing some of those franchise agreements that we're receiving? I know it had been quite some time, maybe decades, since we've actually audited any of those, and I think it's really important since those are potential revenue sources for the county that I suspect that we're probably not getting what we should from some of these utilities. So any thoughts there?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Nelson. We do have that item specifically on our list. We actually just started what we're calling an accounts receivable engagement, and we do have another department on there. Our kickoff with them was just last week. It was Ag Commissioner. So we hope to, yes, we have that definitely on the list. Haven't forgotten you.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Okay. You answered it all in your presentation. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Great. Now I will invite up information technology.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. I'm Chris Churgwin, the county's Chief Information Officer and Director of ITD. Before I begin, I'd like to thank my 2 assistant department heads, Andre Montessori and Kyle Slattery, as well as members of ITD's leadership team. We have an experienced, committed, and talented team, and I'm grateful to work alongside each one of them. I also want to thank our finance manager, Onelia Rodriguez, and her team for all of their hard work on putting together this presentation. As you're aware, ITD became a standalone department in July of 2023. In less than 2 years' time, ITD has made significant strides in improving technology services, strengthening our cybersecurity, improving relationships with departments, educating and training staff, and ultimately leveraging technology more effectively to serve our constituents. Technology continues to evolve rapidly. Keeping pace with these changes is essential, not only to maintain operational efficiency, but to safeguard the county's digital infrastructure. These investments, particularly in the areas of cybersecurity, are critical to protecting county systems and data. Over the past year, my focus as CIO has been in 4 primary areas. First, collaborating with all departments to develop 2 critically important strategic plans. We completed a 3-year countywide IT strategic plan last fall, and we're about a month away from completing a new 3-year technology modernization plan, which will provide a lot more tactical information for the next 3 years. Second, we have fully launched our business relationship management offering, which is where ITD has a team that meets with all departments on a monthly basis to ensure that we're understanding their needs, their pain points, and addressing those. Third, continuing to modernize and secure the county's technology systems and processes. And then lastly, working towards developing countywide AI governance, including AI guidelines and policies. The 2 takeaways for today that I want to mention are we're continuing to make significant progress in modernizing and maturing our IT services delivery model. We're continuing to enhance our service offerings and taking a larger role in managing multi-departmental technologies, for example, such as the Digital Evidence Management System, Enterprise GIS, centralizing internet connectivity, leading broadband initiatives. We have seen unprecedented increases in the costs of technology and are diligently looking for ways to lower costs through consolidation, centralizing licensing, carefully reviewing all contracts, and reducing technology sprawl. ITD's operating budget for this next year will be $37.2 million. Our capital budget is $25 million, which is almost entirely the Public Safety Radio Network project, and our GFC is $646,000. The next slide just breaks down our ITD into really 3 buckets. First is the admin and broadcasting. Second, which is our largest, is the IT shared services. That's everything from cybersecurity to customer support to networking and so forth. And then lastly, our communications division, radio, telephone, audio, visual. The bulk of the capital budget is for the previously mentioned Public Safety Radio Network upgrade, which is projected to be $18.9 million for the current phase. The other large expenditures are for server and network infrastructure. You can go to the next. There is a $6.9 million transfer from Department 990, with the largest transfer being the GFC share of the Public Safety Radio Network site construction. As you can see from the staffing summary slide, we are projecting 72 FTEs this coming year, which is just a slight decrease from this current year. We are projecting our operating revenue to be $37 million in fiscal year 25-26, with the bulk of the increases due to increased costs of software, including the addition of new software like the Digital Evidence Management System. The ITD team has done an outstanding job this year in achieving the goals we set. To date, our team has accomplished over 200 goals that we set at the beginning of this fiscal year to improve how we deliver IT services to the county. Some of the highlights include completing the new 3-year countywide IT strategic plan, providing guidance for all departments. We've established an AI working group as well as an AI steering committee to prepare the county for embracing this new technology. We are well over halfway completed with the multi-year Public Safety Radio Network upgrade project. This will improve and modernize our radio system for all first responders. The ITD team has fully embraced the county's leadership and technical training opportunities, and we're nearing completion, as I mentioned a little bit ago, of the new 3-year technology modernization plan, which will provide that roadmap not only for ITD, but allow all the departments to see where are we investing into what technologies and what initiatives over the next 3 years. Our goals for this next year are to assist in launching the Workday financials on August 1st. We are hoping to make huge strides in modernizing our county phone system. We're working to establish AI policies and a list of approved AI tools for departments to use. And as mentioned earlier, we want to complete the next phase of the new public safety radio network upgrade. For the operational performance reviews, we are working on updating and modernizing our service catalog. Our service catalog was kind of several years out of date, and so we're going through each of the different services that we offer, and not only making sure that it's accurate and up to date in terms of exactly what ITD does, but we want to make sure that there's also like service level agreements and expectations for departments to know what to expect when they request services from us. As I mentioned earlier, we're working on the 3-year technology modernization plan, which will give us in this next year kind of that first year of this is what we're going to be tackling. And then we're really focused on governance right now, along with project prioritization. We want to ensure that we're improving transparency and accountability for everything that we do. On the fiscal issues to watch, this will always be on this slide, and that is just always being alert to the ever-increasing costs of cybersecurity solutions, which are critical. We have to maintain our systems. The bad guys are getting more and more difficult to catch, and so we have to continually evolve and invest in the tools we need to protect the county. We've seen the largest increases ever in hardware and software costs this last year, and with the tariffs coming, that's not going to help either. There's been supply chain disruptions, and so we're really focusing on how do we balance modernizing our technology with those, and being innovative, but also, keeping a really close tab on the costs that we're spending as well, and that's a balancing act that we're working on. Our performance measures, I'm not going to read through them all, but they remain very strong. I'm very pleased with the great work that the entire ITD team is doing. No service level reductions. So as you've heard and seen in the presentation today, ITD has achieved many goals and objectives this past year. I want to thank the board and the CEO's office for having the vision to elevate IT in order to foster greater innovation, improve departmental collaboration, and increase countywide operational effectiveness. The ongoing investment into the right technology vision, leadership, and solutions is having a significant and positive return for the county. ITD is setting a new vision and roadmap through the IT strategic plan and the technology modernization plan. We are playing a strategic and active role in projects such as Workday, Enterprise GIS, data sharing, public safety radio network, and many other multi-departmental initiatives. We are working closely with Central HR to implement the new IT comp and class system. We're continuing to prioritize cybersecurity, governance, training, and education. We are committed to building strong and trusted relationships with the departments to help them better achieve their goals. We are grateful for your support, and we're committed to driving this county forward through the strategic and effective use of technology. My quote to leave you with today is this: follow 3 rules. Do the right thing, do the best you can, and always show people you care. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Turwin. Questions from the board? Well, oh yeah.
I don't have a question, just a comment. And this is mostly for the CEO's office. That, this has been a real sea shift change in the last 10 years. I remember we could have been hacked with a kid, that was 10 years old, basically, I think, back in the day. So I just appreciate the whole shift that we've made of creating this department and centralizing what needs to be centralized and really putting the focus on it. And, in my meetings with the department, it always amazes me that this is one of those departments that has to be right every single day, every day out of the year, because if you mess up one day, it can have just catastrophic results for us. So I just appreciate the whole shift we made and making this a focus. It's expensive, but it's more expensive if you ignore it. So I'm really excited about Workday and what happens and how we shift the way that we work, because the way that we're funded is changing, and we've really got to, I was just looking at the 2011 budget, by the way, my first one. And yeah, it's a little bit different than it used to be. So it's cool that, that you're a highlighted segment of the budget this time around.
I'll just add, I've been sort of volunteering you and your department for other jobs this morning, so I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about the enormity of all of these different, you reference all these different technology systems. I don't even know if we'd have a number on them, but there are so many different ones throughout the departments. What's your vision? Would be ideal? How should, you have the floor now with some department heads listening, how would you like them to interact with your department? How's that going? I just, I have worry, as I expressed earlier, about big, huge ticket items being purchased and then, becoming almost obsolete within a year or two after being implemented. And I just think, okay, there's got to be an expert that can help with this. So I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yes, Chair Capps, it's a great question. And I think historically for many organizations with IT, it's easy to become reactive and you just kind of address the needs as they come up, which is why we've shifted over the last couple of years here at the county, and we've developed like this 3-year strategic plan, and now we're working on a 3-year modernization plan. Because if we don't have a roadmap of where we're going, then you just quickly fall into that reactive camp again, and we want to avoid that. And so what we're trying to do is not develop this in isolation just with an ITD, but we're going out and meeting with all departments and asking them the questions, where are you going? What are your needs? Not just today, but what are your needs 2, 3, 4 years out? And then how can we bring the right technology, again, not isolated just within our department, but understanding their needs and their vision, how can we then put together the right solution for them, but looking holistically at the entire county, not just looking at a department, because what we're seeing with things like Excella and DEMS and a lot of these software solutions, multiple departments can leverage the same tools, right? And so, but that takes that strategic vision, that takes having the big conversations and understanding the whole kind of environment to make sure that we're spending our investments in the right places for the right solutions. And so it doesn't happen overnight. It just takes time to get there, but I think that we're on the right path. And I have multiple examples of where through having those conversations, consolidating our technology, starting to leverage them more effectively across departments, we're actually saving money and being a lot more efficient in how we're using these tools. So we just need to continue to be strategic and plan ahead. I think that's what's key, is really just not get caught in that putting out fires all the time.
And would a department check in with you or someone on your team prior to making a big vending? Is there a process for that? Is that something you're hoping for more?
Yes, so we have actually 2 processes for that. One is we have governance now where any IT investment over $50,000, and this could be hardware, software, consulting, anything related to technology, has to go through the county's governance committee. So we have a 13-member technology governance committee. And so anything over 50,000 has to be vetted. So IT looks at it, CEO looks at it, auditor looks at it. We have 5 different individuals or departments that look at every one of these investments. And we either say thumbs up or no, go back and resolve this issue. And then if it's over $200,000, that then goes through the full EITC, all 13 members, for review and a voting as well. So that's anything, again, over 50 or over 200,000. Anything smaller than 50,000, we actually have a team within IT that meets with departments every month, and we're asking those questions. What are the investments, even if they're small investments? What investments are you making? Because again, maybe we already have that tool at the county. The departments don't know we have it, right? So we just need to make sure where there's a lot of collaboration happening.
Well, that's reassuring. I'm glad to hear that. I didn't realize that there was a governance committee like that.
Yeah.
So Supervisor Hartman asked about AI earlier. I know that you have a working group, and a member of my team is on it. If you could just give us an update and sort of what the next few steps are.
Yeah, so we have two groups. There's a working group, which is about 50 members from across the county, and that's more of like education and awareness. And then we have a smaller group of 13 members from 13 different departments. That's our steering committee, and they meet every single month. And what they're working on is, so we've already published one document, and that was the AI guidelines that we sent out in January. And that was an 18-page document that was more, again, an educational piece around AI. Now we're working on AI policies. And along with those policies, shortly thereafter, we're hoping to publish like an approved list of AI tools that departments can start to use that we've vetted, we've ensured that there's no risk, or that we've made sure there's guardrails around that risk. And so that's what that committee is doing, is really trying to set policy and then establish what are the next initiatives that we're going to undertake from an AI perspective.
That's great. Really good stuff. So I was asking Director Cherwin, because I'm focused on user accessibility, which websites are the most visited? Anyone want to take a guess? Which of our websites pages are most visited?
I would say I watched I look at the rain. And how much Kachuma is full. Hydrology.
Weddings? Close.
Weddings.
Close.
The rain.
No, it's Lake Kachuma reservations. And dog adoptions are not close behind, so. Dog adoptions. Adoptable dogs. Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate
welcome.
it. Supervisor Hartman, apologies.
Yeah. I guess my question was answered by your much more subtle response than my question, but the question was really, are there Lone Ranger departments that don't follow your guidance? But I guess that's why you spent so much time putting the governance structure into place. And so that really works?
Yeah, it is, yes, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. We have really put a lot of energy and effort into meeting with departments on a regular basis. And we're doing that because we want to help those departments, with their decision-making, or just provide some guidance with technology. And so I would say we've come a long way in terms of establishing that partnership where we're trying to ensure that decisions are being made not just in a silo, that there's visibility and transparency, and there's some guidance along the way. And I think we've come a long, long way over the last couple of years in having that more collaborative approach.
So this morning, much of our discussion was on criminal justice, and a lot of it had to do with data and IT issues. And they have some of their own structures for collaboration. So how do you interact with that?
So yes, so there's actually there's a committee that is the Criminal Justice Committee that's working on data sharing, and I was listening this morning, and I was hearing them talk about that. Tanya Heitman leads that committee and does a really good job there. What I've observed, and we have ITD's part of that committee as well. What I've observed is it's really less about the technology, and even less today than even a year ago in terms of like maybe the politics of it. Now I think it's more of the data itself, from the standpoint of probation might have data, sheriff has data, everybody has their data, but it's labeled differently, right? So now it's a matter, and we talked this morning, they talked about that, but how do you get all that data to be seen or labeled with a consistent methodology, right? So that it can be shared accurately. And so it's more, I think, around just getting that done properly, which is a lot of work. But they're having the right conversations, they're heading in the right direction, they have a consultant that's helping them with that. So I think we're on a good path, but it's not something, again, that's going to happen overnight. It's just a lot of work to build that foundation and build that map to make sure that all the data across all departments is the same, or share, the same labeling, so to speak.
And if you would give us one piece of advice about how to monitor or track or encourage that, what would you tell us?
Just keep asking questions. I would just keep asking questions and ask for updates on a regular basis. I think we'd be happy to come and present the progress that we're making, and just staying visible, staying transparent with the progress that we're making, I think is important.
Yeah, I think this morning we did ask for a 6-month update. so-
Yeah, maybe it should be quarterly. I mean, just, I don't know, but I'd like to see us continue to keep making that progress.
But you feel your ITD is fully involved and has eyes on and a window into all these different efforts?
I do, yeah. We also have a new data governance committee that's kind of a broader, it's more than just the criminal justice departments. We're in the process of forming a data governance, which is going to be countywide, but with the same objectives, right? Is how do we share data better? How can we get more accurate or timely reporting on data, right? And so it is a lot of work that has to be done, but it's something that's on our radar and it's in our strategic plan as well.
So I know you've got the AI guidelines and more coming. It seems like the county might be in the situation of our country or the world that the technology is going so fast, it's hard to keep up. And people are starting to use it in different applications. So I wonder if you would comment on that. Any warnings or any good advice for us?
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I believe we're taking a methodical and a very guarded approach to AI, and I think it's the right approach. I've read stories and I've talked to other CIOs of other counties where they moved too quickly and they realized that they made some big mistakes and they had to pull back. And I want to avoid that. So I want to be very careful about how we leverage AI. It's a very powerful tool. It can help us immensely. But there has to be guardrails in place, and we have to have governance around AI to ensure that we're reducing the risk to the county. The last thing we want to do is move too quickly and all of a sudden we've exposed something or AI is used in a way that we didn't expect it to or want it to. And I want to avoid us being on the front page of the news, right? And so I think just taking a very strategic approach is the right approach.
Is confidentiality the biggest risk that you anticipate, or could you give us a sense of what we need to be aware of?
Yeah, so with AI, there's several risks. One is AI, because of its capability, is able to quickly kind of spread its tentacles into all kinds of data. And if you don't have your data structured properly, all of a sudden it finds data that you didn't even know you had access to. And then now is that accessing HIPAA or CGIS or data that you don't want to have AI connected to. And so there's that risk there. So you got to make sure that your data is structured and secured properly. That's a big one. AI has hallucinations, which are basically it's giving information that's not accurate. And so if our staff isn't trained on the fact that AI is not 100% accurate, and they're not double checking the work that they do, things like that, it can present a risk as well. So there's a myriad of risks out there. And so really it comes down to governance, it comes down to education, training, and making sure we're vetting the solutions to really reduce any potential harm that could come to the county.
Okay, thank you so much. You can stay up here and we'll move to the next topic, which is special issue Workday ERP update.
Are you going to sit there, Kyle? Okay, I'll just introduce Kyle real briefly.
Sounds good.
All right, well, good afternoon again. I just want to briefly, before I hand it off to Kyle for an update, I just want to briefly make just a couple comments. It was about 6 months ago, I believe it was in October, that we last provided a Workday update to the board. And at that time, you all asked for us to come back 6 months later. And so here we are with an update on where we're at. I'm very pleased with the progress that's been made, especially recently. We are on track to go live August 1st, which Kyle will talk more about. So I feel like we're in a much better place now than we've been in the past to ensure that we are going to achieve that go live date. So Kyle, I'm going to turn it over to you and you can provide more details. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to provide an update on the county's ERP project. Chris did steal my thunder there. We are overall on track for our August 1st go live, but really want to provide some information to support where we stand, where we're heading, and some long-term planning around usage of this system. So in today's update, we'll provide some background on the project itself, as well as the ERP system, what it is, why we're doing it, also some of the key milestones that have been accomplished to date. We'll then talk about specifically that phase 1 go live that's coming up this summer, less than 4 months from now, very close around the corner. A lot of excitement for that and a lot of transition and change at the same time. We'll then talk about our ongoing support structure that we have in place, not only to support users of the system, but also optimize the county's usage of this powerful software for many years to come. We'll take a look at the finances for the project and then close it out with some highlights of what to look forward in terms of future phases. Do want to pause to acknowledge and thank our members of the steering committee, many of them in this room here today. Thank you for them for their guidance and support throughout the years that we've been working on this project. We are moving forward. We are getting closer to that go live, and it's really the leadership of these individuals that have allowed us to persevere and get to the point where we are. So this is a slide that's what are we doing and why. The county is implementing Workday, which is a unified ERP system, really to unify our finance, HR, and payroll software into one system. By doing so, we'll retire certain legacy countywide applications that perform certain key business functions, and the Workday system itself will provide a countywide platform to advance us into the future, including the ability to leverage future AI opportunities. So we expect this will modernize our county business operations, help standardize and further automate our business processes, simplify our technology landscape, and help meet the expectations of an evolving workforce, ultimately so that we have the internal systems in place to meet our modern needs and better serve our constituents. This is a screenshot of the Workday interface. This is of our training tenant, which we released to departments last week. So that's an exciting milestone, getting the Workday software out in front of our users to practice, to train, to learn, and begin to get accustomed to using the system. There's nothing fancy or flashy on this slide, but this is the single portal to all of Workday's functionality. We'll access our financial information. We'll be able to perform business functions and tasks. We'll be able to see our team structures and how we're organized in our departments and countywide. And ultimately, when future phases like human resources and payroll are online, we'll access all of those features and functions through this one common interface as well. So the ERP system is an extensive software application. It covers various areas of core business functions. Those are all listed up here. We did divide our project into multiple phases based on the common functionality offered by the system. So phase 1 is financials, supporting our core business functions in the financial area. Phase 2 covers human resources functions as well as payroll. And we have a third phase, which has our budget development tools, as well as some analytics that can be performed on the system as a whole once everything is in place. Do not want to trace through the details of this slide, but really it's in there to help demonstrate that an ERP system is highly integrated. Functionality in one area of the system ties to other areas of the system. This is just an example of how budgets crosses multiple functions of the system, and this highlights the true benefit of having all of that functionality in one common core under one umbrella, integrated in the way that it's delivered so that we can perform our various business functions. Right now, some of these things happen in different systems. There's varying levels of communication between those systems, so we should expect some efficiency and completeness of information by having everything ultimately housed in one spot. Do want to highlight the work of our ad hoc committee and how that has supported our march forward to the August go live. About a year ago, we did come to the realization that we had, one, missed a couple prior go-live attempts, and two, would need more time to successfully complete phase 1 of the project. So we made a decision at the steering committee level to formally extend phase 1 financials from its original go-live date of August 2023 to August of 2025, this summer. By doing so, we did strategically pause phase 2 of the project, focused on human resources and payroll, in order to really focus our county resources on getting phase 1 right and implementing it for our county. We also, by doing so, did consume some of the project resources and budget that were designated for Phase 2 were applied towards Phase 1 and completing the effort there. So we did amend the implementation contract in order to meet this revised go-live date and provide the necessary resources for our implementation contract. Around that time, though, the formation of an ad hoc Board of Supervisors committee consisting of Supervisors Hartman and Supervisors Nelson engaged with the steering committee, get an understanding of what the issues were associated with our timeline, what our plan was for proceeding forward, and ultimately ensuring accountability so that we could go live consistent with our revised go-live schedule. So that committee met several times over the course of the last 9 months, providing regular updates on where we stand, getting an understanding of any issues, and continually at each meeting, we've been able to confirm that we remain on track for our August 1st go-live. This takes a step back to holistically look at this project from a higher level over the past 5 or 6 years. You'll see on the left in the blue there, we had about 2 years of pre-implementation activities really gearing up for the project. In fiscal year 2022-23 is when we launched Phase 1 of the project. We were very ambitious and aggressive, planning to complete that within 13 months, and likewise beginning Phase 2 before Phase 1 was completed. As a result of not being ready to go live consistent with that schedule, we have extended Phase 1 for about 2 years, paused Phase 2, as mentioned, so that we can focus our efforts on completing Phase 1. But that means we are now getting very close to that Phase 1 go live and being able to deploy the software for our county departments and users and stabilize in our usage. We do have a budget system called Sherpa, which is also being implemented, and we anticipate that that may be ready for the upcoming future budget development season next year. So specifically with respect to our Phase 1 go live, it's been communicated several times, but I'll say it again, we remain on track. As the HR director noted in her report, we have pulled forward Workday Learning and are implementing that as part of Phase 1, which is really great to provide a countywide platform for learning management by this summer, that the county can really start utilizing some of that functionality that was planned for Phase 2. Starting last week, when we released our new training tenant, when the training for all of our department users commenced. So at this time right now, we've got dozens of users across all of our county departments engaging with the software, enrolling and taking training courses, and beginning to learn how to use the system in anticipation of it going live this summer. Do want to point out this slide says that there's 13 ongoing support positions across Auditor-controller and IT. There's actually 14 and they are all filled, so 7 in Auditor-controller and 7 in IT. Those ongoing support positions not only are going to assist our users with this transition to the new system, but they will be heavily involved in optimizing our county's usage of the software so that we can get the most out of our investment and really continue to innovate and apply new features that Workday offers. I mentioned that Sherpa budgeting is being implemented and it's scheduled for use in developing the county's 26-27 budget. And we've also resumed planning activities led by the Auditor-controller and the Human Resources Director for Phase 2. And that will require recontracting for implementation services, as we currently do not have any Phase 2 efforts in scope for our remaining efforts. The final point here is that this transition to Workday Financials will be one of several major changes that the county experiences in the next year. It will be a large, major organizational change, but we do continue to expect significant long-term benefits as a result of moving to this system. This slide highlights that ongoing support structure for Workday. Just wanted to specify that Workday will continue to host, they'll maintain, and they'll regularly enhance the system. So twice a year, they'll be releasing updates, which we'll be able to implement or not, which are just that continual innovation and increasing the functionality offered. The county then will be responsible for supporting our users, optimizing those functions that that Workday offers, and facilitating ongoing change management. So these new ERP systems are not something that you implement and it remains stagnant over the course of its life. It will be continually evolving and will be evolving with it. So this support structure is really what will allow the county to evolve with the Workday system over the period that the county uses it. The support structure shown here was developed by a subcommittee of the steering committee consisting of the Auditor-controller, the HR director at the time, our IT director, and our CEO, assistant CEO at the time. We vetted the number of roles and positions through various sources, information from Workday, peer counties, lessons learned from other organizations that have set up support structures, and this is the model that we chose and have gone towards implementing. One key thing is that we actually need to experience what it's like supporting this system, and so we will be periodically reevaluating this structure and the number of roles and positions to make sure that it's appropriate for our organization. Do want to highlight some of the fiscal impacts. The ERP system is indeed a significant long-term investment. The major components include software licensing, which is ongoing through the subscription term. Our county has a 15-year subscription to Workday, so that will carry well into the next decade. Also, implementation services and staffing are one-time in nature, but a major investment in order to get the system up and running. Then we'll have those ongoing support and system optimization staffing costs per that staffing model that we just looked at, and then other ancillary costs associated with this ERP system. So costs accumulated so far are approximately $17 million from when we commenced our implementation efforts in July of 2022 through the estimated actual for this current fiscal year. The majority of costs have been funded by general county programs, and once the system is live, we will be able to prorate a portionate share of those implementation costs to all funds which benefit. So generally, we estimate about 45% of the cost is borne by the general fund, and the remaining 55% can be recovered from other special revenue funds. Next year's budget does include $5.1 million for completing phase 1, scheduled for the summer, and then transitioning to ongoing support. We have not budgeted specifically for phase 2 as efforts remain underway to replan and reschedule and determine the resource requirements for those efforts. But we do anticipate that we'll be able to utilize funding set aside in general county program fund balance specifically for this project. This shows those costs over the last several years since we commenced our implementation efforts. Again, just highlighting that the major components include the Workday software subscription, our implementation services from our implementation partner, as well as reimbursements to departments for the additional staffing necessary for this implementation effort and the ongoing support. This slide shows specifically the additional positions that the board has funded and added in order to support the implementation effort and the ongoing support of the system. So as mentioned earlier, IT has 7 Workday support roles. Those are filled and funded through the internal service fund rates. There are 2 implementation roles which are funded by general fund. One of these we expect will transition to a support role once phase 2 goes live. And then 2 additional positions are planned in that original model, but they really relate to supporting the HR components of the system, so they haven't been added or funded at this time. Auditor-controller also has 7 Workday support roles funded by general fund. 2 of those support roles were added to support phase 2 payroll, but have been able to assist with implementation efforts for phase 1. Another correction here, it does say that 1 of those positions is vacant. Actually, all 7 of those positions are filled. So our Workday support team is filled, they're trained, they're supporting implementation activities, and they'll be ready to support the county when we go live this summer. Looking at future phases, as mentioned, the HR and payroll components, the planning for that is currently underway. We do plan on engaging with the GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, for some assistance with reviewing our contracting and helping determine recommendations for next steps related to Phase 2. And ultimately, the steering committee will develop recommendations within this next fiscal year. Looking at the budget system, Sherpa software that's being led by the CEO, particularly the budget function, that implementation is underway. We anticipate go live later this calendar year so that this software may be used for the 26-27 budget. So some key takeaways, just to highlight again, this is a major organizational change for our county. It's been a significant investment, but it also should reap significant benefits to our organization long term. The implementation of Workday Learning is a great benefit that we've been able to pull that forward, successfully get it set up and running, and be able to offer that functionality to our county departments before the rest of Phase 2. Just to say it again, Phase 1 remains on track, and we will continue to work diligently with our steering committee and our project team to ensure that that remains the case. And continued vigilance and cross-departmental collaboration will be key and necessary in order for the county to realize the long-term value of our investment. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Slattery. Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for all the work that's gone into this. It was a long time coming. Phase 1 budget of $17 million. We're exhausting what was really budgeted for the first 2 phases, right? I mean,
yeah.
So that's why we got to figure out a new budget for phase 2. But we have been able to move Phase 3 up kind of concurrently now. Is that?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is correct. So we currently do not have resources appropriated for Phase 2, but we do have sufficient resources appropriated to complete Phase 1 and to implement Phase 3 activities.
And again, that's because it took so long to get through Phase 1. We ate up a lot of those resources that we hope to spend on both phases. It's of course my hope, and I'm sure it's everybody's hope, that Phase 2, that we're going to learn some lessons from the first one, maybe a lot of the hard work that we put into making this possible, that some of that tread marks will help us forward, so it won't be such a difficult implementation. When it comes to the software for like Sherpa, is that going to get its full utilization without having that second Phase 2 piece?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we should be able to utilize it for our core budget development functions. We may not have access to Workday's payroll and human resource components to inform the budgeting for staffing. So it will be a little bit of a hybrid situation for a period of time while we're still using some legacy applications for certain components of the budget, utilizing Sherpa for the development pieces, and then utilizing Workday financials. Ultimately, once the entire ERP system is up and running and integrated with Sherpa, all the data should be exchanged and integrated within the system.
Do we have an estimate on how long Phase 2 should take place once we get started with that?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, generally, entities of our size designate about a year for implementing major components of the system, like financials, like human resources, like payroll. Payroll may take a little longer than that 1-year general guideline because of the complexity and the need to do some parallel testing of our legacy payroll to the new way of calculating payroll and understanding any differences that arise in those calculations. But as a general rule, about a year, maybe a little more than a year per phase.
Okay, so we'll be able to, hopefully in the next couple budget years, to get fully integrated there. We're not going to start that till we're done with Phase 1, is that my understanding?
That is correct. We want to successfully go live with Phase 1 financials, let this planning that's being led by the Auditor-controller and the Human Resources Director result in recommendations to the steering committee, apply those lessons learned that you mentioned. This is something our county hasn't done in many, many years, and so there certainly were some lessons learned. Be able to apply those so that we can accomplish the Phase 2 objectives on schedule and within the resources provided to do so.
So do you expect to be back to us by the end of the calendar year with kind of an idea, okay, hey, August 1st we went live, it's been a couple months getting that going, and then reporting back to the board on how we hope to proceed with Phase 2?
I do not have a specific expectation on timing at this moment. It will be something that the steering committee brings up in the months ahead as we get further into the planning process being performed by the Auditor-controller and Human Resources Director. So for specific timing, I would wait until the steering committee's developed recommendations around that.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, that's exciting news about Sherpa and next year's budget. So how would next year's budget be different? What are we expecting for what we're going to receive, or how it would work? Or will we notice?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I'm not quite sure myself exactly how different it's going to look, but it is critical that the Workday goes first, because Sherpa is going to latch onto that, and it uses that chart of accounts. We'll pull that information. We'll be developing the budget in there. So it may look slightly different based on the fact that the Workday chart of accounts is going to look different than what we're looking at here that comes out of Fin. But I don't quite have a picture yet. And then out of that, our budget book and our publishing, things like that, we're going to be looking soon into probably finding a publishing software that will be able to utilize what we develop in Sherpa and be able to put that online. And we haven't made any selections on that yet.
Well, that's exciting. I hadn't realized that it was coming, that piece of it was coming so quickly. Well, I know this has been a long and sometimes frustrating effort. Sometimes I guess you have to go slow initially to go fast eventually. So we're getting there, and I just really want to commend first of all, the Auditor-controller and the Tiger team. I know that they've been working night and day to get this going, and IT that's kind of really been helping us understand all that's involved with this, and Kyle, you monitoring and getting our meeting agendas and explaining to us, at least me, who's a novice in this area, kind of what is it we're talking about. So I really appreciate the enormity of the task that you've undertaken, and I'm really optimistic about its success. I've been part of other organizations that have taken things on and it hasn't worked out, and it's been a terrible black eye. So this has taken a little longer, but it's going to be a grand success, and I'm so glad to be part of the organization when this is coming online.
Okay, a lot of focus on systems today. Thank you to Supervisor Nelson and Hartman for serving on this committee. Appreciate it. And thanks to you for the presentation. And we'll now move to our last one of the day, which is general services. All right, Director Lagerquist, you've got the final.
I realize I stand between everyone and liberty right now.
That's right. But you got this.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Capps, Supervisors, and CEO Miyasato. I'm Kirk Lagerquist, the General Services Director. Here with me today are my 3 Assistant Directors, Lynn Dybel, John Green, and Ted Tabor. Additionally, my Business Manager, Brant Markley. So I want to extend my sincere appreciation to the finance team from General Services and department staff who worked so diligently on this budget request. And much appreciation to the CEO's office and budget team, specifically Paul Clemente, Chantel Ding, Jesse Steele, for their support as we sorted through all of our numbers, multiple revisions to our D pages and briefing materials. Having just surpassed my 2-year point at the county, this is now my 3rd iteration of the budget workshops, which makes me feel pretty seasoned. I'm pleased to present our fiscal year 2025-2026 budget request for general services, plus highlight the department's accomplishments, goals, programs, projects that we'll focus on for the next year. So general services is also presenting a status quo budget with 0 expansion requests. We are committed to focusing on board priorities, county initiatives, and delivering department products and services to support the rest of the county. Our 25-26 preliminary budget does reflect a $2.7 million or roughly 5% increase due mainly to consumer price index cost growth in cost of services, utilities, and supplies. We continue to execute over 80 projects to include the probation headquarters, the Northern Branch Jail expansion, the Cali Real Master Plan, as well as focusing on energy efficiency and savings projects through solar, battery energy storage, and building energy management systems. We did have a board inquiry form last week, so just quickly mention that. It was for the Northern Branch Jail and alleviating roughly $14 million that cost that would for the net zero energy component. We feel after further review and refinement of the assumptions with Knock and Lewis that we could alleviate that $14 million if we bring the power purchase agreement that was previously briefed in March and direct that power towards the expansion. So we will prepare that as a future board item and bring it back for a decision from the board. We are utilizing data to better tackle our preventive and deferred maintenance, and we continue to roll out electric vehicles and associated infrastructure, as well as preparing for the California Air Resource Board requirements for advanced clean fleets to transition our larger trucks to zero emissions. General Services is well positioned to meet our goals and continue to support the county. So this is our budget summary, and compared to our current fiscal year, our total operating budget has grown, as I said, $2.7 million, and this covers all of our general fund programs, vehicle operations, utility costs, and energy division programs. Our capital budget, as briefed on March 11th, is $21.6 million, and our general fund contribution is $17.2 million for operations. And our general county program transfers, the $7.4 million includes the 18% maintenance funding, as well as $1.8 million for recurring capital programs, which I'll share more in detail on slide 6. So I'll highlight our major service areas. The Administration, Finance, and HR Division has been integral in leading the department's responsibilities, particularly in the Emergency Operations Center, covering logistics functions during activations. Our Capital Projects Division has completed the Regional Fire Communications Center at the Cali Real Upper Campus, and we broke ground on the new probation headquarters on Garden Street in downtown Santa Barbara. This middle photo here is the bird's eye view of the Betaravia solar installation. It highlights a major solar investment, including battery storage, which has been generating power since last September, and we are seeing a roughly 70% reduction in electricity purchased. Our fleet division is focused on the county's electric vehicle programs and associated charging infrastructure projects. And we're still focused on the advanced clean fleets and are fortunate to have received a $4.7 million grant from the California Energy Commission, which will help us further expand our charging infrastructure. Our procurement, surplus property, and mail services is focused on streamlining services and reducing the number of contracts required to do county business. As previously briefed on March 11th, this is our one-time capital projects list and is valued at $6.8 million. I realize there'll be further discussions on the CIP on Wednesday. Under General County Program transfers, we have $9.2 million, and includes $1.8 million, as I said, for recurring capital project programming, such as Americans with Disability Improvements, energy projects, security measures, and roof replacements. On our staffing summary, there's a decrease of 2 full-time equivalents, which represents the transfer of our physical security coordinator to risk management, plus we have unfunded a vacant administrative professional position. For our operating budget is our 5-year snapshot, which reflects our $2.7 million increase for the next fiscal year due to increases in utility costs, growth in maintenance, security services, and contractual salaries and benefits. Under anticipated accomplishments for this fiscal year, a recent update to the public EV charger use rate to cover the cost to use and maintain the equipment, and the establishment of a fund to account for related activity, along with efforts to ensure we are meeting the advanced clean fleet regulations and reporting requirements. We've made positive progress in increasing our county renewable electricity usage from 63 to 66%. We have continued focus and investment in many deferred maintenance projects, capital projects in support of safe, healthy, and energy efficient facilities and infrastructure, and collaboration with planning and development and community services on the update to the housing element and workforce housing study. Under department goals, we're part of this transition to Workday, part of the phase 1 rollout. We continue to expand the electric vehicle fleet, charging infrastructure, as well as other energy efficiency and renewable projects. We plan to award a design-build contract for the Northern Branch Jail expansion. We continue to align resources to meet county requirements and better utilize data in those decisions, and develop a space management policy that aligns county space requirements as we look to right-size our facilities. Under operational performance review, priority recommendations, so establish an asset maintenance strategy to address deferred maintenance. We are better utilizing the capabilities of our maintenance connection program to address critical infrastructure and maintenance. Based on the transition from internal combustion engines to electric, we are training our mechanics on the maintenance and safety of these vehicles, which consists mainly of tires and wiper blades. As mentioned under our goals, we are developing a space management policy that will aid in the adoption of hybrid work and maximizing the usage of space and highlight whether consolidation makes sense. And in procurement, we have implemented a master services agreement, or many master service agreements, which has reduced the number of individual contracts required. And lastly, we are updating our 2017 environmentally preferable purchasing practices to adopt more green choices in our buying of goods and services across the county. With fiscal issues we're keeping an eye on, the escalation of construction costs due to inflation, supply chain shortages, tariffs, and the unknown impacts of reconstruction from the Los Angeles wildfires. As briefed last year, the impacts of the advanced clean fleet transition are still significant due to the increased cost of zero-emission vehicles, specifically trucks. As briefed in March, we are pursuing power purchase agreements for 7 sites across the county to install more renewable energy. We intend to roll out building energy management systems to gain better control of energy usage. And General Services has driven down our department vacancy rate from 22% when I arrived 2 years ago to now 6%. So our effort is to retain our high caliber workforce in order to continue to provide the products and services required by this county. And for performance measures, mentioned renewable energy footprint, we continue to grow that, continuing to grow our zero emission vehicle fleet. We have room to grow with completing our capital projects on time and within budget, and are committed to doing so. Based off our recent customer survey, we've had very favorable ratings from our other county departments that rely on our services. And as previously mentioned, by using master service agreements, we've seen a reduction in individual contracts, which saves time and money. So we have no service level reductions, thanks to a $229,000 general fund contribution. Additional GFC will support increased costs in security services, as well as contractual salaries and benefits. And lastly, for our quote, money isn't the most important thing in life, but it's reasonably close to oxygen on the gotta have it scale. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Questions from the board? Yeah, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. So I just want to make sure I heard you correctly on the net zero issue for the jail. That's going to come back at another time where you guys believe that you might be able to achieve the goals of net zero without necessarily spending those types of funds?
We believe we can do that.
Okay, great. Looking forward to that presentation. That's great news. As far as one of the items on there, you mentioned that you guys completed 6,000 work orders over the last year. What does our backlog look like?
So our backlog of deferred maintenance is still up around 170 million. As far as backlog of work orders, I'm not sure. John, do you have?
Okay, I'm just curious. I know that we're doing pretty good in the north for quite some time. I knew the South County was still struggling on their backlog at some point. It's been probably about a year since I asked, so maybe we'll just follow up with that information. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. I was just looking at your past performance measures, and I just wanted to say that you said you've been here 2 years, 2.5, something like that.
Just over 2.
Originally, before you got here, we completed 75% of projects, 35 projects on time, 75%. Now we're 85% of 64 projects. So you're actually doing them faster and doing more projects. So I appreciate you guys. You guys have one of the most difficult jobs because everybody's got something that needs to be done yesterday. And I know we pull you in a million different directions. So, you know, I like to see that in a performance measure. And I'm also excited about hearing about being able to accomplish what we need to without borrowing even more money. So that always makes me happy as well. Because like you said, it's like oxygen, right?
That's right.
You know, I'll chime in here with the praise. I wasn't, as much as I'm committed to zero net energy, that conversation wasn't ideal. And so I really appreciate that your team went and looked at other options that seem much more in line with what we're doing elsewhere in the county with power purchase agreements and whatnot. So the fact that I mean, that's huge news. If there were a headline from today, that might be one of them, that $14 million can be achieved without that huge. So I look forward to more information on that, and I really appreciate it. Along those lines, in terms of sustainability, I know you're working on it, as you mentioned, the environmental purchasing procurement program.
Practices, policy,
Lots of P's in there somewhere, but
yeah.
I just look forward to that. I think that's really another cost-saving potential way for our county. Sometimes it costs more, but sometimes there is a lot of waste when people aren't really paying attention to all the products and paper and everything that we purchase. So I look forward to that as well. So thank you. And you just, as a department head, you're just extremely easy to work with and available, and all the information's always there. So I know that means that you have a good team with you, so I appreciate it.
Certainly do.
Yeah.
I had one last question.
Yeah, sure.
On the net, I know we're kind of under a time constraint as well to get the RFP out and all that. Does that slow us down at all, or, okay?
It will not, no.
All right, great, good to hear, thank you.
Supervisor, just for clarification, would you like the department to come back with an A item or a D item? They put the information just for the public's awareness as a BIF, a budget inquiry form that's already posted.
I think that, well, I'll just weigh in if I could.
Yeah.
So the staff direction was actually, I mean, the board direction was actually to basically make it net zero. It wasn't to go and borrow the money to make that happen. So I'm not really sure we need to re-vote on it. And if I had all the information in at least an A item where I could go through, and if I had questions, I could pull it.
Yeah.
I don't really want to open up the can of worms again. That might slow us down, bog us down.
I think we can give clear direction in deliberations here in the budget and then an A item.
Sounds good to me. Okay.
Direction
Thank you.
received.
Okay, we are good. And Madam Clerk, please confirm that we have no requests to speak.
Chair Capps and members of the board, that is correct. We had no requests to speak on the General Government and Support Services Functional Group.
Well, that was amazing. We did it under 8 hours, and we will adjourn this meeting and see you all on Wednesday. Oh, what else do we need? Sorry about
My
that.
apologies, Chair Capps and members of the board. I did also want to note we had one request to speak on general public comment today, but that
right.
individual is not available on Zoom, so we have no further requests to speak on general public comment.
Okay, we are done, and we will see you all Wednesday at 9.
That's it?
That's